to win. Everyone is wrong. The true evil are the creators making boring content to react to. Make my streamerman react harder, you lazy bums.
Oh ho ho! Oh. Well. Oh ho ho! It is the dawn of a new day, marked by the blood of all those that died before us. It's like I've been practicing my singing. Okay, it's been a while, but I remember this a little bit from music school. Okay, let me. Here we go. One sec.
天上太阳红到风风腾飞，心中比太阳什么不懂呢？好好地把我们把我解放呢，人不到身当家做主人。一来一去哟呀，我这里不啊，人不到身当家做主人。 This
debate over React content is manufactured by the news media to distract from Hunter Biden's 10-inch cock.
Did that guy really just interrupt my singing?
This debate over React content is manufactured by the news media to distract from Hunter Biden's 10-inch cock.
Launch subscriptions and subscriptions for the Discord, baby. We'll worry about that later. Okay. Where do we even begin? My hair has reached the length where it now doesn't curl like a cute hair anymore. It just sits on my head like I'm fucking retarded. I need to get it cut again. Stay mad. I hope you're mad. Is Nathan here? Fuck no! He DM'd me and he was like, Dad, are we gonna hang out today? And I was like, Nathan. Maybe. Never mind, that joke was way too edgy. I negotiated with his mom and he's flying here tonight, so I'll pick him up from the airport later. Thank God. Because it was either that or I had to fly to Omaha, get 2 tickets from Omaha. It was going to be a fucking
Welcome,
nightmare,
loyal band Dalaban. Cow Obama.
I was deliberately heated by my mother in the microwave. My name is Paris Kelly, and I will never forget the day that changed my fate. Although I was only 28 days old, hand grabbed me, feel my little body burning.
Okay. Not too sure what those memes are about, guys. Jesus.
React to these nuts.
People are clowning on you over this video. If you're doing like a lazy react and then that gets uploaded to YouTube, oof, that's probably really bad. So like if somebody wants to do a full like, oh, like I'm reacting to Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, some shit like that or whatever, and you want to like upload your reaction, like that's okay. But I think I want to say, oh man, don't misquote me. I'm not trying to slander anybody, so maybe I'm wrong, but it was either Forsen or XQC, or it might have even been Hassan, where people would upload like XQC or Forsen or Hassan reacts to this video, and it's basically just the video verbatim for like 25 minutes, and the streamer doesn't do much, and it's like, and then if you go to search for that video, the only thing that comes up is the big streamer reacting to the video, and now you can't even find the original shit. I think that sucks. That really sucks. If you're doing like a lazy... Okay. Today we're gonna have a talk about how absolutely fucking unhinged you guys are. If you think that anything I just said here is contradictory with anything else, you are the problem, okay? Holy shit. All right. Should I begin with my take or should I begin with my tweets? What do we want? What do we want to start here? What the hell sparked this all back up again? I have no idea. It's just like, right now, I think in the zeitgeist of online content, I think attacking streamers is like popular for a variety of reasons. Some good, some retarded. People are saying the Let Me Know video, that guy didn't complain though, unless I missed it. It's other people getting offended on his behalf. So... bring in these chatters. Yeah, I will. I'm doing a viewer call-ons. Don't worry. We'll do it after this. It was a Twitter screenshot of XXC and Hasanabi thumbnails where they react to the Lemony video that went viral. Gotcha. Is Sarah Dawn Moore a grifter? I don't even know who that is. Oh, the one lady. Oh my god, fuck, that was so rude. I've only talked to her one time, I don't remember her name. Is she a grifter? I have no idea. She seemed fine when I talked to her on stream. We all went out to dinner afterwards, she seemed fine. This is the original tweet that started it all. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. Wait, never mind. Hold on one second.
Hugs.
I don't know. New video from D Viper about it. Yeah, that guy's one of the most unhinged. Okay. Let's start at the let's start all the way at the very
Destiny, when will you stop reacting to videos and embrace?
No, I don't care. Okay. Let's start all the way at the very beginning, okay? Okay, let's start at we're gonna start at more than the very beginning. So here's an issue that I have with you guys. I will keep banning for this because it's the most cancerous thing in the world. I don't care if you call me Mao, censor, whatever. Don't give a fuck. Don't want you in my community, okay? At the very first thing, okay? People have absolutely no concept of scale, okay? If there would have been a ring uncovered where Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were serially raping 50 different children versus like this React thing. The response is about the same. There are unhinged levels of like, I can't believe in this. I can't fucking believe it. It's like, bro, okay? So, number one, calm the fuck down, okay? Holy shit. Calm the fuck down. Oh my God. So that's number one. Number two, that feeds into number one, is this is such an unbelievably minor issue. I cannot believe, well, I can, but let me rephrase that. It is so insanely stupid that people are so fucking mad about it. Like, the way that it reads is like a massive fucking scandal. A massive fucking scandal of like, people are robbing each other, somebody's getting scammed out of a contract, people are getting sexually assaulted and it's covered up. It's not that. Okay, so number two. So the one is the reactions are just insane. The reactions, LOL. And then number two, the problem is just incredibly minor, okay? Going back to the problem itself, it seems like this is the only sane and reasonable take I think that you can have, okay? This is the only sane and reasonable take that I think you can have, is that if somebody puts in a whole bunch of work for a video and then somebody else watches that video and they get a fuck ton of money off of just watching somebody else's work, that can feel kind of shitty, especially if the main creator isn't compensated for it. That is the start and stop of all the reasonable takes, okay? With a little bit of an addendum on the end where I can see there being a particularly nefarious type of react where somebody uploads a video and then within an hour, another large creator reacts to it and then re-uploads it on Twitter, and they're actually eating away at the impressions, right? Those two, that is the only reasonable take in all of this. How this gets blown all the way out into all of these other unimaginably fucking stupid, like, they're destroying small channels and blah, 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 is like unfathomably stupid, okay? I think that at the heart of this take, actually, I know this. This is where I have to go with my gut too, because you guys are fucking retarded. At the heart of this, I think that people are just really mad that there are a group of people, React streamers, that make a fuck ton of money off of a relatively small amount of work, okay? That's like the center part of all of this anger. Now, because of that anger, it causes people to have takes that are totally like retardedly not mapping onto reality whatsoever. Would you talk to Dark Viber AU? Maybe if he wants to. Chances are he wouldn't want to talk to me, and the conversation probably wouldn't be productive. That guy is like on a crusade for this type of shit. But I saw the tweets before, and that guy is, unhinged. But if he really wanted to, maybe. So I think that people are upset that streamers are able to react to things and get like a lot of money off of it for a relatively small amount of work, which is, I think, fair. Hold on, I'll read these before I permaban for them. True, but it's a reasonable anger. Streamers are mostly talentless hacks. So the reality is there are a different basket of talents. Ordinarily, I would jump on you. I'm having one of those moments. Here's the moment that I'm having. I'm having a moment where America's got a lot of problems, and I hate America, and I'll shit on America, and I'll talk about all the issues we got. But when a fucking European shows up, I bring out my goddamn revolutionary flag, and I represent this country, okay? Ordinarily, I'll shit on streamers. I shit on streamers more than anyone else you'll ever find, okay? Because streamers are talentless hacks. I do agree with that, okay? But today, I'm going to take a stronger, more realistic position. Realistically, streamers are not talentless hacks. They just have particular talents around doing live content. Not everybody can do that. Your favorite YouTuber that produces really high quality content for YouTube probably sounds like an autistic fucking retard if you put him in front of a camera without a script. I've demonstrated this at least 50 times by having debates with people that were supposedly informed on issues that they created essays about, where as soon as they were in front of another human being that knew what they were talking about, sounded like they were in 3rd grade. Like twice held back, okay? So the idea that streamers have no talent and YouTubers have all the talent is stupid. The reality is everybody has talents that let them do different things. Now, if you want to say that streamers don't work hard, that's fine. But when a lot of the YouTubers that you guys love make one video every 2 years and they're collecting monthly Patreon checks off of it, give me a break, okay? Let's chill. These motherfuckers are not working 8 hours a day for 6 months to produce a 1 hour video, okay? That's more work than some people put into like actual fucking major length documentaries, okay? Like, calm down, okay? Slow down, all right? So let's just move on past that, okay? The idea that these particular creators are talentless hacks, and these particular creators are literally enshrined as the most artistic, hardworking, noble, blue-class people that have ever existed. Okay, this is just not true. Everybody has different talents. Everybody's good at different things. Here is an underpinning to all of this that is also really important, okay? People are hung up on an idea that, as far as I'm aware, has never been proven. And that idea is that somehow, like, reactors are taking away from the views of the ordinary video producers, people that originally make the videos. I don't think that has ever been proven, ever. The fact that people are out here like making these claims and it just seems to be taken verbatim that, oh, like they're stealing views. Are they? Has that ever in the history of all? Because the only thing I've seen when people made videos on this are, some people say the bump is small to non-existent. I've never seen this claim that they're stealing views from anybody else, okay? So I don't know if, I've never seen any data to support that. Maybe that is true, but if it is, nobody's proved that yet. Number two, another thing is people are, compare this to your ad block take? Yeah, I'll get into that later. These are also obvious. It's just like so obvious. But I think you guys are just incentivized to do the behavior that you like, and then that's it. You don't care. Which is funny because people accuse me of the same thing, even though I don't think my primary bread and butter content is React content. Not just like watching videos. Sometimes we do, but like I'm pretty sure that's more in Hassan's wheelhouse than mine. But okay, another thing that people are saying is, a lot of people have this idea that if you're reacting to a video and you just watch it for the full hour, that's bad because you're taking away views from the original. But if it's transformative, that's good. If it's transformative, that's good. That line of thinking also doesn't make any sense, because if you watch a YouTube video and you long react to it, let's say there's a 30-minute video and you spend 3 hours reacting to it, you're also probably taking views from the original, because who's going to watch the original after watching you do a 3-hour breakdown of the video? So that line of thinking doesn't make sense. Good job. Destiny seemed pretty eager to steel man the anti-React side when it was shut on Hassan time and he wasn't implicated as React Andy. First of all, I'm not even implicated as a React Andy here. Number one. Number two, I don't think I shit on the React side. If you watch the video clip that we just watched, I don't think it was me shitting on the React side. I just said that there are certain circumstances where I could see people getting upset about like, if you watch a video and you upload a React to it very quickly and you start eating impressions on YouTube, I don't even know if that happens, but I could see that. I could see that upsetting people. What was my next point? Oh, here's the next point. Something else to keep in mind. There's generally not, for as widespread as like React content is, like on on Twitch or on stream sites or whatever, for as much as people are, I've got so many chats going. Yeah, true, I shouldn't be reading chats while I'm doing this. But I got so many people to ban. True. That clip starts with you saying the only exception would be as well. So the clip is you caveating that you take your act like you're right now. Yeah, of course. Destiny, isn't it more like a few days? I remember August told your fan channels not to upload videos that he wants to upload within a few days. August, that... No. I don't understand you guys. Okay, let me explain. The issue there wasn't people taking videos and uploading them. The issue was uploading for the first time ever on YouTube stuff that had never been on YouTube before. It's not even remotely the same thing. The problem was people would clip things out of stream and then they throw it up on YouTube before my YouTube channel even had it on. It's not even remotely the same. Come on, you're actually fucking retarded if you can't see the difference. Really? There you go. Third time's a charm. Yeah, I don't think that's comparable to watching a video that's already on YouTube. That I think you can legitimately eat into stuff too. If you could find a way to upload other people's stuff before it even got uploaded to YouTube, then yeah, that would be comparable there. Hold on, let me just get through the rest of what I said. Oh, okay. But yeah, let me just read down. Oh my god, I just exited something I didn't do. Here are the two biggest things that I don't understand. Is one, where is the outcry from YouTubers whose content is being reacted to saying that it needs to stop because it's costing them? Okay, number one, that is not happening. I haven't seen it happen. Maybe they're all just really scared to say something, which is a narrative that people want to run with. And number two, if it's such a big deal that it's actually eating people's views, and everybody has an excuse for that, why not just DMCA the streamers then? And people keep saying online like, oh, the everybody would go and harass them and blah, blah, blah. Bro, are you watching the online fucking communities? Literally everybody is against the streamers here. I'm pretty sure you'd be a fucking hero if you DMCA'd like a React streamer and took their shit down. I'm pretty sure every single person on YouTube would support you, unless the view is not as popular as it is. But like, people are saying things like, oh, you'd have to DMCA every single time it happens. No, you wouldn't. You literally DMCA once and nobody would react to your shit again. Trust me. If word got out that one dude DMCA'd somebody for reacting on their shit on stream or whatever, nobody would watch that guy shit again because I don't want to get fucking DMCA'd. Hold on, I'm trying to think of, I am banning actually. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just banning for every really retarded comment I see. I'm sorry, I'm banning for every retarded comment I see. Destiny, didn't Alinity get shit on for years for striking PewDiePie? Alinity didn't strike PewDiePie because she was trying to protect her content. She was doing it to avoid criticism. You just get super banned for, if you don't even know the situations. I don't know why the fuck you would even bring it up. Like, yeah, I noticed a lot of people bring it up. What about that one time somebody DMC'd somebody and then they got in trouble for it? Usually that wasn't for actually copyright protections. Usually when people get mad at it, it's because people are trying to hide criticism. So I don't, like, you guys comparing that is just an unbelievably fucking stupid thing. How easy is it for smaller creators to DMCA? I don't even think you have to be a creator to DMCA. Pretty sure you can literally, or I think it helps if you can link to the original content, but all you have to do is go on YouTube and fill out the form. What do you mean? It's not hard to DMCA. It takes probably like a minute and a half to do it. It's literally fucking the algorithm, Destiny. I don't know why you're defending 60 minutes of no-talk videos over. What are you talking about, fucking the algorithm? How is it fucking the algorithm? What's that guy's name? Let me know. JFK? His video is the first one that comes up. Is this the algorithm getting fucked? You searched for, let me know. JFK assassination. I don't know what I would have to search for to bring it up. Oh, here's his video. Is this the algorithm getting fucked? Wouldn't it affect recommendations rather than searches? I don't know, would it? Nobody's ever proven this before. Nobody's ever investigated this before, right? Like, There's literally just people run with this assumption. I don't even think it's true. But also, if it is, just DMCA them. If you don't want to stream reacting your shit, or you don't even have to DMCA, you can literally say on Twitter, hey, don't watch my stuff anymore. I'm pretty sure somebody did this before with Hassan or somebody, where didn't somebody tweet out, like, I don't want streamers watching my videos? People just don't do it, because streamers probably don't want to get in trouble for it. Like, it's so easy. Okay, here's another thing. Oh, God, fuck. There's just so many, like, half-baked takes. So somebody in chat said, Destiny, JCS might have done that, maybe, I don't remember. Somebody said, I think people equate it to getting paid in exposure and turn their brains off there. Okay, going back to all the way to the getting paid in exposure, there is nothing wrong with getting paid in exposure. Sometimes exposure is the best form of payment. The reason why getting paid in exposure is a joke phrase is because usually the people that say you'll get paid in exposure have no exposure to give you. Getting paid in exposure is a joke when a friend asks you, do you want to come play for my wedding? And you're like, oh yeah, sure, like this is what we build. It's like, well, but like think of the exposure, like maybe other people at my wedding will have you play, right? So you should come do it. That's why getting paid in exposure is a joke. Even wealthy people, if somebody were to offer me, if Kanye West were to say, I want to do a podcast with you for 10 episodes, but I'm not going to pay you at all, but the exposure would be really good, I would fucking do it. Of course I would do it. The exposure is hella worth. You can absolutely get paid in clout or exposure. It just depends on if you're actually going to get it. So the whole saying of like getting paid in exposure, the whole reason why that's a joke is because usually people saying it don't have any exposure to fucking give you. That's where the joke of that phrase comes from. I see some people saying they don't like it because the content is lazy. I mean, technically almost everything streamers do is lazy. Like, is it more lazy to watch a video than to just like put a game on and don't say anything? Like streaming League for 10 hours, is that less lazy? I think that argument is dumb. I think it's interesting that people get upset about React streamers. People get mad at the whataboutism. Nobody seems to care that TikTok is built almost entirely off of like ripping shit from other people and getting tens of millions of views on it sometimes, or like all the meme compilations that go up on YouTube, which also usually don't credit any of the streamers, but is interesting. I also think sometimes people's demands for reactions, I'll see this when people watch my stuff. People will say something like, Destiny, when you watched that Ben Shapiro video, when you watched that thing, your reaction was really great there. But when you watched like the Internet Historian Cave Guy or the JFK documentary, that reaction was really bad. These statements don't make sense. Some streamers, I'll speak for myself, I guess, because I don't, probably true for everybody. Some streamers watch things specifically because it's in their area of expertise or it's in their wheelhouse to react to. If you watch me, watch a 30-minute video of like Ben Shapiro or whatever, I'm probably gonna have a lot to say on what he's gonna say, right? If I'm watching like the Internet Historian Cave Guy thing, what the fuck am I gonna react to? What do you mean to pause and say like, wow, guys, that cave sure is deep. I remember when I was a kid, I was scared of deep caves. Let's go. Like, some videos are going to be things that you're just watching. Some of the things, you got a lot of shit for that ContraPoints video reaction. Yeah, because August was fucking retarded and uploaded it to my YouTube channel. I don't know why he did that, but everybody assumes that I think that that was like a good video to upload to YouTube, which I absolutely do not. I don't know why he uploaded that. But yeah, like, so obviously there are going to be some things, that people react to that, yeah, like I don't understand these reactions. Or I think it's just, it must just be because there's like a jerk waving a streamer sometimes. Destiny, just admit you're a lazy fuck who puts on videos because you don't want to lose viewers while you game or respond to emails. Lazy cunt. Like, what are you so mad about? Like, the harm here is almost entirely fabricated. Nobody can see it. And people are so fucking mad. They're like as mad as they were about the old like machinima contracts. Like, holy shit. Jesus fuck. Anti-React content has been a YouTube thing for years. Oh, I guess, or just maybe it's like bled over into the streamer world. In your mind, is there a difference between a reaction on stream versus on YouTube? It depends on the type of ass mad you are about the particular thing. It depends sometimes. Yeah, just it depends on what your argument is. If your argument is just one purely of copyright infringement, then the platform is really not relevant. If the argument is one of like depriving the person of views, that hasn't been proven on any platform ever. So I don't even know why that argument is made. But if there was any legitimacy to that argument, then same platform reacts are probably be more damaging than alternate platform reacts. That'd be my guess. Would it be better or more agreeable to you if the criticism was re-uploading the full stream reaction and the ought statement was to cut the stream clip down and link to the original to finish the video? Yeah, there are better ways that if you wanted to give credit to the creators, I think that there are probably 2 or 3 ways to do this. One would be to have like an auto claim system, so somebody can get like 10-20% of a streamer's revenue for a day if they like do a claim. Like you can do partial claims on YouTube, but I think your channel has to be for a certain size to do that. Number 1. Number 2 could be at the very least requirement for people to Number 2 could be a requirement for people to link back to the original. That'd probably help as well. I think number 3, I think it would actually be okay if there was a, I think it would be okay if there was an embargo on reacting. So for instance, you shouldn't react as a streamer to a YouTube video that's been up until it's been up for at least like 1 or 2 weeks. I think that there is, I think there are legitimate, I think those could be like legitimate points, but nobody even cares about that. People are just like fucking completely ass mad about. I don't even know why. Debate some ordinary gamer Muda? Yeah, if he wants to talk about it, sure. But linking to his Patreon is good. Oh yeah, maybe, yeah. What other notes did I write down? Oh, I mean, discovery is real. Nobody wants to hear about that, and that's fine. Yeah, okay. All right, let's go. Let's do it. So you're saying you'd be okay with somebody watching your Change My Mind videos without any input on their stream for an hour? Interesting. I mean, you can't ask me because I'm not fucking retarded, and I would say yes to all of that. Yeah, of course. If a larger content creator than me put up my Change My Mind shit and show, like, here's the reality for making content. And if you ever wonder why I do so many weird podcasts, or part of what my big growth has been recently, is that Suey, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. One of the most important things that you can do as a content creator, one of the hardest things you can do, and I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not, because most of you are fucking losers anyway, I don't care. But the most important thing you do is usually getting your content in front of a new audience. It is incredibly difficult, and it is incredibly valuable. I'd rather go in front of somebody with 1,000, if there was somebody that was totally outside of my wheelhouse and they had like 1,000 concurrent viewers, I'd rather talk to them for an hour than XQC for an hour. It would do me more value, because that's 1,000 people that have never been exposed to me or heard of me before, which is how many new fans I can pick up, versus XQC's audience has already heard of me. Almost all of them probably have, right? So yeah. As with most things, most people are only mad because they hate seeing people they perceive as being talentless getting paid to react to videos and adding no value to them. True. Like I said before, yeah, I can understand that. But I wish people would just say that instead of like virtue signaling all this other shit. Like, people are saying like, all the React content should go away forever. Okay. But that doesn't help any of the other people being reacted to. You're not helping them at all. You're just like trying to attack, I guess, like the streamers and then their communities. For what though? You don't even gain anything from that. Like, what's even the point? Yeah. I'm sorry, but this is a cringe, self-interested take that perfectly fits your situation. Stop pretending this is different than having ad block. Okay. Again, we can go and we can pull 1 million streamers, 1 million content creators, 1 million things if you want. And I understand, I'll do this. I'm always going to eat an L on this because you guys have grown accustomed to navigating the internet this way. Ad block has been and always will be more destructive than React content, which you haven't even proven hurts a single channel. Nobody's even proven that React content is harmful. Ad block is destructive. It is. And the idea that people are like, how can you be anti-ad block but pro-React content? Because ad block actually deprives creators of revenue. If you've got 1 million views on the video and 70 to 80% of those are ad block, you've lost like 5 times your money. You can't prove lost revenue in any as easily as you like. Ad block is the easiest revenue loss proving you can ever do in your entire life. Yabba dabba do. Thanks for that 5 gifted subs. Now again, if you want to ad block or whatever, knock us off. I'm not gonna sit here and scream at you about it because unlike you guys, I can moderate my fucking opinion on things, right? I think ad block is probably bad for creator environments, but I'm not gonna sit here fighting against ad block because I know this is stupid fight. And because at the end of the day, it's probably not that big of a deal. It's not for me, and it's probably not for a lot of larger creators, because I can actually have a moderate reaction to things. But like, if you ad block and you're mad about the react shit, you probably have no valuable opinion on literally any of this. Yeah. Oh shit, that's true. Destiny, people don't understand that every podcast you're doing on your recent tour has literally been paid in exposure because you don't ask for a fee. That is true. I don't charge people appearance fees. Just for exactly that reason, yeah. Can you at least agree that uploading full lazy React videos to YouTube itself is harmful? I don't know if it is harmful. I don't know if there's any harm there at all. Nobody's ever proven it before, ever. I don't think it is harmful. It probably isn't. Is it like morally dubious? Yeah, it might be, sure.
Many of you may know Destiny.
Also, defends his bag. My bread and butter, I don't even think is React content. Like, not compared to some of these other streamers. Like, holy shit. But it's funny now that, like, because I could have technically just said nothing and like, because I'm pretty sure people are nuking like Hassan and XQC and shit over this. Because most of the time, oh, actually, no, that is true. Because most of the time, if I step away from my computer, usually I just throw my be right back screen and you guys will just watch that for 10 or 15 minutes. As opposed to, I guess apparently other streamers will put on videos and go away from their computer for 20, 30 minutes, I guess. But now, apparently now I'm going to be grouped in with all the React streamers, which is fine. I don't give a fuck. I'll defend it. I don't care. Wait, sincere question, I promise. If it hasn't been proven that React content uploaded to YouTube is harmful, why do you think it's bad that August uploaded the ContraPoints one? For two reasons. One, if for no other reason, for optics, because you fucking retards will lose your mind over it and think that I like commanded August to throw that video up completely verbatim. And then number two, I just don't think it's a very valuable addition to my channel. If somebody wants to go watch ContraPoints, then go watch ContraPoints. I don't know why I would just re-upload that and stick on my channel. It's not like if you're coming to my channel to watch something from me or my contribution, why just have another person's video? Those are the two reasons why I don't think it. Yeah, but I don't feel bad like, oh no, I probably siphoned a whole bunch of views away from ContraPoints. I don't think that happens.
Very old content creator. I don't mean in terms, well, I guess in terms of his physical age, but also like how long he's been making content. He's 2 years older than me. Basically a fossil. That man should retire. Imagine a 34-year-old still making content on the internet, not giving space for us young 32-year-olds. Let's be Destiny has, in large part, maintained his relevance by throwing out shit on Twitter to get responses and then bring people onto his stream to talk to them. I guess it's not unlike what Sneaker is doing, but maybe less extreme.
Like, this is what I mean. Like, is it impossible to just give a take? Like, so anyway, there's Destiny. I heard that he raped like 20 children. I think he murdered a whole bunch of, it was a whole bunch of people in Compton, but it was really strange because when we went to the store, he only killed the black ones, which I thought was really weird, and some of the white women. But anyway, so that's Destiny. We're going to talk about his opinion now. Like, what? Okay. Like,
it's hard to say. What I'm trying to say is, it is sometimes hard to know how sincere he is on Twitter, because he says things that he clearly doesn't believe.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let's go bring up every single tweet too, because everybody's like, Destiny's gonna back away from all these tweets, blah, 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 blah. Let's read them. Tweet 1, is it already time again for the virtue signaling around evil React content? The reality is, likely causes little to no harm to any of the actual creators on YouTube. If it did, why aren't there legions of creators DMCAing streamers for watching their stuff? Why aren't there tons of YouTubers begging streamers not to watch/react to their stuff? I've never seen so many people crying and pretending to care about such a trivially easy problem to fix. That is true. Where are all of the people, where are all the YouTubers that are like, oh no, like, please, like, stop watching my videos? It's so, like, this doesn't happen. Like, given all the reactions that streamers do, you'd think there'd be a lot more people complaining about it, but it's not. It's like, it's just like the community of people that complain about everything on YouTube. Number one. And then number two, again, it would only take like 1 or 2 DMCAs and then you'd be done. Like, boom, nobody would react to your shit anymore. Like, could you imagine if 1 or 2 YouTubers, DMC streamers reacting to their shit? Boom, nobody would do it anymore. Like, done, that's it. Or also, by the way, you wouldn't even have to DMCA a streamer, because I've heard a lot of people like, oh no, they're too scared. If you don't want to DMCA a streamer, email the streamer or send them a DM and be like, hey, can you please like not watch my shit? Or if you want to watch something, watch 5 minutes and link to my video. You could do that, and then boom, that's like a win-win. Like this is such an easy problem. If it was a problem, if it even was a huge problem, which I don't even think it is, but if it was a huge problem, it's so easy to fix. Like when music DMCA started happening, not a single streamer was playing music for like weeks. Yeah. So somebody responded to my tweet and they said an extra 50K views on a video would help. And then my response was, the reality is most of the people on stream were probably never going to watch that video anyway. There is maybe an argument for brand new videos being released and having those views cannibalized by streamers, but then I just ask, why not just DMCA 1 or 2 channels reacting? Streamers would probably never watch your content again. Especially if a video is like weeks old. Bro, you were never gonna pick up 50,000 views on a video that was posted 2 months ago that a streamer's reacting to. Like, that's just not happening. That's just, I'm sorry, nobody was gonna go, you were never gonna get that bump in viewership. It was never gonna happen. You might if somebody reacts to it, now more people look up your shit, but organically, that was never gonna happen. Next tweet. I think this guy deleted his tweet, but I think he said something like, oh, like, communities are gonna be haters or whatever. What is it? And I said, this doesn't make much sense. If the whole YouTube community hates reactions as much as some, like Dark Viber AU, are claiming, wouldn't they be seen as heroes for DMCAing evil React streamers? Yeah. CGP Gray getting shit on in the comments for DMCAing a YouTuber. I'd have to go and look up. I don't know the specifics of that one, so I'd have to go and look it up to know if I should ban you for your retarded comment or if it's a good comment or not, but... Somebody said, even if we accept that, they definitely won't after. There's potential hundreds of views. I think asking creators with a fraction of resource and powers to DMCA all these videos is unreasonable for... You know, you just have to DMCA like 1 or 2. It takes 90 seconds. I said, LOL, filing a DMCA takes like 90 seconds on almost any platform, and you'd only have to do it once or twice for people to never react to your stuff again. Someone says you'll lose reputation for that. And then I said, then have your shit stolen. Who cares? It's such a loser mentality. There specifically exists a tool here to address exactly this problem. And 90% of the internet would support you doing it, but you don't do it because question mark, randoms on Twitter, question mark. This makes literally no sense. Somebody said, do you really think Peanut Brain XQC/Hassan fans give a fuck about legitimate DMCA claims? And I reply, this doesn't make sense. So you think people would be in an uproar if you filed a DMCA claim, but they won't be in an uproar if you tell people they're not allowed to watch their stuff ever again. This is grasping at straws. And then I don't think I have any more. People don't like it because it's probably shown on streamers at the moment. That's literally it. It's the 2023 So Brave opinion. Streamers bad. What are you talking about? 99% of the people mad aren't even content creators themselves. It's others getting mad on behalf of them. And then I tweeted a good meme picture. Wow. Okay. All right. Those are all my tweets.
Intentionally inflammatory stuff. So regardless, I'm going to talk about some tweets related to my commentary, fully admitting that he may be entirely insincere here. I don't consider Destiny to be like an honest actor. It's already time again.
God, what a fucking tank top wearing meth head fucking loser. Like, why not just... I like how he's got to poison the well for a whole fucking minute before he can vomit out like what I was fucking talking about. Jesus Christ. What a degenerate fuck.
For the virtue signaling around evil React content. Any person who starts by calling all opposing positions just virtue signaling, obviously not really arguing in good faith, right? As this is just shit fleeing. Virtue signaling to who would be the question. The reality is...
Virtue signaling when you're getting mad on behalf of other YouTubers and your shit isn't even being reacted to. It's not even your shit. It's not even your content and you're getting this mad. If that's not a virtue signal, what the fuck is? You don't even know if there's any harm being done. You haven't even demonstrated harm. No harm demonstrated, and it's not your content, and it's not even streamers you're watching. And you're so invested in it? Okay.
It likely causes little to no harm to any of the actual creators on YouTube. If it did, why aren't there legions of creators DMCAing streamers for watching their stuff? Dozens of answers to this. The first is that ultimately what is being lost is gains that the person would otherwise have received if not for interference. Therefore, they can be entirely unaware that those gains would have come to them if not for that interference.
You have no way... This has never been demonstrated, ever. I don't even know if, like, the YouTube recommended feed works that way. that like, because I didn't watch, like, if only Destiny wouldn't have watched it on his stream, I would have gone on my own time and watched this video that I didn't even know about otherwise?
We could phrase Destiny's question like this. Me and Destiny going to Jack's house. We see in his mailbox that he has a birthday card from his grandmother. And so Destiny looks and goes, hey, his grandmother might be sending him money. Destiny grabs Jack's card from his grandmother, opens it, goes, hey, $50, puts it in his pocket, and then I guess I know, just crumples up the note and chucks it in the sewer. And I'm like, I think Jack would really care that you just took $50 from him. And Destiny was like, well, let's see. And we both go in his house and Jack doesn't mention it. And so Destiny's like, see? He didn't give two shits that I took $50 from him. Didn't care at all. And my response in that situation is the same in this situation.
This assumes that $50 was always going to go to Jack, though. You have no idea. You have no way of knowing that. And outside of exceptionally rare circumstances, I'd probably bet my life. Outside of exceptionally rare circumstances, I'd probably bet my life that doesn't happen. Like I said, the only case where I can see this being like an actual problem is if somebody responds to or reacts to a video and he and you re-upload this, like especially like same day or whatever, and then you start cannibalizing views that way, I could see that probably being a problem, right? Which is why I'm saying, like, if there's like an embargo on reacting to like a YouTube video for like 1 or 2 weeks, I think that would make sense. I think most streamers would probably like agree to that. Like if you were to tell like Hassan or XQC or have a rule or whatever, and you're like, hey, listen guys, if you're gonna watch a YouTube video on stream, make sure it's been up for at least a week or two. I think that's completely fair, 100%.
They don't know. And if I...
Yeah, true. Jack might have been using that money on drugs anyway. True.
Explain to Jack that he just lost $50, he would care. As when I explain to other creators of the market manipulation that reaction content does in pulling audiences away from them to reactors as that's its only purpose. They do care, right? Even in cases of just looking at individual videos that reactors may have impacted, which is not my interest, people don't go back and look at the analytics of videos that are potentially like a year old to see how those videos did before and after reaction. Mad Season, a person who doesn't seem to hate reaction content, recently made a video where he did that and went back and went, oh, after that reaction, my video did way worse than it was doing before that. Like I could see.
Wait, hold on. Do we have actual, what is this graph? Wait. What are we looking at? This is why I wouldn't watch any long form content by this guy. You should have, I don't want to say you should have to have a fucking math degree, but like you just have, what is this? It looks like, if we ignore the weird grouping here of this, the red and the blue part, it looks like he posted a video and then it had its huge first, what is this, couple weeks? And then the videos kind of trailed off, and then it looks like something happened for it got popular. Was this Asmongold watching it? And then after that, the views kind of went back and then they trailed off again. The averages that he draws here, though, to prove that, like, I was getting 21 views a day. Is this a couple months after reacting? Or, I'm sorry, this is a couple months after posting? I think this is December. Wait, this is December, January, February, March. Okay, so 3 to 4 months afterwards, he was getting 2,100 views a day. And then he's averaging that with the viewership he was getting a year after? Also, if Asmongold is reacting here, this reaction here looks like it literally did give a bump to the viewership. Like, it's hard to eyeball this, but it looks like if you were to integrate, if you integrated this function from where the blue starts here to like this point here, I feel like the integral of this, it would be more than like half of this entire fucking block here. Like, I feel like he might have gotten more viewership at this point here than he did for like 75% of this part here. This is like the stupidest fucking analysis I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. What point is he even trying to make here?
When the reaction happened, and after that, I was getting half the views each day that I was before.
What do you mean after that? No, after that, your viewership was about the same, and it was higher than it was a few months ago. You're averaging out you're averaging out like an 8-month period here, and then you're saying this is all 925 views a day. What the fuck?
Didn't know that because he didn't go back and look at his analytics. It's not obvious the harm.
But then there was Asmongold's reaction in the algorithm, which is why it decreased. What explains why it decreased so much here then? What about around March, where the viewership was basically 0? What explains that?
That reaction content does. An analogy of it, the deal that reactors have with reactees is they will take $1 from 1,000 people and give $5 to the reactee. That's a terrible deal as a collective. But if you don't know where that money's coming from, you're like, oh, fuck yeah, $5. Not realizing that the next time this deal happens, you're not going to be the one getting $5. You're just as likely as everyone else to be the one losing the dollar. Like, you don't have to agree with this position to understand why this question makes no sense.
I don't even understand the analogy you just used. Maybe I'm just too stupid, I guess, because I'm a reactor, I guess.
Destiny's question will be like asking, if people don't like crimes happening to them, why are so many crimes unreported? Why are so many people not trying to resolve their own crimes?
The difference is that, and I saw some of you guys post on my subreddit, oh, well, rapes are unreported. Someone said something. The difference is that a DMCA form takes 90 seconds to fill out, and you are guaranteed to get a positive result. That's it. Like, all you have to do is fill out a DMCA, and it's guaranteed to take the video down. Easy.
Vigilante justice? Obviously, there are many reasons why people can be ignorant of harm being inflicted upon them, or be unwilling to do something about that harm.
I don't think I'm arguing with Pisco on this, because I can already see the autistic places that Pisco's mind is going. Destiny, stupid point. Let me explain why it's a good point. And then if you don't understand, you just don't understand. The analogy of, my analogy was, if people didn't like this particular thing, why wouldn't they DMCA it? And then the response is, oh, well, if people didn't like rape, why wouldn't they report it? The reasons why people don't report rape are not the same as the reasons why people don't do DMCAs. People don't report rapes because there's a whole bunch of all the shit that goes into rape victim, blah, blah, blah. Ignoring all of that, there's a high likelihood that your rape report never even gets resolved. They might not even fucking do the fucking rape kit, right? If you could report a rape and there was a 100% chance guarantee that it would be resolved every time, I would ask that same question. If it was the fact that if you reported a rape, every single time you report it, the precogs go out, they capture the guy, they lock him up, and then he goes into jail, and then somebody got raped and report it, I would ask that question. If somebody's like, God, I've gotten raped like 10 times, it's so bad, and I'm like, oh, you didn't report anything? Like, no, I didn't. You got raped 10 times, you didn't report any of them? It's a 100% success rate for reporting. Why the fuck wouldn't you report it? Did you actually get raped, or are you just making shit up to me right now? I would ask that question. The DMCA is you fill it out, you're hard avoiding the question, oh boy. Oh, so now Pisco's trying to rope me around at what he tweeted, because what he just said in chat was fucking retarded. For the React copyright debate, assuming no fair use, therefore no infringement, it's generally acceptable to do React content. Is it generally accepted to do React content without permission or not? He's asking a question, I'm not sure. Focusing on the notice significance we say is a total cop-out to get out of analyzing the underlying infringement. No one here is talking about copyright infringement. It is like the least interesting part of all of this. Literally nobody here is talking about infringement. Whether or not it is or isn't infringement, I would probably lean on the side of it being infringement, but if it is, that's all the more reason to file a DMCA. But infringement is not what anybody's talking about here. Usually people are talking about deprivation of, they're either talking about deprivation of viewership for the original video, which hasn't been proven at all. And then the second part is people just mad at streamers making money off of other people's content.
Because of other extraneous variables or external variables. But as we go on, there are obviously many other reasons why even people who recognize the harm of reaction content wouldn't do anything about it. I've never seen so many people crying or pretending to care about people who recognize the harm of or external variables. But as we go on, there are obviously many other reasons why even people who recognize the harm of reaction content wouldn't do anything about it. I've never seen so many people.
I'm just not. Am I at normal speed? What is he saying? Hold on.
Any other reasons why even people extraneous variables or external variables. But as we go on, there are obviously many other reasons why even people who recognize the harm of reaction content.
There are many other reasons why humans. What is he saying? Okay, can somebody translate this for me?
Variables. But as we go on, there are obviously many other reasons why even people who recognize the harm of reaction content wouldn't do anything about it. I've never seen so many people crying or pretending to care about such a trivially easy problem to fix. Okay, sport. The reality is most of the people on stream were never going to watch the video anyway, but they would have watched something. The market is finite.
They would just watch the streamer. What do you mean they'd watch something? How many people go to Hassan's streamer and it's like, oh, Hassan's not reacting to a video right now. Instead of watching Hassan for 8 hours, I'm gonna spend my last 4 hours perusing random YouTube videos. Wait, what the fuck? That's not how consumer behavior works in these markets. A stream viewer is not instantly exchangeable with a YouTube viewer, right? That's why, like, the people that watch YouTube videos, the people that watch TikTok videos, the people that watch live streams, the people that engage with content on Instagram or fucking even Snapchat does shows now. These are all, like, the behavior of these consumers is pretty different. You can't just swap one out for another, right? Like, if I was gonna spend 8 hours streaming in a day and I spend 4 hours stealing people's content, let's say that I don't steal people's content for 4 hours. It's not like people are gonna be like, oh, okay, well, I'm not gonna watch his stream for these 4 hours. I'm gonna go discover new stuff on YouTube. It doesn't work that way.
The ability for a small section of the market to be to pump out, like, you know, a dozen videos a day of high quality, when it normally takes one person, you know, a month to make that video, is obviously going to have an impact on who is successful in the market, because there's only a finite amount of viewers and a finite amount of impressions that can promote any sort of content.
He's so naive. I don't understand. He doesn't know anything about these markets. There's a finite amount of viewers and a finite amount of impressions. The viewer behavior is incredibly different. The viewer behavior between all the platforms is so different. You can't just exchange one viewer for another. This is why a person having 1 million subs on TikTok is like, whatever, and 1 million followers on Twitch is like, pretty good, and 1 million subs on YouTube is like, holy shit, that's fucking amazing. Like, 100,000 views in a long-form video is a lot different than 1 million views on a YouTube short video, which is a lot different than 10 million views on a TikTok video, which might be different than 500,000 views on an Instagram reel. These viewers are not one-to-one exchangeable. If somebody rips my video, a YouTube short, and then uploads it to TikTok and gets 500,000 views on TikTok, that doesn't mean I would have gotten 500,000 views on my YouTube short if it just wasn't on TikTok. Like, the viewer behavior doesn't work this way. An XQC viewer that watches XQC for XQC is not going to suddenly start watching YouTube videos because XQC is not watching a YouTube video.
Like, if I made a video that was so good that the entire world could watch it 24/7, 7 days a week, and be perfectly satisfied, I had literally the entire viewership watching my channel in Destiny's world, that would have no impact on anyone.
Because it's just not how the viewerships work. People that watch YouTube videos don't usually watch live streams, right? That's why you get people like PewDiePie will have like 50 million fucking subs on YouTube, and then when they live stream, they get like 20,000 viewers, right? It's a fundamentally different type of audience. Destiny, why don't you do a live debate with someone about this topic? It seems you're purposely being dishonest with most of your points. See you later. Permaban. Instead, I would do viewer calls later. If people want to come in and talk about it, sure.
Because how could it? It's just because I have all the viewers and the algorithm is only advertising me, that shouldn't impact anyone else in the market, right? This is his world. So no amount of statements I make about unfair shifting of market or pulling viewers away from other people to reactors will ever have any impact on him. He just doesn't believe that what a person does in the market can impact other players in that market. He doesn't seem to believe in negative externalities. Just says, well, it's a relationship between a reactor and a reactee, can't affect anyone else on the market. It's just done. And I have these conversations with people and they just don't understand. But
isn't this guy like reasonably successful on YouTube? Does he stream? Or maybe he doesn't think about these things, or maybe he's like so bought into it, because I think he's been on a crusade on this shit for a long fucking time. So maybe this is just like his pet project. But like this idea, yeah, this guy does really well on YouTube. I wonder how much of this is shorts now. Actually, this is 71 million because there's a huge jump here. I wonder, well, if he does shorts, he should even know. If I have an XQC stream that's going for 10 hours. And XQC has 50,000 viewers. If he watches YouTube videos for the last 2 hours, if instead there's another timeline where for these 2 hours he plays Overwatch, none of these viewers here, or none of the viewers here are gonna go and just find random YouTube videos. I don't believe this behavior happens. Maybe like 1/1000th, or maybe 1/10th, maybe like 20 of them will. The Viper slithers away. I'd want to talk to me too. What is this? Yo, Destiny wants to talk to you. I didn't even say it. I don't know if I would. I'd want to talk to me too. Say what you will about him, but he apparently has some level of good taste. Not sure why you were telling me this though. I'd like to have a chat with Leonardo DiCaprio. Go tell him that. Just joshing with you, mate, but it's almost 5 a.m. and I have a sleeping disorder. I sincerely... I'm sorry. We're all struggling out here, mate. But it's almost 5 a.m. and I have a sleeping disorder. I sincerely doubt I'd want to talk to us if you had a good night's rest anyway. Yeah, okay. I'm good.
In his case, I think he can understand. He just doesn't want to. The man makes millions of dollars. Well, maybe not now. He has made millions of dollars over the course of his career.
I like how... Where does... Everybody on LSF does this to me too. Everybody's like, "Oh, Destiny's fallen off so hard." Wait, what? And this are like, my last like 3 years have sequentially been like the best years of my career. I'd be like, "Oh, Destiny, I don't even remember that guy anymore." Like, bro, what are you talking about?
Re-uploading other people's videos. So why on earth would he want to understand this? Thinking about it, probably he wouldn't even change if he did understand it, regardless. There is maybe an argument for brand new videos being released and having those views cannibalized by streamers, but then I ask, why not DMCA 1 or 2 channels reacting? Streamers would probably never watch your content again. Because again, the impact of reaction content is on everyone, not simply individual videos.
Then where are all of the YouTubers complaining about it? Why hasn't everybody come up and just said, okay, let's just start DMCAing streamers? Boom. This problem, there is literally the perfect tool in place to solve this problem that anybody can utilize at any point in time. It's right there.
It is impact on the market. Like, you don't have to agree with that statement. You have to agree with the position to understand it and raise criticisms in light of your understanding. The questions Destiny is raising here represents a lack of understanding of the position. Because again, you can disagree with the person and understand their positions. Destiny continues by saying, this doesn't make sense. If the whole YouTube community hates reactions as much as some Dark Web AU are claiming, wouldn't they be seen as heroes for DMCing evil react streamers? He's using YouTube community here kind of dishonestly, because there will be two different groups of people, the viewers and the creators themselves. It could be the case that 50% of creators don't like reaction content for a variety of reasons. There would still leave, 50% of people, of creators themselves, who are perfectly fine with it, right? But that doesn't represent the viewers. Obviously, the viewers are more likely to be in favor of reaction content, especially in different types of content. I have more ability to criticize reaction content than, say, a person who makes World of Warcraft content, because Asmongold is such a big player in that space and has spent so much time influencing the beliefs of that group about reaction content.
Bro, all you have to do is tweet out one tweet at Asmongold making fun of his hair being fucking gone, and the guy will be streaming on his alternate account for like 6 months. No offense to Asmongold, I love him, but this is not a man with the constitution to carry out an extended campaign of harassment against somebody that DMCA's a video. It would be so easy. This is such an easy video, or it's such an easy problem to stop. It's literally, this is the problem that is so easy to make go away. Like,
content, that any criticism he makes, or he or she makes, to his audience is likely going to have a huge overlap with Asmongold's audience. I have never claimed that all creators don't like reaction content. Never claimed that at all. I know for a fact many don't like it, even those who dislike.
I'm not straying Asmongold. I love Asmongold. I'm just saying that Asmongold is he gets upset a lot about like hate on the internet. So the idea that Asmongold would ever be in charge of like leading a campaign of attacks against some other people, chances are he would just get really upset about it and then go on his alternate account and stream. I don't even know if he streams on his main account anymore. That's all I'm saying.
Like reaction content don't necessarily dislike it for the same reasons that I don't. I've made many statements about why this is so hard to have any impact on. Two kinds of people tend to pop up during these conversations to criticize reactors. Those who don't watch React content and those who believe people are talking about those bad reactors, not the reactors they personally watch. Like, even when you see viewers criticizing bad reactors, they'll usually go, oh yeah, but Moist Critical, he's fine. Or Asmongold, he's fine. Or my particular favorite reactor, he's doing it right, but it's those bad ones over there that are doing it wrong. People can dislike forms of reaction content while still liking other forms of it. Reaction content as a term is used to describe so many different types of content. Two people can say, I hate reaction content, mean entirely different things. It's a very murky discourse. So this Christian...
Dark Viper is such vitriol for Asmongold, does he? Do they have like a history with each other? I have no idea. Please debate Mahler. Mahler, message me. I told him we'd be talking like 20 minutes if he wants to.
Person says, I think asking creators with a fraction of the resources and power
after I finish reacting to this
to DMCA all these videos is unreasonable for so many reasons. Destiny says, lol, filing a DMCA takes like 90 seconds on almost any platform, and you'd only have to do it once or twice before people would never react to your stuff again. For a start, if he's ever done it on TikTok, fuck, that's an annoying process. Like, it's hugely annoying. I've never done it on Twitch. Maybe Twitch is also easy, but TikTok certainly isn't. Regardless though, keeping on top of that all the time does take time. And of course there are...
Wait, sorry, hold on.
And you'd only have to do it once or twice before people would never react to your stuff again. For a start, if he's ever done it on TikTok, fuck, that's an annoying process. Like, it's hugely annoying. I've never done it on Twitch. Maybe Twitch is also easy, but...
Is it annoying? Let's find out. Let's see. They send you an email to verify the email. Watching Necrit's video on this. Force intake. Wait, hold on. More React videos.
Streamers banned for Gordon React? Since when? But I'm not reacting, I'm just watching it.
Destiny, you have no idea about Dark Viper AU, but it's just your dementia kicking in. Here's you debating him in 2018. I remember debating him in 2018, you retarded fucking bear dipshit. You've been eating too much fucking brain rot honey in the fucking forest. When we debated, it was one of the things we debated. I remember we specifically talked about The Matrix and how we thought The Matrix 1 was bad because the climax occurred at the wrong time in the movie. I remember talking to him, but my question was why he hates Asmongold so much. So, off yourself, you dumb fuck. Cuck. Now we're rewatching this clip again.
Streamers banned for Gordon React? Since when? But I'm not reacting, I'm just watching it.
What a god. I don't understand. The TikTok DMCA form looks like every other DMCA form I've ever seen in my life. Report, copyright infringement, contact information, copyright ownership, proof of file, you probably upload the video, and then you sign a section at the bottom. Is there something that makes TikTok like more difficult to report on? Am I missing something? Okay.
TikTok certainly isn't. Regardless though, keeping on top of that all the time does take time. And of course, there are consequences for DMCAing anyone. Audience backlash. Because again, removing one reaction to your videos does nothing to impact the market impact of all reaction content and its potential impacts on you. Or your ability to survive in a market, again, where one small portion can pump out 12 videos a day of high quality that normally takes the average person a month to make even one. It doesn't fix anything. It's Gabby's statement. Why don't you just not watch the content then, as if that changes anything? A factory is poisoning the water supply. And Destiny's like, oh, why don't you just not...
Okay, here you go. Ready? Super easy solution. If this is how you really feel, this is what you really want, here's what you do, okay? Get 100 YouTubers, okay? Super easy. Here's what you do. Make a Google Doc, okay, and give editing privileges to 15 large YouTubers. Tell these 15 large YouTubers, hey guys, we're gonna go on Twitter and we're gonna tweet out, if you don't want streamers, lazy React streamers, evil lazy React, Nazi evil lazy React streamers, to react to your content, respond here, email me from an email linked in your YouTube channel, and then we'll add you to a document. Have 15 large streamers that have the ability to edit this doc, put that tweet out, see if you can get like 1,000 fucking streamers, because they all follow, or YouTubers, they all follow each other on Twitter probably, right? Get 1,000 people on a Word doc and then publish it. Go live with it. Take a month, get the names together, and they're gonna say, hey, listen, YouTube creators, we do not want streamers reacting to our stuff anymore. If you want, we can even create a fucking process. Send a streamer $100, or send a YouTube, I keep saying streamer, send a YouTube creator $100 and now you can react to their video, or some shit like that, okay? Or everybody can put their fucking fee in the Word doc if you wanted to, okay? Look up the fucking YouTuber, find their fucking PayPal, and send them $50 or whatever if you want to react to the shit on stream. Boom! You can solve this shit in 1 month if you actually wanted to. If you got 15 big YouTubers together, put out a tweet, and you put in like, this would probably take 5 hours of work, okay? Maybe. Or maybe like an hour each between 15 people. You could do this and you could be done. Boom. And then and you've solved the problem in 1 month. Everybody on the list, you can even make your own little bullshit licensing system like that if you wanted to. Send me $100 and you can react to my fucking video if you're a streamer, and then boom, problem solved. And everybody on that list says, hey, if you react to my shit and you see me on this list and you don't pay me money for it, I'm gonna DMCA you, motherfucker. Boom. Easy. And then every streamer that streams on Twitch, before they watch a YouTube video, they'll open that fucking Word doc, Control F. Is this guy in here? Oh, he is. Oh, I'll go PayPal him $50. Boom. Problem solved in a month.
Not drink from the water. Duh. So this person says, you will lose.
But these guys don't want to solve the problem for one bullshit reason and for one real reason. The bullshit reason is because these guys don't even give a fuck about this. It's not a real problem. It's just because losers like this make money clickbaiting titles like this, acting like this is some new adpocalypse or some new fucking horrible trend on YouTube that's destroying, you know, video creation. It's not, okay? And two, the actual thing is people probably don't want React content to go away because React content probably actually does help a lot of smaller YouTube videos, especially content that's older on YouTube. That'd be my guess, but...
reputation for that, DMCAing other creators. The internet hears the acronym DMCA and immediately sides with the other side. So Destiny says, then have your shit stolen, who cares? This is such a loser mentality. There specifically exists a tool to address this exact problem, and literally 90% of the internet would support you, but you don't use it because randoms on Twitter? This makes literally no sense. So this is dumb, but it becomes more dumb in the next one. A username pirate responds to Destiny.
Wait, does he not respond to me at all? Wait, why doesn't he respond to it? Destiny, streamers are gonna cry about it and it's not gonna be solved, LOL. I don't know what your point is here. Excuse me? What? When have even streamer communities backed streamers crying about DMCA? Has that ever happened, ever? When all the music DMCAs came down from the record labels on Twitch, were there a bunch of people watching like, oh my God, the record labels are so evil, we should be able to... No, everybody made fun of the streamers for it. It's like, oh, probably shouldn't listen to copyrighted music on stream. Where are all of these communities of people that defend streamers against DMCAs, right? The only things that people get mad about are fake DMCAs or people DMCAing you because of criticism.
Because randoms on Twitter, this makes literally no sense. So this is dumb, but it becomes more dumb in the next one. A username pirate responds to Destiny, saying they'll target whoever filed the DMCA and harass them because they're deranged individuals who think normal social legal conventions don't apply to the React content losers that they worship. Destiny responds, this doesn't make sense. So you think people would be in an uproar if you filed a DMCA claim, but they won't be in an uproar if you tell people they're not allowed to watch their stuff ever again. This just grasping at straws. So there are two interpretations of Destiny's words here. He could be saying that he doesn't believe there would be a significantly different response if you try to nuke a person's channel out of existence by using DMCA.
You don't have to nuke... Sometimes in public, if your kid's really acting out, you might have to spank your kid. Oh, so you think you should fucking full Nelson, choke out, decapitate your child in public? You don't have to nuke a person's channel. You could DMCA one thing, number one. Or two, you could also just go on Twitter or send an email saying like, hey, don't react to my shit anymore, or I'm gonna DMCA your channel. You don't have to pull the trigger on it. And if you do pull the trigger, you don't have to DMCA like 20 videos, just one time.
Or if you explain to viewers of that content why they shouldn't watch it moving forward. Either that, or he's saying that he doesn't believe that there will be a difference in response if you try to nuke a person's channel off the internet, and if you simply told people not to react to your content. The problem is that the word people in this context could mean creators or viewers, and their stuff could both refer to the reactors content and the re-uploads of the original creators content. Normally I'd work to steelman the position, but both positions don't make sense. Therefore I will address the latter and then go back to the former. For so many years, we've heard DMCA abuse of the copyright system, evil companies DMCAing content, and it's the entire discourse. When viewers hear DMCA, they're like, what is this person abusing copyright for?
Do you know, are you so fucking retarded that you can't tell the fucking difference? Do people think DMCA doesn't have a legitimate purpose? Like, if there was ever a time to DMCA, if this is something you feel very strongly about, this would be the time. This is a legitimate utilization of the DMCA. And you'd probably, if it went to court, which it wouldn't, because I don't know if people would counterclaim, if it went to court, you'd probably win. If a streamer just watches an hour-long video and they don't say anything, you probably would be fine there. Like, even legally. Like, so are you telling me that because some people have abused DMCA in the past, now you're never going to use DMCA even if it's for legitimate purposes? Like, wait, what the fuck?
Regardless of the details of the case. But if you ask a person like, hey, I'm not really cool with my content being reacted to, that is obviously going to elicit a much lighter response from audiences, especially because that can be done like under the table. Like most of the people who ask Asmongold not to react to his stuff, you probably don't know about. But if you DMC'd Asmongold, next thing on Twitter would be, I've just been DMCA'd by this scum trying to take down my channel. How dare he? Fucking get.
Has this ever, I'm trying to think if this has ever happened where people haven't been DMCAing for criticism. Like if somebody DMCA'd Asmongold for re-uploading a video that he reacted to in its entirety, would Asmongold even make, I feel like even as a streamer, you'd be like, yeah, fuck me, I got there. Are people really going to be like, no, Asmongold should be able to re-upload your full videos unedited to his channel? Like,
at this fool. Obviously, putting an account in jeopardy with potentially thousands of re-uploaded videos, potentially taking down that is obviously going to be a bigger escalation than asking a person not to watch your content in the future. And obviously the response from viewers will be different.
Can you clarify this? Is it true in practice that all you need to do is report the channel one time and all their videos will be flagged past, present, future? No, I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't know what he's even talking about there. That happened with CGP Grey. I don't know. I have to go. I need to go see what happened with the CGP Grey situation because people keep bringing it up. But as always,
reacting.
usually when people bring shit up, it's completely misrepresented. But I'm not sure what happened with CGP Grey.
Videos. Now, he could have claimed the content, the monetization, as I mentioned earlier, without a copyright strike, without a takedown. Now, at last note, he was doing okay that way. I've been told that he, when it was still public, before he privatized that information, he was making somewhere real close to about $200,000 a month on Patreon alone. And
Wait, I need way more context on this. Also, wait, hold on. Did CGP Grey, hold on, actually, let me get my hand on this. Did CGP Grey himself DMCA channel, or is he part of a network that is auto copyright takedowns too? I'm curious. Vaguely relevant response to the CGP Grey. I don't know if I want to run down. He himself did it? Oh, okay, I'm so curious what happened then. Vlogging through history, post an update video on the matter with CGP Grey. Essentially, instead of CGP simply claiming the revenue like most record labels do of content with features or music, CGP took to the nuclear option. They issued a formal copyright strike on VTH's channel. In order to enforce the strike, CGP Grey would actually need to sue VTH for copyright infringement, which shows how serious this matter is. Doing a strike on the channel. Wait, what? No, he doesn't have to. He would only have to sue him if. Bro, nobody even knows how any of this shit works. The only way you have to take somebody to court is if they not reject. When you there's a word I'm looking for when you fight against. Somebody else's DMCA. Oh, counterclaim, maybe, yeah. Regardless of the details of the story, the largest tweet I saw about this was only a couple thousand likes. That's what this guy did. And did CGP Grey take him to court? I'm so curious what... I'm so curious what the context was of all of this. The context is that the content was cucked. Thanks. The complaint I have about Chris is that he rarely makes his own content. He just reacts to other stuff. It's easy to watch somebody's video and just add stuff. Oh, is that what happened? Vlogging through history.
Hey everybody, welcome. I know that
Historian reacts. Historian reacts. Historian oh. Wait, is that what he does?
welcome back, everyone. Well, today is July the brigade.
And one regiment at a time. Now, our best hope is that leading regiment can keep the Rebs occupied long enough for reinforcements to exploit the breach.
And I want to just point out that Matthew Broderick in this film.
Okay, base.
Get their ships in.
Oh, like he's doing stuff too. I think his vids are usually pretty transformative. Yeah, I'm joking, but they could be, yeah. So he probably did a
Welcome back.
So what, he did a video like this to CGP Grey, and CGP Grey copyright struck him? Were people, what is like the, can somebody give me the most viral response to this? Were there a whole bunch of people that were mad at CGP Grey for DMCAing this guy? Like, give me the most viral reaction to this. Because CGP Grey is a really huge YouTube channel. Is that not a valid copyright strike? It's, when you ask if a copyright strike is valid, that's a hard and misleading question. Any copyright strike is kind of technically sort of valid as long as you're filling out the affidavit in good faith, meaning you believe that your copyright is being infringed. But technically, fair use is an argument that you would use in court to protect yourself against copyright infringement claims. There's not like a hard and fast, like, this is fair use and this isn't fair use. Fair use is an argument that you use in court. I think it's, would fair use be considered an affirmative defense? Let me check. I don't, but it's kind of like, it's like self-defense basically, I think. If You find that the defendant has proved by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant made a fair use of the plaintiff's work. Your verdict should be for the defendant. Fair use is generally an affirmative defense. Yeah, okay. Okay, where were we? Boom, boom, boom. The most viral I can find is 1.3 thousand likes, and they call CGP Grey a villain arc. Okay, so then CGP Grey, the largest YouTuber, well, I shouldn't say that, I'm sorry, a huge YouTuber that almost everyone knows about, even he didn't get a huge response for DMCAing somebody. And this is recent, too. So no. I'm ejecting that whole thing. I don't think there would be a hugely negative response to any of this. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If there wasn't even one, two. Oh, and CGP Grey even got more likes, copyright claiming him. Indeed, one day at YouTube Creators needs to explain to me how someone watching a complete video of mine while eating lunch and adding a couple comments is fair use. Meanwhile, using a few seconds clips of something from Disney could be an instant and irreversible copyright strike. And he got 3,000 plus likes on this. And that's even with people attacking him in the comments. Ludwig is here. This was against Ludwig? Oh, was it? It was 2 years ago. Oh, shit. Oh, so this wasn't even the same video. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. CGP Grey going hard. As a creator, it's so frustrating and dispiriting when you spend hundreds of hours working a thing and somebody just screenshots that thing and it gets thousands of more upvotes than the thing itself. Extra frustrating because in this case, the screenshot is near meaningless without the context. Oh. And he downvoted it. You probably got on all 3 of his Reddit accounts to downvote that post. But yeah, bro, it's an image. Of course an image is going to get more upvotes than an entire fucking video. I know that he's got, I know he's got 3 Reddit accounts because he's a Destiny fan. And you get permabanned on at least 1 per year, so. Okay. Sorry, hold on, we got sidetracked.
Out of that. So to address the other interpretation, where nuking a person's channel off the internet would be met with the same response as explaining to viewers why you shouldn't watch a person's content.
You don't need to nuke their shit off the internet. Destiny, genuine concern. I think a lot of creator content is just generally built on a gentleman policy of not using the legal system. I feel like a lot of creators think DMCA is Pandora's box, but we're going to see a widespread use of it. Then just threaten it. Hello? If Russia can threaten to use nukes, you can threaten to use a DMCA without actually doing it. Russia's not going to nuke anybody. And you don't have to DMCA them. It's called saber rattling, okay?
Big difference, of course, is that you're avoiding all the cries of DMCA abuse.
Yeah, not to mention what August is saying too, is that like if you file a DMCA on YouTube these days, you can even put somebody on notice. It doesn't even necessarily have to be, you don't even have to tell them. Like if you file a DMCA on YouTube now, removal options, removal timing for targeted videos, scheduled, send a 7-day notice. Once the request is validated, YouTube gives the uploader 7 days to remove the video and avoid a copyright strike. If they don't, the video is removed after 7 days. Like there are so many tools at your disposal. Again, nobody wants to do any of these things because they don't actually care. It's just like these people that build a reputation around like getting ass mad about fucking streamers for whatever fucking reason. Like nobody actually cares about this problem. There's so many ways to fix it.
DMCA abuse, what are you doing? But also in this context, viewers have a choice. They're having something explained to them that they can agree with or disagree with. You're not potentially nuking a channel out of existence to stop them watching it. You're saying, hey, stop watching this for these reasons. Upon reflection, the reason why Destiny's phrasing was so poor is likely because he was trying to strawman the original person's claim. A person saying that it makes sense to avoid the uproar that a DMCA claim might cause doesn't necessarily mean that person says to avoid any potential uproar caused by anything else. Especially when there are other things you can do that will cause either no uproar or less of an uproar. So not only was the wording bad, but it was also just a dishonest thing to say. Another person named Pedro says, reaction isn't net good overall. People don't like it because it seems like it's unfair. To some extent it might be, but there are many layers to it. And Destiny responds, people don't like it because popular shit on streamers at the moment. That's literally it, lol. Is the 2023 So Brave opinion streamer bad? Whenever any—
I put a trademark in there. I don't like how dark the trademark is.
People don't like it because
I searched for this on my emoji board, and for some reason the trademark is like black, and it made it look like I just put a lot of spaces there. That was very upsetting.
shit on streamers at the moment. That's literally it, lol. It's the 2023 So Brave Opinion streamer bat. Whenever anyone is criticized, one dishonest tactic is to try to broaden the criticism. Whereas like, hey, they're not just talking about me, they're talking about all of us, guys. We're all in this together. Well, it may look like they're attacking me, but actually they're attacking you as well. We're all in this together, guys. Only a portion of streamers are being criticized. And it's...
I don't even think I'm one of the streamers that was being criticized for this. I'm pretty sure it was focused on Hassan and XQC. I think it was initially focused on XQC and maybe Asmongold, and then Hassan's dumb fuck editor decided to throw his hat into the ring and fucking drag Hassan into it. But I'm not even part of the people that are being like indicted. I don't think I'm even known necessarily for React content. Again, usually people don't like me because I put up my be right back screen and I just walk away from the fucking computer.
In many cases, not even all reactors on Twitch. The ones who are seeing the most criticism are those who are reacting on Twitch and having those videos then re-uploaded to YouTube. Hell, Mudahar, the person with the highest likes tweet on this issue, he has a position. He's not that fussed about reactions on Twitch, but he cares when it goes to YouTube. So it's not all streamers, not even all React streamers, but just React streamers with YouTube channels where they re-upload these videos. But this is a very useful dishonest tactic whenever you're criticized. They're not talking about me, guys, they're talking about everyone. We're all in this together. This whole thing represents dishonest debating tactics, fierce delusion, a misunderstanding of the topic. Like again, you can disagree, but your criticisms should be made in light of understanding, not just throwing out whatever you feel like the other person's position should be. Destiny is like all of us. He can fall victim to his own emotional biases. And certainly he has a strong investment in the idea of reaction content continuing to be accepted on these platforms.
Wrong! That is not true. And I complained about this 4 fucking years ago, you stupid brainless ape motherfucker, okay? I was one of the original streamers that hated React content. And I remember saying, I remember sitting in my goddamn apartment in Glendale. I was like, you know what? All these other fucking streamers, Hassan with his 90-day fiance, Trainwrecks with his fucking MasterChef bullshit, these guys are gonna get fucked when the copyright strikes come down. I'm the only streamer that's gonna survive because I'm the only one that doesn't watch videos on stream. I'm the only one that plays games and all this other shit. Those guys are gonna get fucked. And guess how fucking wrong I was. Guess how much of a fucking retard I was, because every motherfucking streamer watched React content and blew their viewership up, sometimes 2, sometimes 10-fold in Hassan's case, doing the 90-day founder shit. I was so fucking wrong. So the idea that I'm like mega invested in defending React, I'm not, bro. I can sit here and play. I will do more damage to myself with League of Legends than you have ever seen a streamer do to their career, okay? I have no problem playing autistic games or Factorio or whatever, all fucking downstream. I can do this shit, no problem. But I like the assumption that I'm like defending React content because it's some huge part of what I do.
It's his business model. He's not going to debate this fairly. He's not going to...
My business model, yeah.
...care what people are actually saying. He's just going to throw out shit and try to muddy the discourse, so hopefully he can skirt by another year. But that's life.
Skirt by another year. That's me, bro. Nice anime shit. How many... insert pedophile joke. Okay, what is this? Okay, why can't we put indentations on our paragraphs here? Oh, is this just a transcription of a YouTube video? 35 pages. Oh my god. Destiny, you literally have anime art as part of your stream? Yeah, because I love little children. The video timestamp featuring the graph from earlier.
But then we notice a little spike here on May 12th, because this is when everyone's favorite corporal decided he wanted to watch some real
everyone's favorite corporal? Is that what it said?
Content, and he reacted to it. So you'll see a bump in viewership here because he's consistent about giving credit and linked the video to his stream after watching it. But even visually here, you'll notice an immediate decline. I did actually take the time to average all of these out, and as you can just visually see here, we have a pretty significant decrease in viewership, presumably due to the fact that from this date, there are now 2 major copies of this video sharing the algorithm. And I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion to make.
I'd be interested to see, like, what does the drop-off look on a normal video, but... Oh, hello, my friend.
Hey, Destiny, how you doing? Are you pissing everybody off again today? Is that what you're up to? Seems like it.
I've had a lot of good PR over the past while, so I'm ready to
fight.
To
take it down a bit,
I need to fight, yeah. I need to fight some people again. I'm ready. I need to...
I was playing my video games, and people were like, you gotta talk to him. You gotta talk him off this.
Bring the energy! Nuts. Yeah, what do you want?
I don't have energy, fuck. Right? Australian? What the... What are you, Canadian?
Basically, Canadians are basically Americans, so I'm basically Canadian. That's how that works, yeah.
It's like America's hat. It's not really the same thing, but I'll give it to you. It's fine. Oh, how do we figure this out? You know, we'll probably start with like, I don't know, earliest principles. I saw that you were saying if someone like fully re-uploads and sort of cannibalizes the views, that would be.
I think that if there was one thing to complain about, I don't even know this, but if there was one thing to complain about, I think that reacting to a video that's been uploaded for less than a day and then getting your reaction to that video up on YouTube, like within that day, I could see people getting irritated about that. Because at that point, I'm not really sure if that would cannibalize, but I could see people getting ass mad about that. And that's fair, I think.
So principally underlying that, like, what's going on? What's the big issue? It's that they are entitled to money and views, and it's getting taken from them.
Principally, oof, that's a.
No, I'm actually intending today to figure out my position. Ultimately, I'm going to use you.
Well,
for
principally,
it.
there's a couple. I think principally, you'd have to go way back into what do we think about copyright, and that's a difficult question. Let's say, for instance, that somebody could violate somebody else's copyright and make $10 million without ever negatively impacting the original copyright holder. Would that be ethical or unethical?
It was interesting because you brought it up earlier, and I'm with you on it. The game one with stories and stuff. I ask it every once in a while when we're doing EFAP episodes. A long play is ethical, and obviously everyone knee jerk is like, of course they are. I enjoy them, and it's like that. Long plays, if for anybody who doesn't know, it's the just concept of you have the full game recorded and you don't speak, you don't say anything. You have people walking around and doing choices, especially games where like that matters. You can argue that's some level of the input from the creator. But if we have a game like the stuff from, is it Supermassive Games, where they make games that are like story based entirely, they're almost films. Little Hope would probably be the best example. It's a video game that really, that's a whole other conversation. It's barely a video game. But if they uploaded that in full and made money off it, is that right? Should that be done? And you know, you were talking about people not doing enough to respond to it. It's like, I wonder if the game company knew about it. They probably do know about it. They've decided that the promotion is enough to outweigh it. Kind of like whether or not you should stop shoplifting with extra security or not, because it's like spending, you know, the balances and stuff. I think that there's.
Oh, actually, to be as a quick addendum to that, some companies are aware of that, and some companies do take a stand against that. So, for instance, Atlas Games, which I believe made Persona. Yes. Atlas Games, I believe, had a policy where once the game was released, they didn't want people streaming or uploading anything past like the first chapter of the game or something. And they said they would be striking people. You could upload like up to a certain part, and then they didn't want people spoiling the rest. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Nintendo just outright, like I remember Total Biscuit almost swearing them off because of the shit that they did.
We don't talk about Nintendo because Nintendo lives in their whole other universe of stupid shit. Nintendo, like, if you've got, like, a little brother walking around in the background of your video, like, with a fucking Zelda or a Link hat on, like, they'll send, like, fucking Japanese psyops assassins to your house to, like, kill you. Nintendo's in a whole other world of crazy shit.
Well, that's the thing, the part that makes this a little bit more reasonable, right, is that we can both agree on either extreme. On one side, like, when you've turned a 10-minute video into 10 hours with your commentary, it's like you've transformed that, that's yours. They can't claim that the money you've gotten from that should belong to them. That's a
but this is where the first principles thing is really important, because people keep bringing that up, but it's interesting. People say, like, transformative content is better. And it's like, well, why? Because it's transformative. Well, if your initial argument was the original video is harmed, in my personal opinion, I feel like transformative content might be more harmful than straight rips, right? Like, would I watch an original video or would I watch a boring Asmongold react to it? I'd probably just watch the original video, because why do I want, like, the shittier version, like maybe the chat on the side? I don't know. But for highly transformative content, there might be times where it's like, this guy uploaded a video, I don't know if I trust it or not, I'm just gonna wait until somebody that I trust reacts to it, and then I'll see, like, if it's good or not, right? So in that sense, I feel like transformative videos can be far more harmful. There are probably certain online content creators that will give a take on something political, and people won't watch that original video, but they'll wait for me to respond to it to know why they do or don't like it. But they have no desire to engage with the original, and they're just looking for my transformative reaction to it. So in that sense, that would be a highly transformative reaction, but it would actually be damaging to the initial video, because nobody wants to watch the initial, they just want to see the response to it, you know?
Which is why I think that this is a mess, this whole conversation with everybody involved, because everyone's darting from different positions and defending different positions, and a lot of people who are included when they shouldn't be, or vice versa. I've seen people say, like, why would you take any issues with any of this when you run a React channel? It's like, that's true, but I love reactions. Like, if there's a video that's 10 minutes long talking about, like, everything that's wrong with American politics, and then you cover it, and you, let's say, turn it into a 20-30 minute video, but you have really great research fucking annihilating it, and then that person says, why don't you feel for me more? I got all my shit stolen by Destiny. Everyone's watching that video instead. I'd be like, yeah, good for you. Like, good for you, meaning Destiny. That you've taken the shit video, dramatically improved it, and transformed it into a brand new piece of content. I assume that's got to be a part of deciding whether or not someone is frustrated or not with the situation.
So this is what I always criticize people for, and I think you see it happening a lot here, is sometimes it feels like people are just trying to shit on people and they don't actually care about like helping people. It reminds me of when like progressives talk about like taxing billionaires, and it doesn't seem like they care as much about the social programs. They just want to like punish people for being billionaires. I think that if people cared, I think that there are a consistent set of guidelines that you could develop that I'm pretty sure streamers and YouTubers would be on board with. Firstly, I do think YouTubers do like reactions because it does feel good to get your content in front of a whole new audience, even if you're not generally getting those views. Either one of two things happens. Either one, you're a really small YouTuber, in which case it's almost certainly going to help, or two, you're a larger YouTuber and you'd rather be in front of a new audience than just get like more money for a video, right? Like if I upload a video and it gets like 200,000 views, but it could have been 1 million views, but instead somebody like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan reacts to it and they cannibalize all the views, I don't care. I'd rather have my video in front of their audience. I don't need the money on that video. I'm fine, right? I don't need the money for that video. I'd rather have the reaction in front of a different audience. But if you're really small content creators, probably anyway. I feel like I think there were 3 things I said earlier. Is one, if somebody put out like a list of standards, like don't react to videos within a week of them being uploaded, I think that's fair. Even 1 or 2 weeks, I think that's totally fair. A second thing would be like requirements to link back to the person's either YouTube channel, original video, or Patreon especially. I think that's nice to like direct people back if they want to give money or whatever, if they appreciate it. So 1, 2. And then the third one, it would be nice if there was some sort of like big Word doc for like people to look up YouTube people, and if like, hey, if you want to react to my video, that's fine, just throw me $20 or something. Like, I think those are 3 things where it lets the reactors keep making money doing their shit, the audiences are happy, and the people having their reactions are having them in like the best way possible. That would be like a positive path forward that like makes everybody happy. But right now it seems like people are just really ass mad about streamers.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the funny thing about that is I would almost be annoyed with the rule that I have to wait a week before I can respond to a video, especially if it's like regarding something I consider like false information, which I know sounds absurd when I cover mostly media, but it can get pretty testy over in that side of YouTube. So like, you know, I feel like if I responded to something a day after it came out and then I had all the views on it and they were like, hey, what the fuck, you supposed to give me a week? I'd be like, I don't care, your video was shit. Like it was actually spreading misinformation. Like I don't care to give you a week so that you can get views from it. Like
sure, but then you could just like respond to the video without actually like showing the video, right?
Possible, but I assume you're going to be uploading it with the concept that this is a video getting responded to, and people might end up choosing that instead and feel like, I don't need to see the original, you know?
Maybe. What is the time for this? I'm so sorry. Okay. There's no chance. Yeah, so I can understand there being some drawbacks, but I mean, like, there are ways where, like, you would just have to try to make it so that your content is, like, highly transformative at that point, you know?
Well, just to clarify, because I assume when I was talking about extremes, right, I went one direction, now I want to go with the other, which is that someone just re-uploads your video. I can't remember what you were saying, whether or not you take issue with that.
If somebody were to just straight re-upload my video, a different channel, I think I would lean towards not liking it. I'm not sure how much I would care, but I'd probably lean towards not liking it. That'd be like a 55-45 thing.
Okay, and then I assume would these things change it if they re-uploaded it and it made a shit ton of money, had a shit ton of views, much more than yours?
I think that once you hit a certain like income level for streaming or YouTube, I think the only thing you start to care about is exposure. I don't think like if I miss out on like $2,000 from a video, but the cost of that is it gets in front of like 1 million viewers that wouldn't have ordinarily watched it, like I'd lose the money on that video every single time. Like
it's an interesting idea. I assume you mean that even if that channel was called like Blumpy and it's run by some guy in his basement who's just trying to get videos on that he doesn't want to have to work for, he uploads them, people would still be enjoying you and your coverage, and therefore your notoriety would be going up.
I don't think I would like that as much. So sorry. I'm sorry. It's just something.
Okay, I got your stream. I can see what you're doing.
It's all good. We watch Force and we all struggle with him psychologically. Okay, sorry. Sorry. There was a legitimate argument. I remember Pokemon fought with a guy that did this a long time ago. And I guess we just don't talk about these channels anymore because people are really fixated on the streamers. But there used to be these channels where all they would do is like just re-upload either compilations or highlights from other people's content. And oftentimes they wouldn't link back to like anything. I think I could understand people being irritated about those channels. And I don't know, because like even my clips would show up sometimes, but like they don't link back to anything. People oftentimes don't even know what it is. Those people, sometimes the people that view that content have no engagement with other stuff. Like for instance, let's say Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan uploads a video of mine with no commentary for an hour. I'm probably okay with that. But if there's a channel called like Funny Politics Videos or something, and they just like upload a whole bunch of random shit and they throw a video of mine on, I'm like, I don't think I'm getting any value out of this whatsoever, you know?
Right. So it is determinant then on what you get out of the situation.
Maybe, yeah. There exists, like, I think I could probably come down. Channels that exist that don't even have like a person. It's not even like a person. It's just a channel that exists to like rip content from like other streams or YouTube videos and they just throw them up in like compilations or whatever. I think those channels are probably harmful to everybody. Yeah.
So, you know, the sort of defining the ethics through its consequences versus the act in and of itself. I would still take issue with that guy. Let's say he was a friend of mine, the guy in the basement, and he says like, dude, I've been making like thousands off of blah, blah, blah. And I'd just be like, you know, this scenario, he's making zero. He's like, I can't believe this isn't working. Uploading Destiny, Asmongold, all these different people, and it's not getting any traction. I'd be like, dude, why don't you make something? And then he'd be like, I can't, and they're way better. I would be like, I can't help but be critical of it in the same way that I feel like we're all kind of critical of like any content that does lack what we perceive to be like hard work or talent. Because I think you were almost implying like you want to figure out what it is that's annoying people, when it's amazing that they complain about this and yet you can fucking just stream a game, talk about anything. And you know, like vlogging, or lots of YouTube channels have been hyper successful off that. And it's like, do you take issue with them? They're relatively low effort.
Well, I think, yeah, the big issue with streaming, and this has always been the thing about streaming, is streaming as a content medium is some of the lowest prepared effort to highest financial gain of any content that's ever existed on the internet, right? Yeah, somebody can spend 6 months to produce a 3-hour video, and a streamer can spend 6 months doing 10 hours of content a day, and they'll get compensated way more for it. Although, to be fair, this is the way of all content, unfortunately, right? Like, people that take the time to produce higher quality content, like, oh my god, if you're an animator or something, like that type of content is going to take so long, and it's harder to make money off of the effort put in versus like short form content, you know?
Well, it's interesting because I tried to listen to a lot of what you've been talking about today before we had a chat. You said, like, you know, there's a bit of a divide between streamers and YouTubers, that YouTubers might be mistaken in thinking like streaming is just the lazy people, when it's absolutely not the case necessarily, and vice versa, that YouTubers, just because they don't upload anything but once a year, that they're it's like they're not. What do they do? Work for a week and then put it up and then do nothing?
Yeah, I would fight against. I love shitting on streamers, okay? Because I hate streamers. I hate everybody in this fucking industry, okay? Because they're all horrible people, okay? So I do like to shit on streamers, but I don't want YouTubers to shit on streamers, okay? Because it's not like these guys are not like bastions of like hardworking, okay? Like, yeah. Like,
so I feel uniquely like I'm almost at the point now I'm releasing one per year at about 6 hours long, and the next one's coming out next month. But I also run a weekly stream where we react to videos. That's like a whole thing, or movies or TV or whatever else.
Sure.
And we've gotten, I think, 4 major episodes. I was hoping to get you on one of them to talk about reacting, and we went after our relevant denims, Hassan twice. They're just full of. I went to their streams and I looked through everything that they do, and then showed people what they do, and then we talked about it ethically. It's complicated. I don't deny that, but you know, that's why I wanted to start easy with the Hassan one that we went after. Was, I don't know if you know that when this happened, it was a couple of years ago, but he was watching Jay's video, JXE, and he got up and walked away, and most of the video plays when Hassan's not even on screen.
What a god.
Now, like, I assume we're on the same team and we say like, that's, can we call that he's ought not to do that?
Yeah, so I guess the question is why not? Like, what? Remember you at the beginning of this? No, I'm not saying he should. Everybody's going to interpret it as like, oh, he should be able to do it. But I'm curious, like, what is the reason why we don't like that? Is it because we perceive him as being lazy? Is it because there's some harm to the creator that's different there? Is it? Yeah, I'm curious. What is the first principles attack against that sort of reaction? Like, why do we not like that particular style of reaction?
Because I'm inclined to believe it's actually a big mix of both, and that's what's making this so complicated, is that people need to figure out exactly what they think and mean about all this stuff. I consider myself pretty critical of content that's hyper successful, that's based on basically zero effort. That would be one of the best examples ever, that he's making money off of nothing. And you might be like, well, what's wrong with that? Why can't someone do that? You know, in isolation of where he's gotten this content from or anything to do with JXE. And it's just, it's like an intuition thing. You've got not a great argument going for you. You just have to think about, like, what is it that's frustrating about that versus everyone else having to work so hard, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm curious, because I'll ask you a question on that. Because intuitively, I would agree with you. But then, like, so people will say, like, reacting is zero effort, you're making a ton of money off of it. Couldn't you argue the same for anybody that just streams video games, though?
Yes,
like, you're literally...
I think so.
Yeah, just streaming video games. Yeah, go ahead.
The Little Hope game, if you streamed that and said nothing...
oh, no, I mean, even any video. Like, let's say you stream League of Legends. Isn't that also, like, zero effort? Like, you're just playing games. Like, most people do that for free, right?
The reason why I get gun for Little Hope is because I don't think there's a scenario where you can actually justify it. Meanwhile, with something like League of Legends, if you were a pro player and you're concentrating and you're doing things that are incredible that no one else can do, or at least few people can, I think there's a lot of value in that. It's arguable, a form of transformative content, but obviously this is the problem, that the lore/understanding of everything hasn't caught up to the internet still. With all of this, I think that's another problem, is everyone else, you know, you're talking about how, like, streamers don't react to this the way that their fans will often do. I think a lot of streamers don't know that this is a problem. In Jay's video about this, he wanted to very fairly ask all of his YouTuber friends, do they have a problem with the idea that someone fully uploaded their video reacting to it with zero reactions, it was just their video? Half of them said, yeah, that's fucked up. The other half said, no, it's fine.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'll represent that in the best faith. I don't think it was half, I think it was 10 and 5, wasn't it?
10 and 5?
I think 10 of them said they didn't want it, and 5 of them said they did.
It was the only thing I took away from it was the fact that we're seriously not at a point of agreement. Most people.
But I thought that was interesting, yeah, because that was him talking to his friends, and he's selecting for whatever. So, like, even on the guy that was trying to make a point, it seemed like there were a lot of people that he asked was like, I don't really care that much as long as they credit me, you know?
Yeah, I think what people will intuitively take from it is, well, surely it promotes me, even if I don't get paid for that. It can only help, surely. And you know, if we then went into the stats, like I know Dark Viper does with trying to prove, like, definitively that either views are, I think it's almost like proving a negative. It's impossible to prove an alternate future sometimes. Like, that video would have done better, trust me, bro. And it's like, I don't know that it would have, but I guess I can buy that it would have. Which is why I think that the more effective argument is that there's, like, to aim for the absolute lack of any kind of respectable input on their end, and yet they gain so insanely large amounts of it at the expense of sometimes provable elements, but they're still pretty tenuous, so it gets very complicated. Like, the concept of, I don't want them gone, I don't think I want to ban anybody for it. I want to heavily discourage and arguably shame it. So, like,
the React content?
Well, I do React content, right? So, like, it's I'm trying to think of an example of a time where you've covered plenty of videos that I would never have watched. You covering them does not mean that I was going to watch them if you didn't, because I'm actually there for your input. There are videos you've covered where I share the sentiment in some of the comments where it's just like, what was the point of that? I was just watching their video and I didn't even like their video. I want to hear what you have to say. It's just like an ironic problem, because it's not stolen views at that point. It's just views that would have become existing as a result of expecting something else. You were talking earlier about the ContraPoints one. That's taken down now, is it?
Yeah, because every now and then I'll be doing nothing on stream. We just have a video while I, like, play a game.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of, like, watching. I don't have much to say about it, but for some reason my YouTube editor wanted to fuck me hard that week and decided to throw that one completely onto YouTube.
Well, but that seems really interesting to me, the fact that you seem to be reacting quite hard to the concept of it being there right now. Is that beyond optics, or is it just because you knew people might use it against you?
Well, one, it was because it's just not, like, why would I upload somebody else's video to my channel? Like, there's
that's
point. And
so
then,
that's kind of where I'm at with all of it. It's like, if I had a friend who was doing it, I'd be like, okay. And you know, I've heard every argument, right? Hassan said in response to us, like, because he found out that EFAB code and fucking, I think he confused us with every frame a painting, which was hilarious because everyone in his chat got really upset about it.
Yeah.
But he looked at the argument of, like, when he goes to make food and eat it, he shouldn't be playing a video. And he interpreted that as he's not allowed to leave then. And he's like, what do you want me to do, die? And it was like,
or
Jesus
just not
Christ.
watch a thing, yeah.
Well, there's so many options. Why don't you just play stuff from your older streams temporarily, funny moments or whatever?
Sure.
You've done the obvious, which is a BRB screen, but, like, you can play stuff from your own shit. You don't have to play someone else's video. And then, of course, because, like, something else I find really interesting about this, because I'm with you on this is so messed up and complicated. You know, like, the permission argument, basically. Like, If someone gave us permission, then why the fuck are you mad? They've already said they're okay with it. I assume you'd agree there are times on Earth where two people are consenting to an act that you actually consider immoral.
Oh, that's like the, yeah, but that doesn't apply. You're asking, it's kind of the question of like, can you sell yourself into slavery? Is that like an ethical trade if both people are consenting?
Sure.
Yeah.
If we can go with something simpler and chiller instead of slavery, something like a guy is doing a contracting job and it's an old lady who's just like, I need a toilet fixed, and he says, yeah, that's going to be $5,000. When let's say the job would cost $500, and she's like, oh geez, okay, yeah, sure, and you'd be like, you can do that, but that seems a bit fucked up. Like,
Sure.
It's like, well, she agreed. And you're
Yeah,
like,
no,
I know,
yeah, there can definitely be things that are unethical. Why is this not going to this sector over here? But I feel like we're pretty far away from that for React content. I don't think we're in like any super ultra exploitative territory where people are like have an inability to consent because this content is so hyper.
Also,
yeah.
In an equal way that we can't necessarily prove what video views have been taken away, we can't prove the opposite, right? And so I think a lot of creators probably like Lemino, because you actually brought up that a lot of YouTubers can't even survive being on streams, which is true. I imagine a lot of them, I don't mean to be rude, but a lot of them can't deal with a lot of social scenarios, and the idea that they're going to take any kind of public action against someone is just like, nah, I'm doing okay. Lemino is doing okay, so is Internet Story, and plenty of these channels are doing fucking amazingly, whether or not Asmongold or Destiny react to them. And so it's just like, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near DMCAing them publicly.
Yeah, I guess, but if this is such a huge problem for so many YouTubers, it seems like it would be trivial for everybody
It's
to
interesting.
Just, like...
I'm not sure it is a huge problem for loads of YouTubers. It's that nothing gets done ever since, I feel like the first time this really blew up was Jinx. I assume you remember that as well.
I don't. I know everybody references it, but can you catch me up? Like, what happened with that?
It's just a YouTube channel that started going really, really, really popular, and all he did was he would just take a video from someone else, sit in the corner, and go every once in a while, and that was it. He did all of the ASDF animations, and like he was just like, that's funny. Okay. People were like, holy fuck, and he'd get like 1 million views. He was getting to 1 million subscribers, and the funny thing about that is like those ASDF videos are still doing brilliantly well, but I seriously think it's an intuitive thing. Everyone was just like, that seems fucked up. That guy over there is doing as well as that guy over there, but he's just using that guy over there. That's not right. But like arguing it is difficult. I would never deny that, but I'm mainly more concerned about the extreme sides. If you turn a 20-minute video into a 40-minute one, I think I'm okay with that. I think that's considered transformative.
Again, the only thing that's
fine.
interesting that we talked about before is back to that first principle. It's like, why do we or don't we like React content? Because that was my, I don't think you were here when I was making the point, but my point was that a very, very, very transformative content might actually be more detrimental to the original than not, right? If somebody watches me do a 2-hour response video to a 30-minute Ben Shapiro video, they're never watching that 30-minute Ben Shapiro video, right? Why would they? They've already seen my whole response to it.
I assume we're in a position where it's like trying to define the difference between killing and murder, which is straightforward. This is like, you can do it as long as you're transforming. If you're not, you can't. Like,
yeah, but then that's my only question is, why are we okay with the transformative content? Because it makes it feel like if we're okay with the transformative content, then we don't actually care about harm to the original creator. That's what it feels like, you know?
I think that's something most people would agree with anyway, in terms of like, there's gonna be harm done to creators who are awful when you cover their anything. Even you don't have to cover their videos, you can do harm to creators, but it's harm in and of itself is not a principal issue. It's going to be dependent on the context. But in this case, people would say it's undue harm.
Maybe. I don't know.
But the counter, of course, is that there's the opposite of that, isn't it? It's undue, or not undue, but due praise of that channel and possibly engagement. And I know that this is pretty much my position, and I assume it might be yours, but like Jay's video's conclusion is just credit the person you're responding to and try and please add to it. It's very simple requirements, you know? Because from what I've seen of the worst, like, it just feels fucking wrong, and I feel like the world would be just fine if because you were saying earlier about the Internet Historian mining, or whatever it was, the hole, I'm just going to say, big hole, caves, that video. That what the fuck are you going to say about it? And I'm genuinely interested in your answer of just if you feel like you're probably not going to say anything about it, why not watch that in your own time instead of something that you would have something to say about?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how that was only in response to some people, because some people will say that, like, I wish that my streamer would watch some things, but I wish they'd react more to other things. But like, depending on the content that the streamer is going to watch, like for some things I wouldn't expect the streamer to have any reaction, especially for like documentary related things. Like, I don't expect, like, nobody's going to have much of a response to the JFK video unless you're like a JFK conspiracy theorist, like, expert, right? I wouldn't expect anybody to have any response to it.
So I find that one interesting too. So if you did have something to say about it, then I mean, if I can come up with something as an example of what you could maybe say about it, would you want to feel like changing the argument, or would you just be like, well, yeah, maybe I could say that? And
I mean,
what I'm referencing is just like maybe the construction of the video, how he presents his arguments, how he argues in general, whether or not we can trust what he's saying based on everything that he's covering, the animations he uses, the artwork, obviously. The way he speaks, is it convincing or is it awkward?
Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but I feel like at some point it's going to be a meme. Because I said before, like, you pause, like, wow, I really like the voice work here. Like, I don't know if you could do that much for like an hour.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I would hate it, because that's the thing, right? Jinx could just pause once per 10 seconds, go, ha, oh yeah, that's funny, that is real funny. Am I transforming this? Like, he looks around like, does this count? It's like, no, I only want you to do it if you're actually passionate and you actually have things to say, of course. It's just that I would opt that if you realize, like 5 minutes in, like, fuck, I've got nothing to say. If you guys are interested in carrying this on, it's from Lemino, it's about this, go ahead. I'm going to watch it later because I got nothing to say. I would way prefer that as an outcome.
Sure. I guess, yeah, it comes down to that first principles thing of like, why do we or why don't we care about certain types of content, I guess. Which I still don't know if we've actually like figured that out.
So what content are you surprised people don't care about?
What content?
Would it be like the gaming stuff?
What content am I surprised that people don't care about?
Yeah, because like I assume you're going with the direction that, principally speaking, it sounds like this should have overlap with a bunch of other content that nobody says anything about.
Oh, I guess. Oh no. For me, I was just thinking from that first principles thing. I'm curious what is truly making what truly makes people upset, because I see so many different arguments thrown out and so many different things said. It feels like people are just mad sometimes at like either streamers are making money or they just generally don't like streamers. Because I feel like the first principle thing is like, I don't like that my streamer's getting harmed, or I just don't like that it's copyright infringement. I don't like the arguments are all over the place. I'm just curious, like, what is the actual like fundamental reason why people are so upset over?
I think most would want to cite theft. It's you're taking something that someone else created and you're using it to benefit in one way or another. And whether or not it's with their permission, like I said, we'll go for this example, we can say without permission.
Yeah, I guess that would be an argument. Then I'd make people really mad because then I'm curious about the ad block and the pirating takes that everybody seems to be really keen to defend.
Well,
but
if you wouldn't mind, I would love to talk about them. So with
Sure.
piracy, are you saying like people should have, they shouldn't be pirating shit if they're going to say that stealing's bad?
Probably, or at the very least, I'm sympathetic towards pirating for people that don't have money for things, because you're not going to buy it either way. I do think that ad block has probably been one of the most destructive things that has like radically shaped how the internet functions right now. But I think people benefit so much from ad block that they don't ever want to like discuss it.
Yeah, I'm with you on. I'm absolutely with you on these. These are going to be things you need to speak to each individual, see what their principles are, and I doubt they're going to hold up. Piracy is one of the best ones ever for proving people actually don't hold to things, because ultimately, like, I've pirated a lot of things even recently for the goal of actually getting access to it. As someone who needs references that go back really far, and I couldn't get LA Noire to actually run on my PC. I bought it, wouldn't work, pirated it, did work. It's these kinds of scenarios that, like, piracy is incredibly important. But there are people who just pirate everything. I'm not gonna disagree there. Like,
I pirated Game of Thrones after paying for it on HBO because I couldn't figure out how to like authorize from my phone. This is fucking retarded.
And so, but the people who pirate everything and then say like, oh, I wish they made like more good, whatever show instead of more of the shit. And it's like, you're not even buying the one that you think is good. You're not showing them any support. You're pirating the shit out of it. It's like, you should probably. I like to have hard copies of like all of my favorite shows and movies and stuff. But so that one is going to be wavy, depending on who you're talking to, and you could probably convince them to be better with that, but then you come in between them and their wallet, so it starts to get more interesting for them, right? But with ad block, so what's your position on ad block exactly?
I feel like ad block is an incredibly destructive force in the internet that the vast majority of people don't need to engage in at all. They just do it for convenience sake.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is probably the number one drain on creator income, or almost certainly the number one drain on creator income over any other thing that's ever existed on the internet. But I think that people like their ad block for understandable reasons a lot, so they try to like mental gymnastics their way out of caring about it. But like for instance, because it's one of the frustrating takes because people never want to think about it. But like, if you were to pull every single creator on the internet, the ones that hate XQC Hassan more than anything else, if you could pull every creator on YouTube and say you have the option today to either delete React streamers or delete ad block, what would you do? Like, it would be ad block in a heartbeat. It would just dramatically change everything with how we engage with stuff on the internet.
I think you're right. Do you think that their hypocrisy as individuals would have any weight on this argument as a whole about reactions?
Well, it's just the thing that's difficult, kind of going back to the beginning, the first principles thing, is I can't tell sometimes what people's arguments actually are. That's the only frustrating thing. Because like,
I'm doing the same thing as you. I've got premium or whatever it's called for YouTube.
Yeah, same. Yeah, and I had Twitch Turbo and everything too. Yeah, and then I've got like subscriptions to like 5 different fucking websites or whatever. But the oh yeah, but like if somebody's like, oh, like I think it's depriving creators of revenue, this is like horrible. It's confusing to me. If that's something that you feel so strongly about, why are you putting so much like weight onto React streamers that probably have a minimal, if any, impact, and not more on things like adblock, which are yeah.
This is the thing. I've in the past said, like, I completely understand people pulling up adblock with really obstructive and obtrusive ads that get like all over everything. But if you feel like you want to support a content creator and you can't send donations, you can't like buy whatever merchandise, you just like, yeah, I can't do anything. I'm not pouring it, but I do run ad block on your channel. It's like, that seems weird. I feel like you should probably leave that off if you want to help out. Like, that's obviously what would happen. So yeah, no, I get that too. It's just that, like, obviously I'm not useful to talk to on that one because I think I'm in line with most of what your positions are for piracy and ad block. Which means mostly just comes down to the reactor stuff, which I feel like we're mostly on the same page. I'm struggling to find much to complain about.
Yeah, probably. Like I said, I think that there's I think that there are like reasonable arguments to be made for why fuck this and this. I think there are reasonable arguments to be made for like how people can engage with React. The 3 things that I gave earlier. It's just like the level of like vitriol and hatred that people have on this particular topic makes me feel like there are other types of arguments that people really want to make, but for whatever reason they aren't. And I just think that's very interesting to me. Yeah.
I'd be willing to watch, because it sounded like you said you'd seen the J video, the JXC one. Did you have any thoughts on it?
I haven't watched that one yet. I can react to that if you'd like me to.
Well, I mean, it would be fucking great if we could react together. Why not do that?
I mean, yeah, if you want to. How long is that video?
I'll fucking generate your channel some content. Why not?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. We can show people how it's done.
Yeah, do you want to link me the video?
Sure, do you want to do it and watch together, or?
That's so hard for me to do. Wait, how does that work?
It just means that we both have control over when it pauses, that's all.
If you want to, yeah, go for it. The only thing these things usually like lag like a motherfucker for me, so it's irritating. But yeah, we can try it if you want, yeah.
Well, yeah, give it a shot, see what happens. Because this is the thing, I'd be surprised if you took issue with anything in the video, but if you do, I wouldn't mind talking about it.
Hold on, forcing clip, 1 second.
Generating gun.
Okay. If
I suppose people want us to talk about ad block is not the same thing as stealing content. I agree with that. There is a line between them, but I understand the connection Desti's making, though.
Yeah, I mean, ad block is worse than reacting. Guys, I don't think you guys realize how unbelievably huge. Perspective listeners in chat. I don't want to chat about veganism anymore. I don't know how vegans found a way to rope the vegan debate into the fucking abortion debate. It's like my 2 most hated topics now. Fucking, I don't want to talk about it. I don't care. Please stop. Oh my god. If people see the URL to this, is that bad? Will they all be able to pause it?
Yes. You need to make sure they can't see the URL.
Okay, hold on, let me figure this out.
Can you like do the thing where it pulls it out, or is it when all work for watch together?
It's hard because like I use 2 PCs to stream, so this is going to my other PCs, which is hard. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Hold on, I got this.
Oh, I mean,
I'm a pro
it'll
streamer.
still work if it's audio only.
I'm a professional streamer. Hold on, I got
good.
This. 1 second.
Got to get people the visuals if you can, all right? You should play a video while we're waiting.
Shut up. Hold on. 1 second. I'm reacting to somebody's DMs with my text. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Yep, I mean, if you want me to talk about random shit to keep people around, that's all right.
Why do I always think you're Australian?
I don't know. To be fair, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where I'm from, but it would be Wales.
Oh, I was there a while ago.
Little Britain. You were? How was it?
Bro, wait, do you live like in Wales proper or?
Yeah.
Are you? Am I? You have the tiniest fucking roads I've ever.
We have the tiniest like country.
Like no. Like there are roads that are narrower than single lane roads in the United States, and these are 2-ways. Like it's insane. Like I thought I was gonna die. I figured it out by like day 2 or 3, but oh my god, the roads are so narrow and you guys drive so fucking fast. I think I'm not spoiled, but like I go to Sweden, bro, in Stockholm, people drive like 45 kilometers an hour at like tops everywhere. I don't even think the cars are even built to go faster than that. Like they're so slow. And then in Bongerland, you guys are flying down these narrow itty bitty fucking roads. I'm like, holy shit. But
it's the Dark Souls of roads. You're ready for it, I think.
Guess. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me grab a thing real quick. Oh, no, it's Muda! Haha, the stream hater in chat. Motherfucker. Hold on 1 second.
How did it come to this? Terrible. Also, hi Mudaha. I love seeing more and more YouTubers getting roped into this insanity.
Also,
the whole React thing.
I know that Abba wasn't talking shit in chat. I saw him on that YouTube chat. Okay, Mr. Actual like React YouTube channel. You better be careful out there. Okay, Abba. Okay. Boom, boom. Wait, do you have perms for my Discord?
I don't know. Probably. I'm in there.
So, hold on. You probably. Perms for my Discord are a big deal. What do you mean probably? That's like asking if you have a black card. You don't know.
Well, I'm just so important and cool that I don't really check. I just like assume that I do.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Who's the UK person? His name is
UK person.
That's what they asked. Boom, boom. Oh, also, Polecat is the official head moderator on Discord now. Just so you guys all know. Give him congratulations. Also, I thought I had to delete the Not Safe for Work memes channel to partner the server, but I deleted it, and I don't think we needed to. So if you were mad that that channel got deleted, get fucked. Haha, I deleted it.
Oof.
Okay. We're gonna capture this. Boom, boom. Okay, let's see if I can do this without fucking it up. Okay. We're here. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, alright, let's do it.
In November of 2020, I posted a 14-minute YouTube video in which I roast a weird house. It was, when I first released it, one of my worst performing videos for quite a while. It seemed like it was just gonna end up being one of those videos that didn't get seen by that many people, and that's absolutely fine, you know? That is, until completely out of the blue, it was given a huge amount of extra exposure by an absolute legend. I'd never met this person, in fact, I didn't even know they existed before this, but the boost that they gave me almost doubled the video's view count in just a few days. And for that, I would genuinely like to thank the Reddit user who posted my video to r/videos. You did me an absolute solid. This kind of thing is genuinely really helpful. Anyway, today we're talking about reaction content. Chances are you probably know plenty of creators who react and respond to the work of other creators. And hell, that's something I do plenty. For anyone who doesn't know, I actually started out as a response YouTuber. Be it in a stream or in a fully edited video, I've reacted and responded to a lot of other people's videos in my time. Here's a clip from one of those videos so you can see the kind of thing I do. Dip your balls in Tabasco sauce. Now when I cover other people's work like this, there are a few kinds of etiquette that I feel it's important to stick to.
Do you think there's any valuable sort of point of view from the whole gentleman's agreement or unofficial rules or anything like that? Do you find much stake in it, I guess? Like, we try to avoid doing DMCAs or shitting on other people's work when they've maybe it's very much undo instead of just like shooting randomly. Like, do you think there's anything to that, or do you always want to get the more principled arguments?
I mean, it's going to depend on what we're talking about, but at the end of the day, gentlemen's agreements are just an opportunity for people to fucking ruin you if you're not careful to utilize the tools that you have. So, like, should people be DMCAing people immediately? No. Like, that's probably not a good idea. But, like, that's a tool that you have if you truly are suffering losses at the hands of people, you know, stealing your content. Like, I don't think, like, if this was the case, like, let's say it was the case that we all knew absolutely that React streamers were severely depriving or even moderately depriving YouTube uploaders of revenue. If that was the case, and then they reached out and they're like, hey, can you not watch my shit on your stream anymore? And they still did it, I think DMCA is 100% okay there. Like, absolutely okay. Like, that's literally what the tool was built for.
I mean, but do you, because like I've seen, I don't know if you hold much weight in this, but like I don't want to fucking DMCA anybody really.
Really?
And you might be like, well, what the fucking why?
Yeah,
It's like,
why
I don't know, I
not?
just want to fucking deal with like all the shit that comes with it. Like maybe it's because I have a lack of familiarity with doing it. I've literally never DMCA'd somebody. Well, I
you need to have your
believe you
first
have,
time.
right?
We should go look for we should go look for videos and find something for you to DMCA. We can break your cherry right now. I'm sure somebody's stolen your shit online.
But because you're obviously highlighting like the first step being like to ask them publicly and friendly. It's like, yeah, sure, and keep going, try and make us think about it. Maybe even make a video about it before DMCAing it. Or do you say that's unnecessary? Just go for it.
Make a video about it. Reach out to them. I mean, like, you can DMCA people, and it gives them like a 7-day like time period to respond. Like, you can do that as well, so that it doesn't auto strike them, but they've got 7 days to remove it. So,
but like, do you buy that that's something that pulls people back from doing it?
That pulls people back from doing what?
DMCAing.
Would it pull people back from DMCAing? Wait, what do you mean?
Like, because you were saying like the argument doesn't hold any water. This is fucking stupid. Like, you should be doing it anyway. Yeah, but it's like, do you buy that these people are actually not doing it partly because of that?
I think a lot of people probably just don't know how to do it. I think they hear DMCA and they think that's the thing you do when you hate somebody. Like,
that's what I'm saying though. Like, there's going to be so many people out there that you're like, if they were really mad about this, they'd be DMCAing, and I'd be like, well, a lot of them, first of all, don't want to do it. They don't know what repercussions are going to be if they do it, and then they're going to be like,
yeah, but I mean, like, this is our like
necessarily.
job. This is how we make a living. Like, it's probably worth learning. Like, figure it out.
Oh no, I agree. I completely agree. But surely that is a possible explanation as opposed to they're not bothered.
I mean, it's such an easy thing to do. If this is the only thing preventing you from doing it, then it sounds like you probably don't care that much. That would be my assumption. If this, I don't know, if this is your livelihood, like, shouldn't you be taking every effort at least to get the easy things out of the way? And DMCA is a pretty fucking easy thing to do. That's like your lowest tier thing for getting people to fuck off or something, you know?
Yeah, and I agree with the whole, like, you can just throw one, you don't have to throw more than that.
Sure. Oh, you could just threaten it. Or you could do the one with the 7-day strike option, so give them time to remove it. Like, yeah.
It's still something I do think that people, potentially, people like Lemino might be like, nah, fuck it. There's no point in getting involved in it, especially. And it could literally be that he doesn't know how as well, or never tried and doesn't want to. There's all this stuff that's coming into it that tangles everything up as far as I'm concerned. But it would be nice if none of us used...
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Can we move into my Discord? I think Abba wants to scream at me.
Sure,
If you click my Discord, you should have access to a room. It's called Destiny's Room.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. Oh! Mudahar, stop. Muda says if they get countersued, I think a lot of people are scared fighting richer people in court. If you DMCA somebody and the other person counterclaims you, the choice is yours to go to court. That doesn't force you into a court battle. Unless something has substantially changed about the DMCA process in the past week that I haven't heard about. If I DMCA somebody and they counterclaim me, they're like, no, I can use it. Oh, well, fuck me. The onus is then on me to go to court. I'm not automatically, like, in court now. Do you see the channel?
Yeah, no, I can jump in.
Okay. Oh, God, Mood is there. Oh, we're fighting.
You're already here.
Every YouTuber today. Yeah, bring him in. All right.
Yeah, I texted Muda. I said, get in there.
Good.
We need some
Yeah,
more,
bring the rest of them.
More
Go ahead.
people of color. Okay. Go ahead, Muda. I'll let you go first since you kicked off this whole debacle. It's your fault. I think he's still setting up.
I'm coming in right now. I'm on a different computer. I'm editing right now, so I'm not like totally in the game. But yeah, we were talking about DMCA. That's what I said in the chat. I think the thing with the DMCA is, like, from what I understand, based on if you file out a DMCA, and I've been DMCA'd a few times throughout my career, usually the scariest part about, like, filling out a counterclaim is that you are literally engaging you are giving intent that you are going to go into a legal battle, and then both parties can get in. So
well, the reason why
why
it's an intent is because let's say that I DMCA you. If I DMCA you, what I'm basically doing is I'm telling YouTube, hey, Mutahar is using my content, and I might have to link to it. It's like, look, this is my content. He's using it, okay? So then YouTube will send you a notice, and they'll say, just so you know, we've received a takedown request from this guy. How would you like to respond? You're either guilty, and now your channel's got a strike, or you can say, fuck you, I do have the right to use this content. Now, if you acquiesce, and then you get a strike, then it's over, or...
Wait, that's not true. You don't actually get a strike. You can actually choose the way it functions. There's a 7-day option and there's an immediate function.
No. Hold on. Wait. That's if you're the one launching the DMCA, if you're making the initial claim. The person that's making the initial claim can do the 7-day option, or they can do an immediate strike. That is true. But I'm just doing for the normal ones. The person that receives a strike, you now have the option of saying, okay, I do have the right to use this content, or no, I don't. And then you'll get a strike if they didn't give you 7 days to think about it, right?
No. It's I know the way that you guys are discussing it. So basically, Party A issues a DMCA strike to Party B.
Yep.
Party B files a counterclaim, and then it's up to Party A after like 2
Correct.
weeks to issue or provide like legal paperwork to YouTube, and then of course it becomes a legal engagement. Yes. But I think that's where the deterrent is, though, right? Like for a smaller creator who's looking at a multi-millionaire, right? It's like, man, do I really even want to start a fucking legal battle? Considering how the legal system is designed, like in the sense that if somebody richer wants to just drown you out, they absolutely can. And it's not even just the money, it's like the amount of time you spend.
That's not true. Just because we're not talking like patent trolling or some high level like corporate like super crazy shit. Like I would be amazed if a larger content creator that was clearly in violation of copyright wanted to poke the hornet's nest to have somebody take them to court over copyright. Now, it's possible somebody could do that, but I would be shocked if that would happen.
Like, I've been on the internet so long that I wouldn't be shocked if there are some stupid idiots out there willing to.
I don't even believe that most big creators want to spend time doing that kind of legal battle, unless they really felt like they had a strong claim, which I don't think XQC does. Right, so the creators like that, if you
get a copyright claim, you're like, okay, fuck it,
they're gonna just accept it, because they know they're in the wrong in terms of how they're managing their content. So I don't even think people are doing the first step. Like, if you go to, have you ever done a removal request?
Me? No, I've never done a removal request to anybody.
Okay, so I can tell you guys, I've done a few of them, because sometimes I'll go look at the video and it's like 100% a match, meaning my video is literally 100% of their video, sometimes even 80-90. And when I see 80-90, I'm like, all right, you're not even talking, you're not doing anything. You have my video playing and you just sit in the background. So I just remove it. It's super easy, it's seamless, it's a few clicks, it's not complicated. So I give out those strikes. I don't give out strikes. I just give removal requests, and they don't lose their channel. So I think that is something that creators should use if they feel like some people are stealing their content. And you can see all this very easily. So when people say, oh, I don't want to do that because I'm afraid, I just don't buy it at all.
Well, that's in the copyright section of the Creator Studio. I showed this in like a year ago when I talked about this exact same topic. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was when like some of the streamers say, just claim the footage. People do it all the time. And it's like, the claiming system is different. I wish the claiming system was a little bit more accessible, but it's pretty much locked to MCNs and like the biggest production studios at the moment. Like that, if that was the case, like a lot of videos could be claimed by actual creators and then like fucking they could get the revenue. But even when we're looking at that, I really wish YouTube had a system where like, if like Abba, for instance, if your video was like 80-90% reacted, the algorithm could shift towards promoting your content over the reactor again, right? Like, if that was an option, or I don't know how YouTube's backend would do that, but
this is so crazy because I just noticed that Just Pearly Things reacted to one of my videos a year or two ago, and it was 90% of her video. So now I get to remove it.
Jesus Christ!
Damn it!
Oh
you
boy!
Just do that right now.
So I mean, the ease of DMCA is probably irrelevant compared to what we can talk about now that you two are here.
Yeah, well, but it is a thing that I would like to point out, because like if there's some huge harm being committed here, it's so easy to DMCA people. I can't imagine why nobody's even thought to explore the option. If there's so much harm being suffered here, so much injury.
Well, we kind of wouldn't you argue that is what the goal is with getting it louder and louder to let more content creators know that is normal?
But who's getting it louder and louder? It's like people that aren't even affected, right?
I mean, people are pissed off by it.
Yeah, but they're not affected.
I don't know that they need to be affected to be pissed off by it.
Yeah, but it's like saying that, like, it's like when a whole bunch of white people got together to say we really need to call brown people Latinx instead of Latino.
Okay, but that's because the argument is
but those
retarded.
people are like legitimately mentally ill.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that, like, it's like it feels like
when
there's
a bunch
like
of
it feels like there's like
when a
the
bunch
same
of white
4
people
or
get
5...
together for black rights, that's not bad. That's good.
Sure, yeah, but I'm just saying it feels like the same but also black people want rights too, right? I'm just saying it hits.
That's my point, though.
But it hits different when there are 4 or 5 YouTubers that always complain about this. But it feels like a lot of the larger content creators and even people who's had their stuff reacted to generally don't seem to care or don't say much about it. Like, if there was a whole bunch of people coming and saying, like, yeah, this guy reacted my video, I hate this, or a whole bunch of people like, yeah, I hate it when this happens, blah, blah, I think it would hit a lot different. But it seems like it's usually people that aren't affected that are saying, like, this is the worst thing ever, and it's so horrible and evil, and it's like, eh.
Well, but like, what if, over time more and more creators are actually buying the argument that, yeah, this is something that shouldn't be happening? A lot of them probably aren't even aware of how much isn't contributed sometimes. I don't know that they watch all the reactions. They just know that it's happened and it's on a big channel, therefore it must be good.
Maybe, but I mean, I think as more people get involved, like, I think I definitely, I would view it a lot differently, right? Like, let's say, for instance, and I'm not poking any bears here or blaming Muda or anything, but like, let's say on day 1, let's say that is it Lemino? Is that the guy's name?
Yeah.
Let's say that Lemino would have tweeted out, like, I put all this work on this video, all these motherfuckers are reacting to it, fuck these pieces of shit. Then it's like, okay, like, that would definitely, I could see that. But when it's a whole bunch of people that aren't even involved, I don't know, it just feels a little bit different sometimes,
Well, I don't know. I just like the amount of people being annoyed by it or not. I don't know how relevant that is to us figuring out whether or not it's the right thing to do, or should be stopped, or should be shamed, or should be DMCA'd,
Well, I think it's relevant because the principles are all over the place in terms of, like, who actually...
Yeah, you got to cut through the noise.
So when the principles are all over the place, then I'm looking at, like, well, who are the injured parties, and are they, like, ultra mad? And if they're not, then it's like, I don't know, I don't care that much about it. But I mean, it could still be a bad thing. Like, you are correct. Like, other people can point out, like, well, hold on, this is a bad thing. Even if these guys aren't complaining about it. But it just seems like here the injury is so hard to even see. Like, it's hard to know if things are even negatively affected. So the outrage, like, when I see the outrage in response to this, I'm thinking, like, holy shit, there must be like a new set of machinima contracts or something for people to be this mad. But then it's like, well, some streamers react to some videos in some ways that are kind of unethical, and I think some people might be experiencing losses, and that's why streamers are literally the devil.
Well,
it's like,
I think it just looks like the most influencer thing possible, in that we already have a perception of influencers and content creators that they're lazy and they don't work hard for what they do, and now we're watching somebody go to the bathroom while they play another content creator's content and adding nothing of value and getting, like, making money off of it and entertaining their audience. So it's just like it's almost like a parody of itself in a way.
And that's
I think
fine,
that's why it's so inflammatory.
Yeah, but you understand, like, that's a fine argument. Like, if somebody is irritated by, like, these guys are doing no effort and making money and blah, 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 that's okay. But the problem is, this is where the virtue signaling comes in. When people are coming like, this is destroying small creators, blah, blah. No, it's not. You just don't like the fact that people are being lazy as fuck and they're making tons of money off it. But I think that argument is fair. But when people start moving on to all the other arguments, it's like, okay, well, now it doesn't really make as much sense anymore. And the level of outrage isn't, like, matching the actual crime, I guess, is what,
Sure. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm more than happy to say it's been overreacted to, but the problem, I think, is that it just
reacted to. Get it? Sorry.
That was what I was going for. Too dry, probably. But as the years have gone by, nothing gets done about it. Jack Films is one of the better responses to it that I've seen over time. And his newest video, he basically, like, laments that apparently things are never going to change because they're only getting worse, arguably, and more broad. His attempt now is to react to the reactions and grade them, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, but
maybe
I feel
it'll
like
make a difference.
When we say nothing is getting better and nothing is changing, I feel like it's because it's just not that much of a problem. Because there are so many incredibly easy ways for this to never happen again. Like, if 10 or 15 YouTubers got together, like, we're going to start DMCAing people, or, like, it would be over. Like, it would only take, like, 3 DMCAs on, like, across, like, 2 big Twitch channels for people to be like, whoa, we're not reacting anymore. Like, when the record labels came down and started getting people in trouble for listening to music, bro, nobody on Twitch streamed a single fucking copyrighted song for, like, 3 weeks because everybody was so scared.
Here's a question then.
Yeah, but the difference there is, like, the record labels are, like, multi-billion-dollar organizations.
And yet they did the exact same process that's available to a guy making $50 a month on his YouTube channel. You just file a DMCA.
Yeah, but I mean, legally, if a multi-billion-dollar organization is going to stamp out a multi-million-dollar streamer, that's like fucking pennies to them, man. That's like...
No, but the DMCA doesn't cost you. It doesn't cost you any money. You just, it's free.
Yeah, but the day you go into court, though, that's when it starts costing you fucking arms and legs.
Yeah, but you only have to go to court if you want to. If you're the one filing the DMCA, the other party can't force you to go to court.
Out of curiosity, would you encourage someone like Lemino, even if he had no problem with it, to DMCA?
I'm not fully convinced that there's even necessarily a problem. I don't think I would ever encourage people to DMCA, But I would say that, like, if it's a severe problem, if it's as severe as some people are saying it is, well, then yeah, of course, if that's running. Like, if you truly feel like you're being deprived of like 10, 20, 30, 50% of your revenue, and like, and you tell a streamer like, bro, stop watching my shit, you're stealing my content, and he doesn't listen, then yeah, I would say fucking fire away. But like, my guess is the vast majority, 99% of React streamers or YouTubers would probably fuck off if other YouTubers came out like, hey, just letting you guys know, if people are watching my shit, I'm probably gonna start DMCAing it because I think it's negatively affecting my channel. Like, easy. And I think people would just stop. I don't think you'd ever have to file like a single DMCA. People would just stop doing it.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it always seems like an overreaction to a lot of people to do a DMCA. So maybe that's the thing that we've got to work at, is encouraging people that that's an okay process.
I mean, I could probably ask every person in this call right now, and I think you would all agree. Like, Muda, if I sent you a message and I said, listen, if you ever show a clip of me on your fucking YouTube channel again, I'm going to fucking DMCA you. Like, you might make a video talking about it, but I bet you'd probably be scared of showing anything on your fucking channel. No? I know I would be.
Say it again, sorry.
If I were to message you and I was like, Muda, if you show a clip of me ever on your YouTube channel, I'm going to start fucking DMCAing you. I don't ever want my shit on your channel, right? You might talk about it, but I don't know if would you actually risk it? Like, starting to throw clips up? It would frighten the fuck out of me. I'd be like, well, fuck it. I'm just not going to show any of this shit. Like, I feel like most people...
I'm wrong, though.
If anybody threatens me with litigation, I never talk about that, because fucking any litigation, I just send that to the lawyer. Like, legitimately, I take that shit so fucking seriously.
Yeah.
But like, correct me if I'm wrong though, there isn't a disagreement then, because you seem to be conceding that it's worth DMCAing as long as the creators feel so.
Me? Well, I mean, like that...
Or Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that's like literally what the tool is built for. Yeah, if you really feel like you're getting fucked over...
I'm on...
yeah.
I don't, because like I said, I'm not sure if I would. I'm not sure what scenario would make me do it. There's probably going to be one. But if Lemino did it today with like XQC and the others, I wouldn't judge him for that at all. I'd be like, yeah, makes sense.
I want to ask a different question though, because I think we're able to focus on like the big creators being able to do this. But I think a lot of this really kind of started off with Sniper SS Wolf and what she does on TikTok.
Yeah.
I think it's very different when it's cross-platform, because my understanding is doing a DMCA strike for things that are cross-platform is actually rather difficult. It has been in my experience. So I think for a lot of the creators that she's ripping from, which are smaller creators or people who are just doing stuff on TikTok and grabbing their videos and then doing compilations herself, like, would you say your only restitution or solution for that Destiny's DMCA?
I mean, I don't know why it's difficult. Why do we think it's difficult to DMCA people cross-platform?
In my experience, having tried it, it hasn't been effective, because like proving that you're the copyright owner is rather difficult, whereas on YouTube, if it's on your channel, then they can cross-reference that with whatever it is that you're trying. But if it's on a different system, they have no way of knowing who it belongs to.
So my understanding is if you want to qualify for safe harbor provisions, you don't require somebody to prove they're the copyright owner. Because this is why you sign I'm pretty sure it's an affidavit under penalty of perjury, I believe, because when you're signing the affidavit, you're saying, I swear, like legally or whatever, I swear this is my content. But I don't think you have to actually go through a formal process to prove it. They might ask you to link to it to discourage people from trolling with it. But yeah, like, because it looked like when I looked at the...
No, but I think if it's up to you to like risk taking the lawsuit, because you're right, like Party A sends a DMCA, Party B sends a counterclaim, it's up to Party A to sue, right?
Yeah.
So I think the scary part is, it's like, okay, let's say that like fucking you had a really small creator, the guy's like fucking living paycheck to paycheck pretty much on the platform. So he knows that he's in the right, you know? Goes up against a bigger streamer, the bigger streamer files a counterclaim. Now it's really a roll of the dice on the smaller guy's part, or really anybody's part, to like go to court, get a lawyer. Immediately, like, they're already financially down, and then they're even further down because of it. And like, the problem with suing YouTubers, and why I absolutely say suing each other is never the answer, is because one day it'll just set really bad precedent, and then like a lot of companies will start taking advantage of that, bigger organizations. I mean, literally the last 48 hours, I don't know if you guys ended up getting one of these, but you had the world record, like Guinness Book of World Records in your fucking metadata. You were getting like hit with copyright strikes and everything. So again, when lawsuits get handed out and like precedent gets set, I just don't really want bad precedent. And honestly, YouTubers suing YouTubers is just like a landmine.
I guess I disagree, because it doesn't feel like bad precedent. Like, this feels like, if you like, our legal system is a good thing. DMCA is a good thing. We want to be able to protect our copyright. We want to be able to sue people. I don't think we should shy away from these tools when they're the most appropriate like place for restitution, right? Or like, yeah. They just...
Well, I'm with you on that, and I think that maybe the part of the problem here is to encourage people that it is easy, straightforward, and that you'd be right to do it in a lot of these scenarios.
Sure, or at the very least, like as a step one, like make your will known. Instead of it being like Muda and the Dark Viper AU, the guy that wears adult diapers or whatever, instead of it just being like the same like 3 or 4 people complaining on Twitter, like if the creators themselves that are being affected would come out like, hey, I hate this, I don't like this, my guess is that this type of React content would stop like overnight. People would stop doing it. It would be immensely unpopular. YouTubers and probably other streamers would unite against you. And like I think even your own audience would be like, yeah, it's probably shitty that you're just like ripping this dude's content. Like I genuinely think that's how it would go. I don't think people are saying there'd be a huge backlash from streamers, but I mean, I think most streamers realize that you're on a free fucking ride when you just put a dude's video on and then you like walk away for like 30 minutes or whatever, you know?
Oh, then.
I think even with the DMCA, the intent of like certain streamers who like for instance, like when they put on like a movie from like Metro Goldwyn Mayer, like Universal Studios, and it's like that doesn't get uploaded onto YouTube. It's like they know that if they get hit with the DMCA from a big player, it's bad for them. But if they get hit by a YouTuber or like somebody on their like financial level or below them, they know that they can win in the legal system.
Yeah. No,
you know?
I super don't believe that.
If that was the case, why didn't they re-upload? They're like, why didn't XQC upload the Dark Knight to his channel?
Wait. No. I don't think anybody wants to fuck around with DMCAs with anybody. I think if you were a small content creator and you rightfully DMCA'd XQC, I don't think he'd fight it. I think he would eat the strike and just move on.
Yeah, but he definitely understands that there's got to be a dramatic difference between like The Dark Knight and someone's video on YouTube.
Well, there is, because those people enforce their copyrights more aggressively. But like, just imagine that. And I'm like, you guys, I feel like we all know this, right? Just if you think about the upsides and downsides as a creator, like imagine you do that. Imagine some smaller content creator like legitimately DMCA's your shit. And you're like, you know what? Fuck this guy. Take him a quarter. Let's see if he takes me a quarter. And then you counterclaim. And then you wake up the next morning and this dude's on Twitter with 50,000 likes saying, Destiny counterclaimed my legitimate content that he stole and uploaded on YouTube. I only make $600 a month. Can you guys please donate to me? By the way, I'm black and trans. Like, bro, your career is over. That guy's going to raise like 50 billion fucking dollars to bury you and your entire family and your children's children in legal costs. I just don't think any streamer would risk it. It would be over. If somebody legitimately is DMCAing you, I don't think you're ever counterclaiming. You're just going to eat the strike and move on. Now, if I'm wrong, fuck it, dude. Listen, you know what? Listen, Mudahar, hello? You hearing me?
Yeah.
If I'm wrong on that, okay? If there is a small streamer that legitimately DMCA is a large streamer, and that streamer counterclaims, and it's like an obvious, blatant fucking content rip, I will donate $10,000 to their fucking litigation, okay? I will make that commitment.
I'll donate
right now.
10 grand to the litigation,
There
too.
you go, okay? You got right here, you got the fuck React Streamers litigation fund, 20K deep already, okay? Yeah, I don't think it'll happen, but here you go. You take this one to the bank, react to it, Dark Viper, you can store this in your adult diaper right here, boom, okay? 20,000, so yeah. I think Abba was saying something before I cut him off. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't see nothing.
Oh.
You on board with calling it
beef with
theft?
Viper or something? I don't know this. I like both of you guys, so I'm like, you guys have beef with Viper or whatever?
All I heard is he wears adult diapers, which I was really lost by.
Oh, Destiny clearly likes Dark Viper. He's very friendly with him.
Does he actually wear adult diapers? Is that fine?
Let me tell you this.
Dark Viper,
Dark Viper, he actually thinks that the Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions were both better than the first Matrix. That's all you need to know about Dark Viper, okay?
Okay, that's... It makes it difficult to treat him as human, but we can, I think. We can get through this.
I thought Matrix 4 was peak.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. I was so ready to give a contrarian take on that movie. I watched like after the first 20 or 30 minutes, I was like, you know what? I don't think this will be as bad as people said it was. And then I think it was like around time 7 or 8, Neo used that like weird boom move, and I was like, this is the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life. I lost hope for giving my contrarian take.
It was awful. But it was self-aware, therefore good.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys a different question. So what is a point where you feel like a reaction is transformative? Because I feel like that's fairly... I don't think it's completely subjective, but I think there's some element of it. So I'm curious for you guys, what point do you feel like a reaction or even streamers having that on screen is acceptable? Yeah.
Probably go with like the legal definitions of fair use are pretty strong for what makes something transform.
Yeah, the 4-prong
changing
test
the
is pretty
experience.
strong.
Well,
I kind of look at the way that, you know, the H3 Golden Era almost, when he was doing like reaction content, I kind of look at that as like almost the peak of it. You know, enough where like I go back to like watching the previous video, or like, you know, I actually dig deeper into the content, I guess.
Okay, so if you want to watch the original, then you feel like it's acceptable?
Well, that's the issue. A transformative thing won't necessarily, like, there are going to be some transformatives that'll make you never want to watch the original.
I think sometimes they can replace them, but it's ethical. Like,
I mean, the replacement in the sense that the video stands on its own. Like, there's enough.
Yeah, like
content.
You wouldn't need to see the original because maybe it's a video about something that happened, and then you cover it and you give way more information, like dwarfing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is why I said
It
like
also
we
really
need
depends
more
on the kind of
physical
content
context.
that you're reacting to as well too. I was reading in the Stanford Legal Dictionary that when it comes to fictional versus non-fictional events, obviously there's a lot more leeway given, and that's why like a lot of news reactions and a lot of people who cover the news or discuss politics get away with a lot more because they're in the covering of real events, and it's more leeway in terms of news reporting in terms of the fair use angle. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of tests. It depends on what kind of content, but
Well, I
you
assume we
ask
all
me.
concede it's a blurry line where it actually exists. It's complicated. It can go one way or the other really easily, depending on how much people are saying and what they're saying. Because, a lot of people go by time code, right? Like, if the original's 20 minutes and yours is 50, yeah, that seems like it
I mean,
should
when
be
people
probably
say,
okay.
like, if it's a 20-minute video, but the reaction is 50 minutes, I'd argue what is the content, like, what is the nature of the commentary? If it's just, like, screaming into the fucking void, like, obviously not. But if it's, let's say, like, an engineer reacts to, like, an actual engineering, fucking...
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and there's a huge industry right now with shorts and everything else where someone will just re-upload a short and then put their face there pointing to the thing and being like, I think this is interesting, and now it's on their channel and they get all the revenue for it, and it's insane.
Is there any revenue? Oh, I'm not even going to ask about that. But I was going to say, if I see a number on YouTube and I see like 70 or 80% of the original content is like the length of the video, like that always makes me kind of jump out a little bit. I'm like, how did you watch 80 to... How is 80% of your video someone else's video? I think that's when it gets a little bit weird.
Damn.
But that's just a number, and obviously there's other factors.
I mean, I've seen it happen. Hassad is one of the worst for it, while also being one of the best. He's like one of the better reactions at his best. I don't appreciate the commentary, obviously, not in terms of insight, but the breaking up of the video and what he has to say in response to things can be really good. But then sometimes he'll just play it in full and doesn't give a shit. I know that Denims, when I watched one of her streams, she was like getting ready, having food, and getting dressed, and she just played Kitchen Nightmares or whatever. They were just playing. And it's like, yeah, I got to get my audience in, I got to get them ready. And it's just like, what the fuck?
I think when it's used as like a babysitting tool versus like actually being critiqued, that's the real like difference. I think that's what kind of burns people, Like I'd never like Destiny is you react to a lot of stuff, but I've seen reactions and like everything is always related to political stuff or
well, that's what you see uploaded to my YouTube channel, but my stream sometimes it's literally just babysitting time. Yeah, depending on what I throw up.
At least you admit at least you admit it. No, but like what's up with the babysitting thing, right? Like I've maintained it. I'm like, if you stream, if you're watching something on a live stream, right? I don't think that's inherently bad. I defend, but like when you're uploading it to the same platform and competing it with the same metadata, that's when it gets a little bit hazy.
I'd still probably push against streaming that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has a different like tolerance to it.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, explain the ad block argument to me, because you're just like, ad block is way worse. So why aren't people concerned about that? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, it's surprising to me how many people are so keen to defend adblock when I feel like adblock is the #1 source of like depriving creators of revenue of like anything that exists on the internet. But people seem to not care about adblock at all, which I think is kind of funny. But
I don't know, maybe I'm weird about this, but I don't expect like every viewer to provide me with financials or some kind of financial return when they're using this stuff. It's like when I see YouTube Premium revenue, I don't get excited because I know it's less than ad revenue. So I always feel like people, either by watching or those who can afford to watch ads or who don't mind watching ads, they contribute. It's like, some people don't pay for the Patreon. Like I'm perfectly fine with people enjoying the experience, not having to participate at every level or every tier financially. For me, that feels like very distinctly different than someone else ripping my content and then re-uploading it for their own financial gain. Like, is one worse for me financially? Sure. But I don't think I have the expectation that everyone who watches my videos are going to be contributing to me financially.
I guess that's just really weird for me because then like the entire position is that you're not actually ever upset that you're losing something. You're just mad that somebody else is gaining something with your work.
Generally,
is that not valid though?
No, I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, I feel like we get mad at a lot of different things that people do in life that don't necessarily affect us whatsoever, just because we see it as being a negative. Well, I don't think I have necessarily got an issue with that, but yeah, I'm with you on we need to be clear on what thing we're tackling at any one time.
Yeah. I'm not thinking about the harm. Like, if I'm being very honest with you, when I go to my copyright section, I look at a lot of the people re-uploading my stuff. I think like the vast majority of them are not making a substantial amount of money off of it. To me, I feel like someone's stealing the work that I did for their own gain, and that's what pisses me off, even if it's a small amount. But it's not about it's not the financial loss that I'm pissed about. That's not that.
Interesting. I guess I wouldn't, like, if I was losing money because of something somebody was doing, that would probably bother me. But if people are just making money off what I'm doing, but I'm not losing anything for it, I don't know why I would care.
Sorry, repeat that.
If somebody's gaining off of my stuff, but I'm not losing anything off of it, I don't know why I would care.
No, they are the gaining portion of it does matter a bit, but it's not a lot. It's not the most. For me, it's the fact that they're really stealing it. Even if I'm not negatively impacted, for me, it's like a principle thing as well that really bothers me about it. Yeah, I think as a content creator,
you're a socialist. You're okay with sharing the fucking.
I mean, yeah, if there's a way that people could use my content and then everybody becomes millionaires, like I guess I wouldn't be too mad about that. But to me, if you do stuff for your own content, you make an effort or you put in thoughts, and then it's like your ideas, Destiny. How would you feel if everybody was just ripping off your takes without ever crediting you or ever doing that? I know,
bro, I think a lot of people do.
People don't do that already.
Hold on. I know some people do, but if it happened enough where people were even getting a lot of notoriety or fame off it, would it not bother you to some degree?
Yeah, it does bother me. I get hella triggered when people do that on shows and they don't fucking credit me.
Yeah, I see you complaining here in your chat all the time. Oh my god, here comes a Destiny take. Right.
True. Although I will say, generally, well, actually, no, hold on. I'll fight against that. I'll qualify that a little bit. Generally, that only triggers me when the person ripping my view also shits on me and like calls me a fascist or something. That's usually when it triggers me. Or if somebody does a really poor job at representing a view. So like if I feel strongly about a particular argument and then somebody else represents that argument, but they do a really bad job and now that argument looks worse, those are actually the only two times it triggers me, I think, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll engage a lot of plagiarism in that case without any issues.
Well, anybody else? Anything else? This is your time to shine, guys.
No. Honestly, don't think it's that big of a deal.
I think that's kind of the thing that like probably is the most annoying is that like the level of emotional outrage I feel like doesn't match what's happening. Like I think it's fair to get annoyed at influencer culture or streamers acting entitled or being lazy and making too much money. I think those are all like fair things to get upset about. But the level of outrage seems like a massive crime has been committed, and I don't understand how people can be so fucking mad.
I still think this is a
to be fair, a lot of yesterday was just me getting mad at the fucking responses I was getting from XQC. I was like, "There's just no way." Like,
yeah,
I
which
have
makes
to
sense.
argue
But
like this.
This has been going on for like years and years and years. People like it comes up every once in a while, and everyone's like, "Oh, is this still happening?" And like, I think they get angrier every time. I partly think that's very much to do with that.
I just think the chest beating behavior that I had to witness yesterday kind of fucking like that rubbed me off a little.
Nah, that's not what it is. Be honest, Muda. You think XQC kind of fucking lazy, and you know what? He's not entirely deserving of his following. Be honest.
Ooh.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I definitely get that vibe as well too. But it's like the chest beating when you think you're right, and like you're trying to like say "little bro" to me and all this fucking stupid shit, and like all these Reddit insults. Yeah, it's gonna piss me off a little bit. I'm gonna get personally invested. Yeah.
Damn.
Reddit
insults. He says.
I mean, it is like, dude, Reddit is down the hall to the left. That's the entire fucking response that I was getting. It was like the guy was not trying to understand what I was saying, and that's just, it's like that. I think that also like I don't know, but that pisses you off too, right? Like I think that pisses everyone in this room off if we get shit like that.
Wait, what did he say? I have no idea.
Well, he was like trying to fucking come at me. He's like, "Hey, little bro. Hey, listen, soy boy. Listen, you don't understand what's going on. You made this out of jealousy, this post." And I'm like, I'm actually talking about impression cannibalization, which is a real thing on this platform. I literally was like giving my point out there, and the guy was like bringing it all the way back to like, "Oh, you know, it's all about money. You're making a money argument." I'm like, dude, I didn't make a money argument, period, about this situation. I could give less of a shit. Like, even in a discussion, I'm like, we're both very well-off individuals. It's not really about the money. It's about the long-term channel growth and, like, again, the principle of it all, right?
I see. I think I might actually agree with XQC. I don't think it's entirely jealousy, but I do think a lot of this is just based off the fact that these are big content creators who appear to be lazy. And I think it just rubs them the wrong way. I don't think it really has that much of a negative impact on the creators originally.
And this is my
and that's my honest opinion. I really don't think it has a real substantial impact on the creators that are being quote unquote leached off of. I think a lot of it's just XQC and Sniper SS Wolf look lazy, and they're making so much fucking money off it.
Yeah, I agree with that take 100%. And that's why I said, I think that was the first thing I said here. I don't know if I said it to you or I might have said it to Mahler, but like if people were just like, I think it's fucking wild that a guy can sit in front of his fucking computer and have 20,000, 10,000 people watching, and then he cashes out $10,000 for the fucking day watching videos that other people spent like 6 months making. That's understandable. That I can totally see people getting ticked off at that. That's fine. But the virtue signaling comes in when they're like, "You're destroying small creators." I'm like, no, probably not. It's probably not happening. Okay. But if you're mad because people are being lazy and they get paid way too much for entertainment-related jobs, I get that. I think that's fair. But yeah, people hype it out into so much more, I think.
Well, so do you consider it unethical or not then?
Do I consider it unethical?
Yeah.
Is it unethical?
Like it's an easy yes for me.
Yeah, it is. Which is not a big deal, but it's unethical. But
I think I'm like 50-50 totally on the fence about it. I think I could be pushed over one way or another. Here's what I will say. If creators make their will known that they don't like it and people do it, it's 100% unethical. But if there's no harm being done to anybody and the people don't even care or even know about it, is it unethical at that point? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you think XQC and Hassan give a single shit, whether or not it's harmful?
Do they give a shit?
The answer is no.
Probably not. Well,
I don't think they can afford.
I don't think they give a shit. But I think if creators were complaining about it, I think they'd stop just for the optics, right?
Yeah, but exactly. So it's really like from their POV, they're just going to gain for as long as they can gain. Like as soon as they can't, they'll be like, fuck it, whatever. They never cared about any of these people.
Probably true, but that's true of all of us on the internet, if we're being honest, right?
No, that's not true of me.
You don't
Fuck
think
that
so?
shit.
I think people play dangerous games with copyright, especially on the internet, since the inception of the internet.
But
yeah.
I want to give Muda a chance to defend himself. You really feel like there's a real financial implication for some of this reaction stuff? Because I feel like we all been arguing this, and we kind of maybe disagree on you at that point. But I want to hear you make that case.
I honestly believe, like, so when I talk about long-term channel growth, obviously, yes, part of that comes with money, and there may be a financial loss that's implicated from somebody that gets consistently reacted to, and there's no organic growth headed to their end. When I think about, like, impressions, right, like a finite group of impressions, every time I go into the homepage or the recommended tab, in the last the 60 days, YouTube has provided me a lot of channels that have had, like, 1,000 views, 2,000 views, right? And I've seen channels go from, like, 200 subscribers to like 20, 30,000 subscribers with really good attrition rates because the kind of subscribers that they're building are organically pushed to them by YouTube because they're capable of like analyzing, you know, what kind of content works for me. You know, like I watch a lot of gaming retrospective stuff and watch a lot of gaming, like these 2-hour-long gaming videos. I watched like popular creators first, but now I'm watching a lot of these smaller creators who are like 1,000, 2,000 subs. And I think when YouTube does that, it's really cool. I think it's a shame when that recommended slot that could have promoted 1,000, view channel gets replaced by a reactor. I think that's a net harm. But yeah, when I'm talking about long-term,
wait, why? Before he breathes.
Because it's usually the same video I've already watched with like somebody that's barely putting any effort into it or like adding any commentary on top of that, right?
So this is something that this is something I'd be really curious about, and I'm agnostic right now because it go either way. So because I could see that argument going the exact opposite without having any data to know, like. What if it was, so like for instance, let's say there's a video on a guy's breakdown of a Dark Souls boss and how that relates to Nazism, okay? Maybe somebody watches a Hassan reacts to that, right? And then they watch it. The idea that if they didn't see Hassan react to it, would that video ever actually show up in their recommended feed if they're not usually watching that type of content? Because that's going to be the first question. And then the second question is, let's say that type of stuff never would show up in their recommended feed. Do you think that that being on Hassan's channel might make it more likely that other content from that person would show up into the recommended feed? For instance, if I react to a Jordan Peterson thing and then you click on my channel, now Jordan Peterson's getting recommended to you just because I reacted to him.
Yep.
I've never seen that in terms of cross-genre myself, but I think when it comes to, because you and Jordan Peterson are in the political space, so I think there's the algorithm might benefit the fact that I'm watching one political creator, therefore it might tag another political creator that you're reacting to in it as well. I don't know how much that works for cross-genre stuff because I haven't seen that myself in terms of my personal experience, but I'm sure it could happen. Yeah, actually,
I'm just saying
now
that
you
I
bring
feel
it
like
out.
I feel like both scenarios are plausible, which is why I think the data is like really important on this because I could totally see that. I could see like me. Let's say that I do the most egregious react to some movie streamer that does a really interesting analysis on Interstellar, and so I watch it and I straight rip it, and it goes to my channel. Destiny reacts to Mahler's 1-hour Interstellar analysis, right? Even if it's a straight rip, the worst react ever, the most blatant copyright. So if you click that on my channel, now there's 250,000 people watching that. What are the chances then that in their sidebar, other Mahler stuff starts popping up now, and now he's actually benefited from me like doing a horrible react to his content, right? Now, I'm not saying that does happen, but I'm saying that seems just as plausible as it happening the other way around, or even more plausible, because I don't know how often random small videos are going to show up in your feed. But that would just be like
this is absolutely, like, I've already conceded on this, and I assume the others would as well. We don't know for sure. It's really hard to prove all of this. But if it were proven, if some wizard told us, like, absolutely the channels suffer, how much of a difference do you think that would actually make to all the people who are doing it right now until people make enough noise?
Again, to the people themselves, I'm not sure, but if we knew that they actually suffered, I think that there would be a big movement on it, and it would be incredibly unpopular very fast. Even if it benefited the viewers and the streamers. I think a really good example of this is, do you remember G2A and Kingwin?
I do, yeah.
Old names, yeah. I think those...
Oh, the key websites?
Yeah, I think...
They're still going, aren't they?
They might still be going, but they fell dramatically out of public favor when stories started coming out about how abusive they were. Keys, yeah, that got really unpopular, and that's something
that and like I remember, I remember when I didn't have the money, I bought like a fucking key for Elder Scrolls Online through there, and it got revoked after like 3 months. It literally got advertised to me, I think by PewDiePie, like the website. Like it was like, oh shit, it's it was because it was like a sponsor biz, and I'm like, oh, game's a little bit cheaper. Okay, that doesn't sound weird at all. And then I found out they were literally using like credit card, or allegedly using credit card fraud and like a bunch of other fucking shenanigans to get these cheap games.
This is almost, we're coming back to paid by exposure, right? That it's good enough and that you should be okay with it. I heard you say earlier that, Destiny, that if you found out like they're going to cover your video without any commentary on Joe Rogan, and it's like, do you want to be paid for that, or do you want the, just as it is, and you're like, I don't fucking need the money, that's going to be great. It's like, but would you do that in reverse if you were covering, something without any commentary, or rather, that offer, would you ever give that offer? Would you ever say to somebody, I'm going to pay you for exposure?
No. Me personally, I don't generally do that, but I hold myself to a decently high ethical standard when it comes to paying people that I work with, generally, and I think that has been...
You think that's like above and beyond ethical?
I think it's above and beyond, though, because like this is what I said before, and this is what I stated earlier. The paid in exposure meme, paid in exposure is not bad because you can never be paid in exposure. Because sometimes being paid in exposure is amazing. Paid in exposure is bad is because normally the people that want to pay you in exposure are either hardcore exploiting you or they have no exposure to give you, right? Like, again, like if Joe Rogan was like, Destiny, like you guys can come on our program, but like I'm not even going to cover your flights, bro. And you might have to pay like a $20 fee to park. Like I'd be like, bro, I'll pay for your parking that day. Like let me on your show, Yeah.
This could be a difference, I guess, between you and I. But if I was like the most famous musician in all of forever, and I have someone intro for me, like just a random with no like engagement at all. I like, you can play one song and then it's all my stuff. And I said, like, I assume you don't give a shit about being paid. You're gonna get big like engagement off this, because like for me personally, I'd be like, no, I'll pay them, even if it's literally like 50 quid. So like the actual like fair payment for what they're going to be doing for whatever the situation is. I want them to have that and the exposure. I consider that base level. I don't consider that above and beyond.
I wouldn't consider that baseline. I think that's a good thing to do. And I think most people in those industries will do it because we all hopefully remember how hard it was starting out. Like, I know,
I feel like it's base level because you are paying them for the job that they're doing. Whatever exposure there is whatever there is. That's something they get to benefit from. I don't think we should then reverse engineer and start saying, like, that exposure is going to be so good. I'm mostly sure, therefore I don't have to pay you.
Yeah, I guess I feel like it really depends. Like, it's just hard. What do you run that back on? Right. So like, for instance, I've milked a lot of content out of ABBA, and arguably both of you guys, or all three of you, I guess, technically by being here, like, do you think streamers or YouTubers should pay like appearance fees or guest fees for people that like come onto the
I feel like we've consented pretty hardcore with this. And also I'm recording it for my end anyway.
The artist opening for the other person would probably say they consented as well. At the end of the day, I think industry standards are what dictate what should or shouldn't happen in terms of the baseline. What you would think is normal or good based off of your wants or what you want ethically isn't necessarily the case for a lot of situations. I know as a dancer, for example, plenty of people do gigs for free just so they can be on stage. And do I think it's a good thing? No. Do I think it's a good industry standard? No. But it is normal. And I don't think the people who are doing it are all evil. I just think it's bad practice.
Sure.
And it's normalized.
That's fair.
Well, and to be fair, all four of us have the capability of monetizing this on our own channels if we want to. It's always there.
Yeah, but Destiny does bring on crazy, people who are sick and probably can't monetize it on their own channels and farms them. So he doesn't do that with everyone. Should he pay those people? Like every time I see Corantos and he's like begging for money, should he be paying him more? Is essentially what I'm asking.
Oh my god!
Corantos is your employee now? Sorry, I tuned out. What the fuck?
No, don't worry about that. Okay, that's.
You've been known to make some mistakes. That's okay. It's all right. Missteps.
Yeah. Well, listen. I think this was a good chat. Yo, Mudahar, stop hating on XQC. Leave him alone, okay? Let him make his money. Stop being jealous. Okay.
True.
I know, man. I gotta stop being a soy boy, bro.
And true.
All right, guys. Good talking to you guys. I'm gonna head out.
Be careful.
See you, dude.
See you guys.
All right, Destiny. Anything else?
Anything else? Gotcha.
Gotcha.
I think we're good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's up to chat at this point. If there's anything else that we're supposed to cover, because I feel like we got it.
Are you Well, fuck. Did you want to finish watching that video, Mahler, before Muda
I am
so
completely
rudely...
up to do that if you want. It does cover the whole topic pretty well, I think.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Go for it. Yeah. Okay. Good. These guys are gone. Let's restart it. Let me react.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. So, shit, hang on.
Basically, don't take the piss. In a reaction video, the reactor should still be adding stuff and creating content of their own, otherwise what's the point of watching their reaction over the original video? The content that the reactor creates should be at least different enough from the original work that they have created something of their own. For example, take a look at this video from
hold on.
House.
Can you pause?
This is 10 uplifting stories. The video is a minute.
Yes.
So here's something that's interesting to tango with. I don't know what the right answer is here. Do you know what some of the biggest value React streamers give to the content? It's a little bit hard to know if you would consider it like transformative or not. You probably wouldn't, but if you were to guess, what do you think is one of the biggest reasons why people watch React content?
I mean, I've got a couple, but a more dystopian guess would be that it helps them feel like they're watching the thing with a friend as opposed to alone.
Yeah, you're 100% right. One of the biggest, that's a kind of a, that's a sad way of saying it. But yeah, one of the biggest reasons why React content does well is because people like to watch it with another community. It's like watching things with friends, basically.
Yeah.
Now, so when people are like, there needs to be a good reason to watch that one over the other one, there are a lot of people that will watch videos of mine just because they like to see chat's reaction to it.
Yeah.
Now, does that count as transformative or not?
That came up, I think.
Yeah.
When we covered denims, I think she brought up that argument that technically chat being there makes it transformative. This is just a matter of where a line is drawn. I totally understand it as an argument, but like, no, I don't think chat's enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It'd be like, well, yeah, well, why? It's like, it's hard to say. I guess that it doesn't change the video enough. It doesn't go from being X to Y. It goes from being X to like, I don't know, an X with a different color.
Something that's interesting is that, you know Sargon of Akkad, right?
I do.
He was straight ripping some lady's video and throwing it onto his Twitter. And then he would like title the tweet or something. And I think a judge ruled that as actually being adequately transformative.
You're talking about Aquila, obviously, right?
Was that it? Yeah, where he was straight ripping with no commentary, the video putting on Twitter, but then he would put a tweet, and the judge was like, I think that's transformative enough for it to count.
As far as I'm aware, I'd have to check, what he did was, let's say it's a 1-minute video, he chopped it up into individual pieces and moved them around to change and to point out flaws in her argument.
Oh, did he? So did he actually edit it? I thought they were just straight rips. Oh, okay, that changes it a bit then, if that's the case.
But I'm with you, though. If someone re-uploaded just a minute of you making a really great point on Twitter and then got a lot of engagement from it and you said you wanted to take it down, I'd be like, I guess you can. I'd probably argue at that point that it might be more useful for you because people are invested in you at that point, not the person who's uploaded the tweet. But I don't know that I would take any issue with you actually DMCAing it.
Okay.
Long. These stories are gonna move.
Matthew Santoro's really fell off.
I love the idea of a minute-long 10 uplifting stories, just like dogs good number 9.
For sale, use baby shoes.
In their reaction to this weird little 10 uplifting stories video, they add their own jokes and commentary. Even if you'd already seen the video they were reacting to, you'd have plenty to gain from watching their reaction. It's a different piece of content now.
We go!
Oh!
Wasting time.
Oh!
What a story.
This is the story. This is what they're doing.
Great story, Mark.
This is just fucking pictures of some random...
Romeo and Juliet, the amphib. Do they kill themselves?
Soot House is exceptional, and the whole cast clearly all understand that reaction content is something that it requires effort to do properly. Now, their particular style is by no means the only way to do reaction content. It's a very diverse medium.
War flail versus katana, or shinai in this case. I haven't watched it yet. I wanted to give you my first-hand impression, reaction.
Here's some reaction content from Scalagrim, a YouTuber who creates content about swords and other medieval weapons. He often reacts to other people's content, using it as a springboard from which to add his own insight, opinions, and commentary.
He actually defended against it and caught the pole with his sword, but because it's a flail, it's a, yep, no you don't. Just whips right over top, knocks him in the head. This is one of the main dangers when facing a war flail.
This is another.
I imagine you take no issue with any of this so far, because it's pretty much in favor of anything you've been talking about as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's going through highly transformative React content, yeah.
Another example of excellent reaction content. In terms of what he's actually doing with the content, he has basically nothing in common with Soot House. What these channels do have in common though is that it's clear you're getting something from watching their content that you wouldn't be getting if you just watched the original work.
This dude seems to be quite a bit taller than his opponent, so he already has the reach advantage.
The point is that in reacting you need to add something. If a reactor hasn't added anything and watching their reaction is basically just the same experience as watching whatever they're reacting to, then essentially they're just reposting something someone else made to their audience, reaping the rewards of someone else's work under the guise of reacting to it. Now, the wider YouTube community already went through all of this a few years ago. As a YouTube viewer, there's a good chance... Oh, fucking hell. As a YouTube viewer, there's a good chance that you remember Jinx. Peaking in popularity around 2015, Jinx made a big splash on YouTube with his reaction videos. With someone else's work always playing in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, Jinx's whole thing was to just sit there, pretty much entirely vacuously, hardly saying anything, sometimes soy-facing or laughing, as he plays the videos he's reacting to in full. Let's take...
It's weird you'd never heard of him, because you've been on YouTube for fucking ever as well as Twitch, right? But
no way, I haven't. I've been on YouTube seriously since probably, I think like 2018, 2019.
Oh. But like you used it forever, right? Like with everyone else?
Yeah, but I've always been a streamer, so I don't have time to like watch a ton of stuff, so I miss out on a lot of like YouTube drama. I'll only ever hear it about like, yeah, it's huge or ventures in the streaming world, you know?
Fair enough, but is that like an easy concede for you, that you'd be like, this looks like shit? Like if he's only making random faces?
Yeah, I can agree that it feels bad, yeah.
Feels bad.
Feels bad. Is it morally wrong? I'm not sure. But it definitely feels bad. I can agree with that.
Oh, come on. I can't push you to morally bad. Well, even if it's like at a 0 scale, it's like a negative 0.1.
I think... I'm not sure, man. I don't... Maybe. The thing is that, like, I feel like this plays into going back to the first principles thing. We never actually resolved. I personally, I'm not a huge... I don't like copyright that much. I think most of it is lame. I think we've talked about on stream. I feel like when it comes to, like, even, like, major motion pictures and shit, I feel like copyright should last, like, a year. And then after that, fuck you. A lot of other people do shit with it. So I'm not, like, a huge copyright person. Maybe if I was in a... maybe if I was in a situation where my shit was getting ripped, like, hardcore and I felt like I was losing, maybe I'd feel differently, but... I don't know.
Well, I mean, in the situation for movies, right? Like, if it was 1 year, but then there's just a channel on YouTube that every time the year ends up, they just repost the next newest movie on there, and then they make the most money out of everybody. Like, it's just that's the way that works. Doesn't it feel a little like, wow, that person was? I guess they got in first with the uploading movies when they're out, and they do nothing else.
You get a year to make money off your copyright, and then after that, yeah, fucking let people watch it for free. Fuck yeah, based.
Well, why are you in favor of it for a year even then?
Probably, well, because if it wasn't for a year, then people could literally, you would spend $100 million making a movie, and then somebody would steal it in one day, and then you'd be completely fucked. Nobody would invest in, like, any copyright material anymore.
So it is about, like, money, because I mean, we're going to get way too into the weeds of politics at this point, but, like, you know, it's your property. Like, it should be something that you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want with, sort of thing.
Well, your property is interesting when you talk about copyright, because technically when you're depriving somebody of a copyright, you're not really depriving them of a physical property. It's intellectual property. And the rules around intellectual property are going to be governed by whatever state body exists. Because when somebody steals intellectual property, they're not depriving you of it like they would of physical property, right? Now, they could deprive you from rents or like revenues from it, but I think it's a little bit more of a complicated topic than just like somebody stealing your toothbrush, you're right?
Oh, yeah. No, I understand the difference. It's just, well, I guess it's kind of pointless to go down this road because we're not in that world, I suppose. Though I find it interesting, the idea of limiting copyrights to 1 year. At least if it's you know, across the board, it wouldn't be too bad to see what that world would look like.
I'd just be curious to see what it'd look like, or maybe even like 5 years. But I think it'd be curious. Yeah, right now it's way too long. 100 years or whatever is way too much. Stupid.
I'd be inclined to agree with you on that. Yeah, especially when Disney like have a stranglehold on so many IPs that, as you said earlier, could be made better if they were released into more creative and better talented people, I suppose. So I can buy that. It's just that this. It's almost like the word pathetic comes up, but then like just goes back to the sort of like the criticism is just that they're talentless, and they shouldn't have success if they're talentless.
Sure, but I mean, I think like playthrough channels that just like play through story games are going to be like the same, right?
Well, I told you I'm with you on that one actually, which is controversial, I think.
But do you feel like that's morally bad? People that just play through like The Last of Us on the easiest difficulty, or people that just play through like Telltale games, or?
So like I said, if it's I think The Last of Us, you can, through the mechanics, transform that experience. Like watching you play The Last of Us while commenting on all the story beats and you actually shooting, aiming, finding things, and reading lore, I think that would transform it completely. However, if you said nothing, I'd be like, we're skirting the line now, because we're lucky in the world that we have that games, for the most part, let you do whatever the hell you want, including game soundtracks. You can just you can re-upload them, make money if you want, which, you know, that's probably wrong if we're going to be buying the whole copyright stuff with everything. But with games, like, yeah, there's a couple of games where I think that if you were to upload them without commentary, that, yeah, it would be kind of unethical because you're just stealing someone else's thing at that point. But are you on board with that, or?
I think I'd be okay with game companies deciding how they want to go forward with it. Like, I'm sympathetic towards game companies that are like, you can't just re-upload, like, our game, our heavy story-driven game, because then who's going to play it? Because there's probably an actual substitution effect there.
Because I'm not looking to escape hatch this with like, yeah, but they're way richer and way more powerful, so it doesn't really matter. I'd rather appeal to like, it still feels wrong though. It's the same kind of wrong, I assume.
I don't think I would ever appeal to the amount of. I don't think just because you make a lot of money that justifies people like doing things too that they wouldn't to poor people, right? Like, oh, this person makes a lot of money, so we can steal his content. Like, I don't think that doesn't feel very satisfying to me. Like, if it's wrong, it should be wrong regardless.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm trying to aim it as well.
Sure, yeah.
Take a look at his reaction to the official compilation of the full Astaf movie series. This compilation is 14 minutes long and contains all 8 episodes of Astaf movie that were out back when it was released. The Astaf movie series represents a huge amount of work, spearheaded by the series creator, Tomska, seen here with me at VidCon 2020. Here's a compilation I put together of everything that Jinx says over the course of his reaction to this compilation. Are you ready? Here we go.
What? Really? Wow. What? Bro? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Die. What the hell? Not the buns. What the hell is this? What the fuck? This is all he got. Oh. Again.
Those 33 words that it took him 15 seconds to say, 27% of which were what were all he had to contribute as he let the video play for its full 14-minute duration. That's all he has to say, besides his outro where he sums up his thoughts on the video.
It's so funny because it's just like, the whole thing is just like, what?
And his intro, where he explains he's going to be watching the Astaf movie episodes 1 to 8 compilation.
I know a lot of people been requesting this one like back.
Millions of views and subs. It does make you wonder at some point, like, why the fuck are people watching this? But I guess what we went back to earlier, the whole, like, people want to feel like they're watching it with someone, that is enough of a powerful motivator to get this stuff to be a successful industry.
Back and forth, like, they like, do 1 through 8, like, one at a time, but it's kind of hard to find each and every one of them. Like,
it's kind of hard to, I'm sorry, to quote you, what? Did you look? For the absolute rest of the time, he's just sitting there in silence, sometimes laughing or making a facial expression. And for this video, where Jinx just freeboots someone else's work, adding nothing, he gets 5 million views! I'm not salty. Now, what I'm not doing here is I am definitely not asking you to get mad on Tomska's behalf. I don't actually know him, that's not how pictures work, but as far as I can tell, he has all the means to easily get this video taken down if that's what he wants.
As a large YouTuber, I have the ability to deal with copyright infringement directly. I can either take down people's re-uploads of my videos, or I can monetize those videos, basically meaning that, you know, it stays up on their channel, but I make money from ads. And 99.9% of the time, I don't take down other people's videos.
As far as I can tell, Tom is totally fine with this video existing, and that's completely valid of him. The thing is though, it would also be totally valid of Tom Scott to turn around to Jinx and say, "What the fuck are you doing? Can you not just re-upload my work with your face in the corner, please?" It would be absolutely reasonable for any YouTuber to have that reaction. Enter Jax Films. That's not an instruction. When Jinx rebooted one of—
You know him, right?
I don't, but I don't know anybody, so don't worry about who I know.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything. Okay, I just don't know.
I would have thought, for some reason I don't remember you talking to him, but he's another person that would be interesting to see if you,
I might have.
he would change your mind on anything.
Jax videos
Did we
in
talk to him
exactly the
before?
same way.
I don't know. I don't remember. Chat, do you know?
He is old school. He's an old meme. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I might have. I'm not sure.
Jax snapped back with a video satirizing Jinx's content. Jax's video ends with a series of pertinent, snappy, and to-the-point criticisms of what Jinx was doing.
I really like the part where you played my video in its entirety and then didn't really react to it, just kind of sat there. You added virtually no insight. Pretty brilliant how you played the entire video in your channel. It's like it's a one-stop shop. Why bother going to my channel to watch that video when you can just watch that and your reaction?
And obviously Jack is well within his rights to react this way because there's really no meaningful difference between what Jinx did and someone just downloading and then reposting one of Jack's videos. Just because some people are okay with this kind of thing doesn't mean you get to go around doing it to everyone. Your partner might be really into hard cactus play, but before you whip out your favorite Acanthosarius tetragonus, you're going to check. I chose this picture because it looked a bit like a willy. There's a very clear reason that Jinx attracted this kind of backlash with his content, but channels like Soot House didn't attract the same kind of backlash with theirs. If a part of your work relies on you uploading other people's content, then you better make sure that's not all you're doing, otherwise you're just re-uploading other people's content.
Which is why I believe that Jinx didn't get away with it at all, meanwhile a lot of Twitch streamers do, because they're not exclusively uploading people's content and using it. They also do...
They also do what?
I was going to say they also do content where they fully react because they're very passionate and interested in the topic, or that they're playing games and that's a whole other thing, or they're just talking.
Do these YouTubers, are they live reacting or are they just uploading like a reaction video?
They'll record themselves and then chop it up to mainly have their reactions, but a lot of the time it just ends up being... I mean, I say this as if it's still current. I don't know if people still do this on YouTube. It's mostly streamers moving their shit onto YouTube now. Because this died. There wasn't just Jinx. There was loads of people doing this. But once it got like shamed out of the fucking whole culture, like it's gone. But now it's coming back, sort of. And it always comes back every once in a while, and everyone gets riled up. Like I said, that's why people are getting probably ridiculously angry now, because it's just like, oh shit, this shit again.
It's fine to do that if you have permission, but it's not if you don't. So let's take this back to the golden rule. How, as a React content creator, do you avoid taking the piss?
Everyone in chat saying they still do it, so there you go. That shows what I know about like it's pervasive and it's really profitable, so of course it's still there. That makes sense.
Way to go, dumbass.
It's just a matter of like what should be done about it, and I think that's why it's getting louder.
Well, I think that so long as you're clearly trying, it's fine. You don't have to knock it out of the park every time. So long as there's clearly a respect and understanding there that you are working with someone else's content, I think you're good. Hassan Piker is one of the most successful streamers on...
do you know this guy?
Hassan Piker? Yes.
He's a YouTuber.
Oh. Does he use now?
Yeah.
I know he used to be, he was the nephew of the Young Turks guy.
He kind of like, he basically trailblazed Twitch politics. He kind of started it all up, and
he's the guy
he kind
that
of
kicked all that off. Okay.
He kind of built the left online. It's pretty awesome, actually. I feel like you should know him. That's weird.
All of Twitch. His streams are on the long side, generally hitting the 8-hour mark. He's wildly successful, generating a huge amount of traffic and revenue. And when I found out that he'd reacted to the video where I just roast a weird house, I got pretty excited. I wasn't really familiar with any of Hassan's work, but I have really been enjoying a lot of this modern wave of reaction content. I knew that there are still some Jinxes around, but I also knew that Hassan is an accomplished creator who almost certainly knows better than to oh, he left. Okay, so it actually turns out that Hassan will just fairly regularly get up and leave while other people's videos are playing. This isn't what I'm here to prove in this video, this is just a fact. This is something he does.
You could make a compilation of me sitting around, not even on camera, with a fucking video playing in the background. You could, when you're live for 13 hours a fucking day, of course there's gonna be fucking dead space in between.
But it's not the leaving in and of itself that is the issue. The same issue would be present if he was just sat there not saying anything like Jinx was. The getting up and leaving for extended periods of time just goes to show that he doesn't give a shit about even pretending that he's contributing anything here. But even when he's in the room, he's no stranger to just streaming other people's content with his own face in the corner. Now, any content creator he does this to could be entirely okay with it, but I know from personal experience that he definitely doesn't bother to check. Now, this certainly isn't the only thing he does. Hell, it's not even the only kind of reaction content that he does, but it is something that he does pretty often, so let's talk about it. It's also very much not just—
Don't worry, I wouldn't expect that you're going to have to defend his arguments. Hassan brought out some real interesting ones, like the he doesn't want to die one.
Yeah, I think XQC I saw on Twitter was also bringing up some not so great arguments, so I'm not here to—
You know what's great is you talk about how you want to defend portions of it, and it's so fucking annoying because then you'll get lumped in with like the whole thing, and you're like, fine, let's do it. But the reverse is also happening, where the biggest offenders are jumping into the group of people who I don't really have any issue with at all. Sure. And he's like, yeah, us reactors, yeah, and it's like, fuck off.
Sure.
Just him who does this. This particular style of content, other people's, is a growing trend with plenty of popular creators taking part in it. That's why I think this is so important to talk about. There are currently huge areas of the internet where precedent is being established and reinforced that it's apparently just absolutely fine to post other people's content so long as your face or chair is in the corner as you do it. Now, I don't want to be too quick to judge any of the creators that do that. All I want to do in this video is talk about what I do and don't think is okay and present my arguments as to why. And now, because Hassan is our primary example, let's take a look at the reaction he served up to some of my content. And while we're doing it, let's see how he compares to Jinx. 8800 Blue Lick Road is a 3-bedroom house that you can go on a 3D virtual tour of right now if you're interested in purchasing it. And it's, you know, they say you don't really know someone until you've held hands while taking a dump. This digital property viewing is one of those things where the longer you stare at the image, the more bizarre things you notice. So today I'm going to take you on a sightseeing tour of the oddities.
This is literally Steak HQ. Hold on, I'm gonna be back in 1 second.
Of 8800 Blue Lick Road. The first 3.5 minutes of my video were enjoyed mostly by Hassan's chair and his chat. Although apparently for the duration of this, Hassan was watching the video on his phone, so he can see everything that his chair is seeing. It's not until we're 4 minutes in, which just to be clear is about a third of the way through the video, that Hassan decides to add his first piece of commentary.
I feel like it's gotta be like it's gotta be, I don't know,
base,
like someone who has a
I mean, you know, like the whole react harder gets memed, but like, do you think that it's important to actually like try and have insight or be entertaining? Because you said loads of people aren't even capable of it, which I totally agree.
Well,
but like, is it on you to even try?
Yeah, I guess, like I said, now, whether or not any of this is good or bad, I'm not sure, but what I said before is I think it would depend on the type of video you're reacting to. Like, if Hassan was reacting to a Ben Shapiro video and he watched the whole thing and he didn't say anything, I'd be like, what are you doing, bro? But if he was watching, like, that JFK conspiracy documentary, like, I wouldn't expect him to say anything. I don't know what he could even contribute, you know? And then your response to that was like, then don't watch those types of videos, basically, but yeah.
I don't buy that. I feel like you'd have loads to contribute, and so would he, if you actually really wanted to talk about what was happening in the video.
Nah, I don't. Well, I don't know what I would even say. I don't know much about JFK conspiracies. I think there were like 2 or 3 comments that I had to make, but other than that, I have no idea what I can. I'm just there to basically learn like chat. Or like the internet, another good example, like that internet historian cave guy, like that, we're just like watching like this guy tell a story about a dude that got stuck in a cave. I don't know what I could possibly contribute to that.
I mean, not to get too meta with this, but like, you know, a big reason people watch either of us break down anything is that we give everything, like, we say more than we ever normally would. That's kind of like the deal of them watching us. So if I'm, say, watching that video from Internet Historian, I could just start talking about how, like, do you know, like, these guys who go into these holes, like, for some reason, they'll go through a hole that's basically the size of their body, and they're pretty chill about it. When that's the kind of thing that I think is some, like, staggering number of people who are, like, absolutely deathly afraid of ever doing it. The fucking people who do this are built different. Like, they're insane. And it'll be in pitch black as well. It's like, we're talking about the times where they only have, like, a lantern at best. Just something like that per minute is perfectly normal and easy, and it's why people are watching you.
I'm gonna give you a video at some point. I'm gonna challenge you to do it. We'll see.
Absolutely. We pause it on EFAP. There's no video you could show me that I wouldn't have commentary
Never mind.
for.
Yeah, that's right. I did do that. Never mind. You probably could.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck you.
Disability or something, right?
I'm not sure what part of this messy, weird house has made Hassan conclude, yes, only a disabled could have caused this. That's what he sounds like, shut up. Or what kind of disability he could possibly mean. Like, I'm not even sure if he means mental or physical. What the fuck are you talking about? What's the disability that makes you go, I need to install a toilet next to my fucking toilet? Now, I'll give it...
And you get, like, his fucking sentence is so much more interesting to even think and talk about. The fact that he saw all of this and said the person was probably disabled.
Sure, yeah.
I find this fascinating, that, like, he's contributed basically nothing, and yet what he contributed is more interesting than a lot of what anyone could have said about that snippet that he showed.
Now, I'll give it to Hassan. This is a more fully formed thought than anything Jinx said while Tomscar's video was playing. It's also a more fully formed thought than me going, ugh! But he doesn't elaborate either. This is it. This is his commentary. If he began to elaborate on what it was he actually meant by that comment, he might have started approaching having something meaningful to add to my work. He'd also hopefully have made it clear that he didn't actually mean most of the things that it sounded like he could have meant by that. I also just really want to know what the fuck he meant. But so far, my video has played uninterrupted for nearly a third of its length, and all Hassan has contributed is going, it's probably a disabled person that did this, which technically is a sentence. He lets the video play for another 45 seconds before eventually adding his second comment.
I will never understand why there's two bathrooms side by side. I guess that's like the biggest flex you can do is when you have not one, but two fucking side-by-side bathrooms, you know what I mean?
No, not really. So the house I was roasting actually does have two side-by-side bathrooms. But based on the fact that I haven't shown that yet in the video that he's reacting to, and the fact that what I did just show is two side-by-side toilets, my guess is that he's just forgotten the word toilet and is saying bathroom instead of toilet. And to be honest, no, I really don't know what he means by this. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a joke, a serious comment, or a mix of the two. Is he trying to say that a flex is normally something extravagant and unnecessary, and this is extravagant and unnecessary? I guess we'll go with, I think he technically has added something small here. I'm just not really sure what it was. He then lets the video play completely uninterrupted for another 2 minutes before eventually he makes a third comment.
So it's a house that...
This guy's really mad.
I mean, you have to understand, like, the autistic detail is to prove the point, but
I know, this is funny.
I know what you mean. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like this, so I don't, it's, you know.
Oh, I'll Gucci in the hoochie.
Used to belong to a church, but then the eBay resellers just like made it into their eBay house or something. Is that what it is?
He'd been receiving a few messages in chat telling him that this house used to be a church, and here his contribution to my video is to ask, hey, is that true? He then adds his fourth comment, which is about the fact that the house is full of loads of boxes.
Having that many boxes means they could be a streamer, to be honest.
Honestly, I really don't know what he means by this one either, but
Hey, you can explain you're a streamer. What does it mean that you have loads of boxes?
Oh, every single streamer house you'll ever go to, when you enter the house, there's 50 million boxes from Amazon because every streamer orders shit and then they just throw the boxes in the main room. Every streamer house I've been to has got like 50 million Amazon boxes of random shit or bags from like food takeout or whatever, yeah.
Why just hire someone to deal with it?
I usually do. I have a maid that comes twice a week, but yeah.
All right.
But this is the first instance where I feel that I'm just missing the reference. Like, I think it's pretty clear that he's making some kind of joke here. I just don't get it. Now, I think by this point, you probably understand the nature of Hassan's commentary. It's pretty much non-existent. In total, Hassan ended up not even spending 2 minutes talking as he let my 14-minute video play in full. He's very clearly leaning on my video to entertain his audience for him in this situation. This is the downtime he has no choice but to take because of his choice to stream for 13 hours a day. Jinx definitely did worse in the matter of actually adding something to the content, but neither of them have done well at all. Jinx, at the very least, did shout out the original video and put a link to it in his description. It's even right at the top of his description, so you don't have to click show more to see it.
Good stuff. Link to the original video is in the description if you just want to see some random shit.
I don't know why I'd want to click it, because you've already shown me literally all of it, but at least it's there. By reposting someone else's work, you remove it from its original context. A context which is controlled by the creator. For example, the latest Asked If movie compilation ends with a merch store shoutout and some links to some more of Tomscar's work. The description is filled with all kinds of links, including links to Tom's other social media and people that Tom wants wants to credit. And of course, this is a YouTube video, so there are loads of useful buttons under it by default, including a subscribe button, a like button, and a link to the creator's channel. Not only is there loads of really useful stuff here, there's also a dislike button. By reposting someone else's work, you completely change this context. On Jinx's re-upload, most of these links are unavoidably gone, replaced with links that benefit Jinx instead.
I don't think we actually got to talk about that level of damage. I assume you consider it pretty minuscule, though.
No, actually, that's a big one. I try to, believe it or not, when I'm watching other people's shit, like, I won't skip their ads, and I'll try to, like, if they, like, I think when I finished the one guy's video, I linked his Patreon at the end. I usually try to, like, link channels, if I remember to, because you should give them some kind of, like, shout out or something. But, like, people that will watch other people's, like, videos, and then they skip the ad reads in the middle. It's like, bro, at least let the motherfucker do his ad read. Like, damn, you're literally eating all of his content. You might as well let the guy try to get like 10 or 20 people from chat, you know, like watch the VPN ad. But
yeah, and the like at the end when they say like what else they've got coming up, do you let them sort of say that stuff?
Yeah, I try to play it through to the end, yeah, because otherwise you're literally just like straight ripping. Like you're ripping like 90% of it, and the 10% you're chewing off are like the part that they probably get compensated the most for. Yeah.
Yeah, like it kind of comes back to the fact that you're doing that because it's probable that you're doing damage. But like that's kind of where I'm at with.
I'm making a lot of money off it, so if I can like help the dude out a little bit, like of course I will. That's why. Or God, yeah, do you think?
Well, what I was getting at was more so just like you're not certain of any damage necessarily because we don't have the numbers, like I said, but you're still willing to do all of that. Do you consider that above and beyond or just neutral?
Probably above and beyond, but I mean, like I think everybody should do it.
I think that's the bare minimum. Like everyone should be doing that.
Sure. I think if there was like an easy way to like compensate people for their work, I think most people would do it. I think. Maybe that's just me being idealistic.
It's funny you say that because Hassan desperately cuts off Jay before any promotion of his own videos. It's quite funny. I think it's in this video.
Why?
So it is good of him that
Good
if
question.
the links he can control, he makes the first one a link to Tomscar's original video. It would be even better of him to not just repost other people's work without permission, but this is the next best thing. Now, again, I'm not asking you to get angry on Tomscar's behalf. I'm not asking you to get angry on my behalf either. I'm doing fine. I am incredibly lucky to be able to work YouTube as my job. I just don't know if Hassan freebooting my work even impacted me negatively, and if it did, I don't know how severely. I just don't have access to that kind of information. But what I do know is that if by doing this Hassan had taken literally every future potential viewer from that video, and as a result it was literally never watched again ever, I would still be doing absolutely fine. I'm not trying to tell you some kind of sob story here about just how hard my life is. If in a shocking twist of character Hassan offered to financially compensate me for the video of mine he freebooted, I wouldn't take his money. However, when this kind of thing is done completely without permission and without knowing enough about the original creator, you run the risk of freebooting work from a creator who is struggling, or you could end up freebooting a video that represents months or even years of work on behalf of the creator. I once spent 6 months working all day, every day on one single YouTube video, and if Hassan had freebooted that, I would be very pissed off. I would be even more pissed off if I was a creator who genuinely was struggling, either financially or in just getting people to my channel to watch the videos that I make. And I would be more pissed off if when a reactor freebooted my content, they hadn't even taken the tiniest piece of minimal effort to just acknowledge the original creator in any way, completely taking the work that they just used to entertain their audience for granted, with no...
I'm not sure if it makes sense to this video, but I just wanted to mention it is true. Someone just mentioned in chat that Hassan did indeed call Jay a Nazi as a result of all this.
Well, is he?
Of course. Like, can't you tell already? Like, I feel like it's just blatant.
Why would he call him a Nazi?
Because he's vaguely associated with EFAP, who are 100% Nazis. That's obvious. Like, I wouldn't need to prove that one. But
wait, you guys?
Yeah. His son fucking despises us. The second he found out that we were critical of him, he like
calls you Nazis.
Yeah. I think it's because someone in chat would have said it. It's that kind of stupid shit where, you know, it's just like dismiss, get him out of here sort of thing. It's
I didn't know you guys had like. I don't know you guys had a history like that. Oh.
We don't have a history. Someone in his chat said like
EFAP
responded to you.
Chat?
Oh, definitely, yeah. That's what I mean. So Jay because EFAP because Sargon.
Okay. Well,
thought given to the fact given to the fact that it was made by another person. Yeah, so this is what Hassan did. For the majority of the time, my name and the video's title aren't on screen. This information is only made visible when his
Yeah, he called us the kill stream. He said we were the Nazi kill stream. Oh, I forgot about that.
setup requires it to be. He doesn't attempt to share any kind of link to any of my work in any way. He doesn't attempt to give me any credit or shout me out. I don't need him to do literally all of those things, but for him to make no attempt to do absolutely any of them when, without permission, he's freebooting the work of an independent creator he knows absolutely nothing about. Yes, that is absolutely taking the fucking piss. And on top of that, okay, I know I said that he played my video in full, but I lied to you a little bit. He plays all of the content of the video, but then right at the end, when I just take 20 seconds to talk about other stuff I'm working on and where you can find it, well, he turns it off before I can say any of that stuff. Growth industry. That's everything I have for you today. This has just been a very small project on the side as I work on something much bigger. My full critique and breakdown of seasons 11 and 12.
I'm gonna add you into the call. Yeah, I mean, he wants to be in.
Wow, good job he did that. This was becoming dangerously close to an interaction that would have benefited both of us instead of just him. Even Jinx knew to shout out the video he was reacting to. This is a crazy amount of just taking.
I'm starting to wonder if base just means what an asshole.
Base, Hassan, you're just jealous that this guy's on his grind set, and you're a fucking loser that can't grind as hard as he can. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to watch your fucking shoutouts. He's got to go eat somebody else's content, dude. What a god.
I mean, he's still doing it to this day, that legend.
Other people's work for granted. No consideration is given to the fact that the work here was done by someone else. Again, my point here isn't that I desperately want Hassan to shout me out. I don't need that, I don't want that, I am fine. The point is that this is his attitude when making reaction content, and he could end up doing this to anyone. The point of this video isn't like a petition to get me the recognition I deserve for my joke about how there are two toilets next to each other. The point of this video is to discuss a certain type of reaction content, the arguments that get used to justify it, and why all of those arguments are bullshit. But where am I going to get examples of these arguments? Well, when I found out that Hassan had freebooted my content, similar to Jack's films, I went live to satirize him. Of 8,800 Blue Lake Road. If we start at the entrance, you're greeted by a Minions brand doormat that really no home is complete without. Sure, but I think we might have found the toilet soda culprit. Now, if we go across the hall from the man cave, we'll find ourselves in the second bathroom of the property. Now, that urinal in a residential bathroom.
Finally, got a laugh out of you.
So it's a house that
Jesus Christ
used to belong to a church, but then
this is top tier satire. Okay.
eBay resellers just like made it into their eBay house or something. Is that what it is?
Yeah. You think Donkey ripped you off as well? Yeah, Donkey covered the same house. The thing is, a few people have covered it, and I wasn't the first one to cover it. I was the first person to do it as a YouTube video, like a fully edited thing, as far as I know. But like a few Twitch streamers went and had a look at it and did live reactions to it, and that's how I found out about it. So maybe Donkey found out about it the same way that I did. Maybe he saw my video as well, but you know, he did his own spin on it. He didn't just play my video in full while saying very little, or just not being in the room. He made his own video. Like, just to be clear, you can react to my content on stream. I encourage that. Please go for it. But react. Do it in a transformative way where it's reasonable for people to assume that the thing they're there for is you. And also make it clear where to find the video if people want to check it out. And like, you know, that's what I do whenever I cover someone else's content on stream. I make it clear where they can go to go and check, except today, fuck that. But I normally make it clear where they can go to go and check it out. I tell them to check it out if they liked it, unless it's like something that I'm criticizing like very strongly, in which case I don't really feel that it's.
That one's interesting because there's an argument to be made that when you're being heavily critical of a channel, if you link them, that you're sending people to them to, you know, say horrible things or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, the ethics get confused in that one because people would simultaneously condemn you for either not linking their details or linking their details.
Like, guys, there's this really bad website with child porn. It's a horrible thing. Check the link out in the description below.
Oh my god, you're brigading them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can understand the conflicting feelings of that, yeah.
That there would be any benefit to saying, go and check this out, because it's like, that would feel very artificial. I'm like, this is shit, go check it out. So then I don't say go check it out, but I still make it clear where to find it, or at least try to. Oh, by the way, that donkey video I'm talking about in this clip.
And this is an empty deck of cards. Where are they? Huh?
Yeah, Hassan has covered that video as well.
Here they are. This is where I play
Pretty great reaction.
That's the next meta, bro. Reacting to reactions of shit without saying or doing anything.
That image of Hassan's chair is in every Twitter thread about this topic. I love it.
Literally
Jesus.
the entire runtime of that video.
Fighting for its life for most popular chair on the internet. It's that chair and Sneeko's chair. Which one's gonna win out in the end?
We'll find out.
And I have no idea if Donkey would be okay with this. Like, I don't fucking know Donkey, man, but apparently they're friends, so hopefully. So after I finished my YouTube live stream, the comments started rolling in, which, you know, is what happens always. And at first I got exactly the kind of comments I would expect to.
Can't wait to see Hassan react to this reaction.
Lamau.
I really enjoy Hassan's stream and was watching during this. I also thoroughly enjoy your content. I was pretty disappointed he didn't shout you out.
Hassan isn't reacting. What is he even adding to the conversation? He wasn't even in a room for 4 minutes.
Jay has eaten too much cardboard for my liking.
You know, the normal stuff. But after some time had passed, eventually a cascade of new comments came in with a somewhat different tone to them.
Try more? What a baby.
Literally wouldn't even know who you are if it wasn't for Hassan streaming your video, but keep drama baiting, lol. What a baby.
Yeah.
What could possibly have happened?
I think they're mad because their Mac is like, you know, it's just the fucking video that I had up while I was cooking.
Hassan ended up spending like 30 minutes talking about all of this live on Twitch, and we will be taking a look at what he said, but what's way more interesting to me right now is the fact that as a result of this stream, loads of his fans appeared in my comments making arguments as to why they think this kind of reaction content is okay. This is why I find Hassan's reaction to my video to be the perfect example to discuss the wider issue. It comes ready packaged with countless examples of what people actually think about this kind of thing. So without further ado, I'll sit down, pour myself a nice refreshing glass of beans, and go over some of the arguments that are made in favor of this kind of reaction. And also, yes, I use YouTube in light mode. Feel free to boost my algorithm rating by leaving a comment complaining about it if you like.
I'll admit that's fucked up. It's probably the biggest flaw in the whole video. It's probably blinding people at home right now, but hey.
People that freak out over light mode, bro, who the fuck cares? Y'all motherfuckers are weird.
Isn't that the meme? They don't actually care. They're just making fun of them.
I don't know. Some people get real mad about light mode and dark mode shit. I don't know. I think I watch all my shit in light mode.
You do?
Yeah, who cares?
Oh, all right. I mean, I thought more of you, but that's okay.
Hey, on to the arguments.
I'm not the biggest Hassan fan, but I feel a lot of streamers just watch random videos to react to while they eat, so I don't feel like it's that bad that he does this.
Everyone's doing it, so it's okay. I
feel like this is an argument you've made, by the way.
Everybody doing something doesn't necessarily make it okay, but it can make it confusing. Like if everybody's doing something and nobody's complaining, then one day some people start to complain, it gets weird. This is why in the US, if you have a trademark, you have to enforce it, right? And otherwise you lose it because it sets like weird precedents, yeah. But I mean, it's obviously that's going to depend on what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I just I feel like it's you don't want to have to deal with this. It's like fuck it, everyone's doing it, whatever. It doesn't seem to be that big of an issue. And it's like okay,
yeah,
but
maybe.
Do you actually find it an issue or not?
Sure, but I mean, like theoretically, like. People, a movie company could theoretically go after you guys for like doing the every frame of pause, right?
If like in that scenario, I don't know because this is the problem with that is what we do is like fucking insanely transformative as far as I'm concerned. But if we got hit with something from like Disney, then yeah, I'd probably have to back down because I have no idea if I would be able to actually like fight like in a serious like they were gonna sue me.
Yeah, but that's also like I don't even know who would prevail. Like even if you had like unlimited legal funds, like is it actually fair use? Like because if you were doing the
that's
same,
actually
like,
a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Now this isn't to say that what you're doing is right or what someone is doing is wrong or to justify any of this content. I'm just saying that that's how I can understand the arguments of like if a thing has been allowed for so long and then all of a sudden everybody gets mad about it, that can be really confusing. It's like, well, this has kind of been like how everybody's been operating for a long time. Like, was it actually bad? Now there are probably some examples where it's clearly wrong, but I think there are other examples where it get more hazy. But yeah.
Well, yeah, because I assume you're the same with this. There's a lot of things that are illegal that I would consider absolutely moral. So. You know, someone could be breaking the law in a particular way, and I'd be like, I don't care about that. That's fine.
True, like smoking weed.
Yes, that's one of the best ones. Yeah.
I think it's bad that everyone's doing this, but also this is literally just an appeal to popularity fallacy. Next.
I watch Hassan pretty frequently, and I honestly think it's because he was eating, Lamau. Content quality usually takes a nosedive for that half an hour. He's usually good about crediting channels and sharing his thoughts throughout.
A lot of the time he's leaving or eating because he literally streams for 10 plus hours a day and he's got to do it sometime. And the chat needs to be entertained.
You get like the underlying thing with a lot of these counters is like they agree it's bad, but that it's happening. Everyone's doing it. It's got to happen. This is the reason why it's just like, oh, all we really want to get out there is that it's not a good thing. As you're eating.
I agree. Fuck. I just got a weird thing that I've been into. No, I understand. Yeah, that's not really good justification. Yeah.
In the meantime, but I do agree it's annoying when he does this.
Lol, these comments. Why don't you guys start a Twitch and react your way? This whole leaving, eating, etc. is just a constant stream meme combined with actually satisfying certain human needs, like peeing and eating. Also, he streams like 8 hours a day. You can't expect him to clown around energetically for every minute of those 8 hours. He literally leaves to cook for himself. Good for fucking him. Pause the video then. That video was literally randomly linked by someone in chat. Taken out of context, you guys make him sound like Hitler. You guys are too judgmental.
Jeez. True.
So left my body reading that.
Man, I remember history class in middle school learning about how people were always critical of Hitler's Twitch streams. You know, that's the main complaint people had at the time about Hitler.
3 rules of being a streamer. 1. React harder. 2. Don't pause too much to react. It disrupts the content. 3. Don't cook or eat food. You are a content slave and not allowed to leave frame for more than 30 seconds on an 8 to 12
Can
hour
I pause for a
stream.
second? Can I just say, god damn. I wish I had Hassan's fan base. I'm gonna be banning you guys my server until you guys fall in line like this, because these guys, these are the simp masters.
Would you want this though?
Hell
They look like
yeah,
idiots.
bro. These guys carry his torch forward into the world. They're doing work, dude. God damn, these guys are balling out hard. I respect it. Hell yes. Okay.
Nodders.
The idea that streamers need to do this because they've got to eat comes up semi-regularly. Hassan himself has even made similar arguments on multiple occasions. And of course there is truth to this. It is absolutely reasonable for any streamer who's live for 13 hours a day to have periods of low energy, to eat and to piss and shit everywhere. We all need downtime, and to expect someone to not have any is completely unreasonable. Therefore, I need to just play other people's videos. I have no other choice. Don't cook or eat food. You are a content slave and not allowed to leave frame for more than 30 seconds on an 8 to 12 hour stream. 28. What the fuck are you talking about, you muppet? You lemon? You cabbage? You fucking rhombus? This person has seen me say it's bad to just stream other people's content in full without sufficient commentary or sufficient credit, and is so absorbed into Twitch culture that they can't conceive of another way to eat. Speaking as someone who streams semi-regularly and has been known to stream for longer than 12 hours in one go, there are plenty of other ways to take downtime, which isn't something I should have to explain to anyone. If you're a streamer and you reach a point in your stream where you feel that for whatever reason you're unable to fully entertain your audience by yourself, here are a few things you can try. Bring on a guest who can do most of the talking while you're away.
This highway code applies to England, Scotland and Wales. The highway code is essential reading for everyone.
Play something made by a creator who you know is happy for their content to be used in this way. Play your own streams or content. Just fucking end the stream, holy shit. And if all of these things and any other alternative also...
We'll say you pass on this one. BRB screens are beautiful. Good job.
Yeah, and my orbiters that come in and argue while I'm away, base.
Yeah.
seem like they're too much effort, then sucks to be you. Take some pride in your work. Holy shit. You don't get to just take something someone else made.
Just tell him not to react to your videos. Other streamers like Matt Orchard and JCS are saying that they love the boost in views they're getting from Hassan's reacts. It's not clear that Jay would be opposed to it. If he didn't say enough in this video, then fair enough. Not everyone does their best all the time.
How about just telling him not to do that instead of pulling this cringe shit?
The sentiment that I have no right to complain because I could just ask Hassan not to do this again in future is another seemingly pretty common one, but there are a few problems with it that I would like to get into. First and foremost, I have no idea how to contact Hassan. I couldn't find an email address listed for him.
This is probably a bigger mistake, because there are plenty of ways you probably could get his attention, but it should be relevant that he's not gonna respond.
Yeah, and you probably shouldn't have. There should be a business email if you're in the business doing this stuff, like pretty readily available. If people can't find out how to contact you, that's probably your problem.
You
right?
can, especially if you're a relatively popular content creator, you'll be able to get a pretty liked tweet, like asking them whatever. But
Yeah,
don't
but
know
it
yet.
kind of sucks if you have to like, if that's your goal, you have to try to like get them.
Well,
like,
yeah, I mean, what do you think about the whole, like, we're clearly in a position of we don't want to ask permission, we'd rather ask forgiveness. That seems to be
well, if you
the-
don't think the thing is necessarily wrong, then I mean that's part of the issue, right?
Well, but they clearly do, right? If they're willing to take things down and stop the second anyone complains. Because it seems like they're ready. They're like, I know what your argument's going to be, so just let me know.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to think about it.
Seems that way.
His DMs are closed on every social media of his that I checked, and I guess I could have tried atting him on Twitter, but he has 1 million Twitter followers and gets atted like every couple of minutes. So, I mean, he might see it, and maybe there is a way I could easily contact him, but for all the looking I did, I couldn't find one. So if he really does run on a model of I will just repost your content, and if you don't like it, you have to reach out to me to tell me to stop, which, like, yeah, he does, then there being no way clear from the outside looking in to get in touch with him is kind of a problem with that. And that's just problem one. It might, although probably hasn't, occurred to you to wonder how I even found out about this in the first place. Did Hassan send me a message letting me know he'd reacted to my video? Or maybe he left a YouTube comment telling me he'd done it. Or maybe my comment section filled up with his fans, all telling me that he'd sent them. No, I actually found out because by sheer coincidence, on the day that he did it, I just randomly out of the blue started to wonder, oh, how's that old video I made that one time about that weird house doing? And went into my analytics to check. And it's only because on a whim I made that decision that I happened to see what I already recognized as the distinct spike of someone live reacting to my video. 200 extra views to a full-time YouTuber is an entirely negligible amount, but a spike of that amount all at the same time and all on a video that's averaging about 50 views an hour is very clearly a sign of something, so I took to Twitter to ask if anyone knew what had happened, and it's only after all that someone told me Hassan had reacted to the video. So maybe reaching out to Hassan is something that I could have tried on that occasion, but streamers operating under the assumption that if a creator doesn't like their work being reposted, they can just get...
And would you say at this point that DMCA is the option?
Well, he didn't try reaching out to him at all, right?
I don't know if he actually sent any tweets
Also,
at Hassan, but obviously this got Hassan's attention, the video.
Sure. Also, was this something that got uploaded to YouTube, or was this just on stream?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah. Again, like I
If
don't
it were,
like
though.
for nuclear options and PR reasons. Like I don't know if DMCA first would be the best thing, but I think if somebody did DMCA Hassan, I don't think you can complain, right? Like if that
Yeah, no,
guy,
I'm with
like
you
when
on
I watched that
that.
JFK video yesterday, like if that dude like had DMCA'd my stream afterwards, like there's not really much I can say. It's like I mean, yeah, like I might get.
Don't you
like,
think that
I might
that
get salty
belies
over it,
like the fact that you don't think it's ethical necessarily, the fact that you wouldn't fight that at all? You're like, yeah, you got me.
I mean, it's just so weird around like the copyright stuff. Like theoretically, if I'm playing video games and they're like songs I'm playing in the background and somebody comes and DMCA's me for songs, like that's technically fair as well. But
Yeah.
the just where we're at with like online content creation and like technically this guy right now that we're watching could live DMCA at my stream because he feels like it's not transformative, and legally technically he would be okay to do that and we could fight it out. It's
That
just
is
like,
true.
Yeah, it's just like such a weird area. Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
I guess what you're almost alluding to is like there's law and morals getting crossed over a little bit here. Like you know that legally they probably have a position to do that, like the Lemino video, and so you're
They
just
at
going to
least
leave
have
it.
a leg to stand on. Yeah.
But that you would consider yourself morally in the clear then.
I think so, but everything around copyright is so weird. It's hard to know like morally like what's in the right or wrong. Like I think all of my feelings here are very not ambivalent, very like murky.
Well, here's a question: is that
Yeah.
getting uploaded to your YouTube channel, the Lemino coverage?
It shouldn't be. If it does, August is fucking fired.
Okay, there you go. I don't know. That feels like it answers the question better. Just the fact that you would choose not to re-upload it.
Well, but I think there's also the question before that the other two guys were saying when they were in here of like cross-platform stuff feels a little bit different too, right?
I'm not, because they brought that up earlier. I wasn't sure how I feel about that one because it's like it pulls both directions. I know that my videos get chewed up and put onto TikTok.
Yeah.
And people like I've got a friend who's like, "Why aren't you stopping that?" And I was like, "Oh fuck, I don't even know if I can be bothered to go through the hassle of figuring out how TikTok works and finding these accounts and doing it." As opposed to just, I'm just going to do my thing. But I, of course, think it's bullshit. That if there's, like, clips of my videos that get millions of views on there and someone's made a whole fucking career out of it, it's like, what the hell? I don't even know. I have no. If like a wizard said, "Oh, that gets you 0 engagement on your own channel," then of course I'm annoyed. But if they say it gets you loads, I'm like, I still don't know how I feel about that.
I was gonna say most people probably wouldn't care because yeah, the viewership crossover is so unrelated that like if you got 10 billion views on a clip on TikTok, it probably didn't even take a single view from YouTube because the audiences are just so different.
But then,
so that's why I feel like people would feel differently. Like even real quick, even among a lot of these or the YouTube people, I think a lot of the YouTube people, I don't know how much they care when I've seen them talk about like people live reacting to their content versus like the uploading to YouTube is where people get really scared about the viewership cannibalization.
I guess the thing is that I probably would care if I just engaged with it more and actually did take them down, and then I chewed up my own videos and put them on TikTok, and then it turns out, what if I started making more money on there than I do on YouTube? It's like, oh shit, like, it's like, I still see all of this as the fact that it's the Wild West, still vaguely, like we're at the latter terms of that on the internet, but all this stuff is not regulated properly, and we don't even know that most of it's happening. I think Short Fat Otaku said he's trying to put his videos on TikTok, even though he can't monetize them yet, in prep for when he finally can, once they have like a Canadian option, I guess.
Sure.
So like it's all so young, all of this crazy shit, and I still think that that's partly why the audience is all over the place, because we don't know what all of the, so to speak, thought leaders have to say. That's why it's good to get these conversations going, because it's confusing, and the internet's rules are very fucking lax when it comes to all of this stuff. I'm not a fan of the fact that that's happening to my videos, and I wouldn't be on behalf of anyone else. And what's sort of funny about the Sniper Wolf stuff is that she'll be reacting to a video, and then Jax Films will figure out what the source is, and then he finds out the source is actually a group of 7 TikToks that have been put into one, a channel that takes them and collects them and then makes money off them. So then you find the source on that one, and it's like, oh shit, this is one with 100 views that nobody gives a shit about, while Sniper Wolves has obviously gone all the way up to like several million.
Yeah.
And like, who's going to stop that? Who even recognizes that it's happening? And again, that's sort of my argument for why I feel like the noise is getting more and more crazy. That's probably why.
Get in touch doesn't work if 9 times out of 10 the creators have no idea it's even happening. I found out about this stream because of a frankly very unlikely coincidence, but I almost certainly don't know about the majority of times that my videos have been reacted to on Twitch. Why would I know? And yeah, on this occasion I did know. I could have tried getting in touch with Hassan by @ing him on Twitter, I guess, but as a more general rule, I don't think that it should be the job of creators to keep an eye on every Twitch streamer to make sure they're not reposting their content. It's not that I don't want this to happen again, it's that I don't think this should have happened in the first place. I'm not a big fan of the precedent of reactors seeming to think they can freeboot anyone's work they want to, and if the creator doesn't like it, then it's their responsibility to find out and get in touch.
You're not allowed to watch any YouTube videos unless you react the exact way the creator wants you to. The rules of the internet.
You are a fucking rhombus. Reactors can use other people's content as a springboard to create whatever kind of content they want to. From Soothouse to Scalagrim, I am a supporter of the reaction content genre. I make reaction content and I don't feel the need to ask the permission of the original creators first, because I am always careful to make sure I am adding something and not just freebooting their work. The reaction that this person is defending with "you're just mad they didn't react in exactly the way you want" is this. And if we look by the kitchen sink, you'll notice toothbrush, toothpaste, mouthwash, and other toiletry supplies, despite the house having multiple bathrooms. This feels like the kind of choice that would only be made by someone who has truly ascended to a high plane of thought. Maybe they only feel comfortable cleaning their teeth if they're accompanied by this dense foliage from the living room. Now, if your front kitchen has these 2 completely freestanding cabinets in the middle of the room, you'll get to the master bedroom, but the house still has some surprises in store. We've got a very important shelf. And this isn't just one isolated comment. A depressing number of people seem to not even understand that there's a distinction between reaction content that adds to or transforms the original work, and reaction content that just lets the original work play for several minutes at a time while the reactor eats. They just don't get it. It's all just reaction content to them.
Jay's entire content? No, that's not what it says.
Metal!
Jay's entire channel revolves around him making content that only reacts to other people's content or analyzes it. There's no difference between what Jay is doing here and what he's complaining about Hassan doing. Jay is pathetically drama baiting over something that in essence would require him to delete 90% of his channel's videos if he was serious about
I think this is indicative of the fact that nobody fucking knows what's going on, or really is
people are just
familiar
mad.
with. Everyone's mad at each other, yeah, and they're all saying crazy shit. On both sides.
Serious about not using other people's content.
When Hassan leaves, he's making... I know, let's do this one in a Scottish accent. When Hassan leaves, When Hassan leaves, he's making food in his kitchen that's right next to his desk, so he can come back whenever. Good for him. Also, you use footage from shows that people put more time into as background footage, and yes, it's fair use, but if you're gonna criticize someone for reacting, then I will criticize your use of footage that isn't technically yours. So yeah, a lot of the content on my channel is reviews of movies or shows, and I use footage of those movies and shows to show what I'm talking about. Although I don't really feel that I need to explain the kind of thing that I do, because you've been watching it for 30 minutes. And it's distinctly different from just letting someone else's content play as you cook, eat, and occasionally make vague or vacuous comments. If someone genuinely can't tell what the difference is here, I struggle to understand how I could even begin to explain it to them. It's like if an adult came up to me and asked, "Hey, what's the difference between, like, a seagull and jealousy?" I would not know what part of that they were struggling with. The icing on the cake for all of this is that when all of these people scroll down to the comments section, my pinned comment was right there, explicitly stating that I'm fine with actual reaction content, and I just don't want my video used as filler. And then the cherry on the icing on the cake is this person's bizarre claims.
You seem to have worked really hard to create this content. It's super scummy when someone just takes something and essentially copies the video without any substantial differences or changes. Looks like these guys copied your content too. I hate it when people just use other creators' content. Oh wait, that video was made 2 whole months before yours. Seems like you just might be milking this for content.
This comment is wild to me. That YouTube link takes you to the archive of a Yogscast stream where they look at the same house I looked at in my video.
I'm impressed that whoever filmed this went and actually was willing to go into these rooms.
Yeah. They're reacting to the same stuff, but in it they make different jokes and say different things. This person can't even tell the difference between a non-transformative reaction and 2 people making videos about the same thing.
And I think this is all very much motivated by the fact that they enjoy the fuck out of Hassan sitting there even. It doesn't matter, it's just their guy. And that goes the same for all of us, I suppose.
True.
But it's not something you need to overreact to. You can calm the fuck down and talk it through. You seemed explosive at the beginning of this stream. Feel chill now, though.
Who, me?
Yeah, you seem chill now.
Yeah, I'm explosive over how unhinged people get on, like, things that weren't, like... I should go back and read some of my subreddit comments. People were losing their minds. There were like 700 comment threads over like one of the most innocuous like things on the internet. I wonder if I can find some comments. Hold on.
Like I said though, everyone can get, there's crazy people everywhere.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like this particular thing is like, it's such a small blip, like in the, and I don't even mean like a small blip, like, oh, it's just like 2 black guys killed by the cops and it's like data wise, but it's just, it's like even the people that are affected don't even know if they're actually even being harmed or not. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the comments even on my subreddit and then on Twitter especially have been like unhinged.
Well, I mean, actually, it was a lot more than 2. The house was kind of a meme, so...
Lol, just react harder?
Hey, Jay, react harder.
My man said react
like
harder.
Here's
React
a comment. I'm
is...
sorry, hold on. I just want, some of these are just really...
Hey, go for it.
Okay. Let's just be honest with each other. This is all because streamers think they're micro-celebrities. Their ego is so big that they think their mere reactions to original content that may have taken months to make should be treated as equivalent in monetization by the YouTube algorithm. They're trying to build a platform, and you're just not that famous, bro. Chill out. Now leave this bullshit drama. Play your little game while you charge some guy $80 to call in and ask if men and women can be friends or not. Edit. Got banned. Obligatory Destiny is a cuck. We'll be using my other alts, DGGL. You ain't getting away with your shit this time, you slippery sofas. Not like, bro. Like, and this comment, and it's not like these are downvoted people. On my subreddit, this got 214 upvotes. Like, bro, what is
Dude,
happening?
do you ever wonder, with how many people you banned, do you ever wonder that, like, it's irrelevant because everyone just knows to make more accounts ahead of time?
I think that's probably what they do. But it's the fact that it gets upvoted. It's like, bro, first of all, streamers literally are micro-celebrities. If they're not celebrities, like, a lot of these streamers are really fucking big.
Yeah, true.
So it's just like such a bizarro, like, oh yeah, here's one. LOL, Destiny is backing the YouTube version of organized retail theft, stealing goods because of a lax system and reselling it elsewhere. His justification is they don't call the cops, so it's okay. Like, well, the problem with organized retail theft is you're comparing actual theft of items that are causing stores to close down. Are there YouTubers that have stopped, like, making content because so many React streamers stole their shit? Like, holy shit, that was like a third month. Oh, this one. Why don't rapes get reported? Must not be a problem.
Yeah, man. Let him have their perspective. You don't need to ban him. There's plenty of people who would argue against him. Oh, and it's content when you get to read them out, and talk about it. But yeah, okay. Well, the thing is, after what you said about the whole copyright shouldn't extend probably for about a year, it sounds like your view on intellectual property versus, let's say, regular property is something that you should let your audience know about, like more explicitly, maybe.
The problem is we've gotten a lot of we've done a lot of like debate recently over like defensive property, and there's a guy in my community, Pisco, and he likes to argue the most like extreme versions of anything I have. So he obviously he likes to dip into intellectual property a lot, but obviously there are huge differences between intellectual property and like actual property, materially, right? Because theoretically, an infinite number of people could steal a piece of intellectual property, but they're not necessarily depriving you of the property itself. They're depriving you of like rents from the property, which is fundamentally a different thing. Not to say that like one is okay and one isn't, but yeah.
Also, I respect your intentions to purify your subreddit, but it is Reddit. You ain't doing that. It's never gonna happen.
Well, I know, but like Jesus, the unhinged comments.
No, yeah, and then it makes you unhinged. I mean, it can anyway. At least you feel that way, right? You want to be like, okay, fuck these people. I'm gonna go after them.
Oh well, I do, and I ban them all. It feels good.
And off they go.
Every fucking streamer turns off the critical thinking part of their brain when it comes to this issue. The amount of mental gymnastics and insecurity in tweets discussing this is something to behold. Kind of expected more from Destiny.
Oh, hey, maybe he likes this stream. That guy.
That was just one thread. There are like 4 huge threads that like went up with us, and it's like Jesus, yeah. But anyway.
Oh, hey man, it's good to know that there's a lot of pushback and push forward, and that you can figure this out. You can direct them. You can let them know they're pitfalling, right?
Oh, don't worry. They've all fallen into the same pit, where they'll crawl out with different Reddit accounts in a couple weeks.
Yeah. So I was like, did you read one out that said he's prepped with another account? So.
Oh yeah, there were a couple of them where the people will tweet like, getting onto my 15th Reddit account just to let Destiny know that he's a massive cuck fucking hypocritical loser fuck whose content I will no longer be like. People, it's just like, bro, holy shit. Sorry, go ahead. How much? Wait, how much? What's the time left in this video?
We are at 35 out of 56.
35. Wait, say that again. Sorry.
35 minutes out of 56 minutes.
Jesus. Okay, go for it.
That's a chonker.
Used to try and satirize people who are critical of non-transformative Twitch reactions. The sentiment behind it is that if a reaction streamer doesn't find the content they're watching particularly engaging, they're not going to have a particularly strong reaction. If you're there for their genuine reaction to the content they're watching, and their reaction really is very minimal, then surely by asking them to change that reaction, you're asking them to be fake. You can't control your emotions. It's not their fault if they didn't have an emotional response to the thing they're watching. As this commenter sums it up, if your problem is react harder, then my reply is create harder, and maybe you'd get those better reactions. The entire wall on this side of the room
so true. The videos are boring. That's the problem.
To slide out so that you can, if you want, merge this room with the room next to it. So if you live here, you can finally achieve your dreams of a bedroom-kitchen combo. Finally, now I can sleep in a room that has 2 separate microwaves in it. The having 2 of something completely unnecessarily is becoming a running theme. You know who reacted hard? Jinx.
It says gullible on the ceiling.
Oh, you stole my lungs.
In his videos, Jinx was always laughing and smiling and soy-facing. He very clearly demonstrated a strong emotional response.
Jinx is now better than XQC and Hassan, and yeah, look at where we are. We've tumbled.
To the content he was reacting to, and people seem to forget this. All the same problems that apply to these modern Twitch streamers also apply to Jinx's content.
Love that this video was made so fucking long ago, and one of the examples is reacting to a Lemino video. This shows you how far we've come.
Hassan had been grinning from ear to ear for the entirety of his reaction to my video. That wouldn't have fixed the issue. Summing up the criticism as react harder does make it sound unreasonable, because saying react harder would be unreasonable. But summing it up as contribute something would be a lot more accurate.
My man said
contribute something, man. Make your reaction stream a meaningfully different experience to watching the original video. It's not just a matter of react harder.
Hassan's stream is great. Watch it every day. Seem awfully sour over here, lol. Enjoy the signal boost he gave you, Lamau.
Literally wouldn't know who you are if it wasn't for Hassan streaming your video, but keep drama baiting, lol. What a baby.
Imagine being such a fragile little person that you're mad someone looked at your video
Oh,
and brought attention to
fragile.
your channel, but doesn't react harder or the way you wanted. Sad.
The idea that I should just shut up and be thankful for the free clout is another pretty common one, and to that my immediate thought is that you are grossly overestimating the amount of clout this kind of thing provides. Somewhere between 150 and 180 of Hassan's fans came to watch my video following his stream, which on average translates to a grand total of about 40 cents and 7 subscribers. So thanks, I guess? Now, I'm sure that mileage will vary from different streamers reacting to different videos. Some reactions will provide more, and some reactions will provide less. As a streamer, it's possible you'll provide someone clout by doing this, but you certainly can't base your behavior on the assumption that that's definitely what will happen, which is what Hassan does.
People ask like, well, what's up? Like, aren't you taking views away? No, most YouTubers don't mind that, actually love that shit when Twitch streamers react to their videos because they get a fucking fat bump.
On the topic of taking views away though, it's unclear that if by doing this, streamers take away potential viewers from the videos they're reacting to. It's entirely possible that some of the 40,000 live viewers of that stream would have ended up watching the video, but now they've already seen it, won't bother. This isn't the kind of thing that YouTube analytics can tell us, so we just don't know. It is also interesting that everyone seems to be overestimating the amount of clout that this kind of thing provides.
No, sir. I don't want the free cloud.
It's not free clout if he doesn't say whose video it is. What the fuck?
Had the channel name and name of the video up the entire time.
No he didn't, but also, yeah, you are allowed to say no to this kind of thing. That's allowed. I imagine that if PewDiePie, being the largest individual creator on YouTube, downloaded and then just re-uploaded one of my videos to his channel, that'd probably get me some clout. I imagine that if Will Smith broke into my apartment and started filming me for his next movie, that'd get me some free clout as well, which is not equivalent, just to be clear. And you know what? I would happily let Will Smith into my apartment to film me for a movie, but the key with all of these things is permission. You can't just go around imposing this kind of give and take exchange on people without knowing whether or not they'd agree to it, especially when what you're giving is 40 cents. So those are the arguments in favor of this kind of thing, and I've got to say, I wasn't particularly impressed. While I'm here, I would like to thank Metal Commander, Cynical CJ, Blair TV, Nicholas Diorio, and the virtual...
Ugh, credit. I think we could skip this part, right? Should be able to find a way.
True, especially when I heard that Nicholas name. Fuck that guy.
Oh.
The comments in that last section, and I would like to let you know that the file the virtual celebrity sent me started like this.
I sincerely apologize if you can hear chickens in the background. Sat down to record, they were plucking up a storm, went out to chase them away, threw rocks at them, well not at them, near them, tiny pebbles. They thought the rocks were food.
Yeah, you can hear chickens in the background of the clips that she sent me. She also, later, of her own free will, decided to send me a second version without chickens in the background, but I elected to use the chicken one. I'm a bad person. Hopefully, after all of that, I've done my part to put a dent in the attitude that Twitch streamers can just play other people's content in full without permission, without transforming it in any way. I've seen a lot of streamers taking other people's content for granted like this, and honestly, it's just not cool. But this video is not a personal attack directed towards any streamer who's ever done this. I just want to encourage those streamers to hopefully, well, first things first, give proper credit, especially if your justification for doing what you're doing is that you paid the content creators through exposure by giving them a fat bump. Ultimately though, there is of course no one correct way to do reaction content. It's just a...
Anything's fucked up though, they use the arguments, but obviously he doesn't give a shit and doesn't confirm it, doesn't want to make sure it happens. He doesn't give a fuck whatsoever. But it's a useful argument.
What? Wait, what do you mean by that?
The exposure stuff. Like, the point that I think you agree with, right, is that a fat bump shouldn't really constitute 100 and, what was that, like 50 views extra on a video?
Well, no, that's not a very fat bump at all, I would say.
No, not really. So he's using that shield, as would be provided by anyone else who's making actual, like, cogent arguments against this, when he doesn't give a fuck. He's just going to take advantage of all of it anyway. Because I think one of those comments you read out earlier that I thought was interesting was, do you believe is it possible that any of these streamers, especially the higher up ones, know what they're doing, understand the damage, and are like, yeah, but I can get away with it?
Well, I mean, to be clear, we still don't know the damage, if there is damage, right?
No, I'm saying let's pretend. Do you believe there could be someone who actually believes there is damage but doesn't really mind?
But wouldn't give a fuck? I mean, yeah, there's always going to be people like that. That is possible, yeah. But I think that, like, if damage was apparent and clear and we all agreed on it, I think public pressure would very quickly make that style of content like unpopular. I think people would stop.
I think that would happen, and I actually think it is going to happen eventually. I think that this is getting louder and louder each time it pops up, and I'm curious what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Matter of mutual respect between creator and reactor and not taking anyone else's work for granted. Now, let's take a look at what Hassan said about all this in response to my stream.
The YouTuber who made the video about the strange house, not Donkey, is mad at you, reacting to Hasanabi's original content that he worked really hard on and made all by himself. Why? Because I was cooking while that was happening? Is that why? Hassan, if you see this, I'm happy for you to react to my videos if proper credit is given. However, please don't just let them play as filler, sitting there saying very little and just having lunch, or leaving them in the room. Like, come on, man, I'm fine with React content. It just requires a substance or significant reaction and proper credit. Okay, fair.
Oh, okay. He's taking it really well.
Good.
That's totally fine. He makes the most sense.
That's nice to see, isn't it?
I mean,
That's great.
I understand.
Wait, is he about to do some cringe shit?
Come on, you know how this works.
Oh,
Jay's
no.
obviously setting this up.
No. Hassan's response was fine. Hold on. Maybe we should have stopped the video right now. Hassan's response was totally fine there. I thought that was totally fine. Hassan was, yeah, see, just like I said, if you make people aware that it's wrong, then they would stop, right?
Great, yes, excellent, 100%. There's a little bit more of the video we could just toss on for the sake of it, though.
Well, sure, if there's a little bit, maybe just the credits, yeah.
A little bit more. Yeah, probably credits.
My man said react harder.
Oh. So I have like 30 minutes of Hassan's response to work with in my editing room here. If I was the kind of shady fuck to choose the clips I play with maximum bias, I could make Hassan look like a wonderful saint.
I personally don't care. But if others do, then... Dude, absolutely, I will respect that 1,000%.
Or I could make him look like the biggest gaping asshole who ever lived.
Is such a fucking dingus, dude. Just show their channel name, dumbass. How is that so fucking hard? Like, what is this attitude that you have? You stupid fuck.
Man.
Is that really about the guy? No shot, right?
No, he's talking about, yeah, but like he's talking to someone who just said, just show the fucking channel credits, and he's like, oh, fuck off, which is funny. Like, because all he had to do was be like,
so
yeah,
mad.
well,
Okay, yeah.
The easiest win ever, but it's Hassan. He finds a way.
How are both those clips from the same stream? Well, all will be explained, and I feel that I need to start that explanation by giving credit where credit is due. You know, because giving credit is important. As soon as he found out that I didn't really appreciate his non-transformative reaction stream where he played my content, he apologized and made it clear that he wouldn't play any of my videos on his streams again.
They have every right to be like, yeah, fuck off, dude. What the fuck are you watching my video? I will never watch their stuff ever again, for the record. If they're upset about it. If you don't want me watching your stuff, I will gladly never watch it. I'm really sorry. I apologize.
What Hassan seems to have respect for is a YouTuber's right to opt out of something like this.
If a content creator makes a fucking YouTube video and they're not happy with me, like,
6 months, Chad.
watching, then I fucking won't watch it. Personally, I don't care. But if other YouTubers do care, then, dude, absolutely. I just won't watch it. I personally don't care. Okay, I get upset if they like use it to misrepresent it or anything like that. I personally don't care. But if others do, then dude, absolutely, I will respect that. It's not okay to you know, play someone else's video if they don't want you to play it.
And I mean, it is good that he has this attitude, but ultimately, the phrase bare minimum does spring to mind. Like, yeah, him saying this is better than the alternative, but the alternative would be him going, I don't care how the creator feels, I get to take whoever's content I want, and then doing an evil laugh. Saying sorry and promising not to play my videos on his streams anymore, you know, that's cool, but then he does go ahead and follow it up with stuff like this.
You get yelled at for pausing and talking too much, then you get yelled at for not reacting hard enough. What are you supposed to do now? I mean, what the fuck do you mean? I'm literally going to do exactly what I've been doing, which is whatever the fuck I want to do, bitch. What are you talking about?
I couldn't really ask for a more explicit declaration that he's not going to change the way he does things.
What a god.
I am perfectly happy to be in the situation where Hassan's not going to do this to one of my videos again. But I'm not really here to talk about me, I'm here to talk about generally the wider issue of React content. And nothing about that has been changed by this apology. Hassan even says that he's used to creators getting annoyed at him for this, and that this is just the standard apology that he issues out whenever that happens.
But some content creators get upset about it. And when they do, I'm like, I'm really sorry, and I will never do this again. And it's as simple as that.
It could be argued that the reason he's happy to just make the same mistake over and over again is that it's more convenient for him to just apologize whenever he's called out than it would be for him to actually stop doing the thing he's apologizing for. He's apologized for upsetting me, but I was never really upset. I just think that what he's doing is piss. What he's not apologized for is what he's doing, which is the actual thing that I took issue with in the first place, and is something that he spends most of his stream arguing in favor of. A lot of the arguments he makes are the arguments we've handily already covered in this video. Like,
I mean, this is like not that relevant, to be honest. Yeah, I walk away while this video is going on because I'm fucking, what do you call it? I'm cooking and I'm eating. And they didn't like my react. They were like, react harder. Their criticism, even if it's like react harder, is that might be a bullshit criticism, but like, they're correct if they're like, I don't want you to react to my videos.
And we've already been over the whole react harder thing. We don't need to go over it again. Hassan also seems to subscribe to the streamers need to do this because they're live for however many hours a day argument. He likes this one a lot, actually.
It's normal to walk away when you're fucking live for 10 hours. You know what I mean? I like Hassan a lot, but it definitely puzzles me how zero content like this became so well received. I don't know. Maybe because I'm live for fucking 8 hours. You could leave a sign saying gone for a dump back in 5, or could just give credit where it's due and actually react while he's in the room. Doesn't seem like a lot to ask. These motherfuckers are like, dude, pee in a bottle, dude. It just feels like Hassan wanted to not be streaming anymore.
This shit is unbelievable, right? Because I haven't seen you try this stuff, which is good. But...
Well, the problem is right now Hassan is conflating the complaints of the viewers with the complaints of the content creators. Because viewers will make these complaints. Either stop reacting so much or react harder or whatever. Those are complaints for the viewers and those are issues of the audience, but it's a fundamentally separate argument than what the people that are...
well, I'm talking about the pee in a bottle one. Like, he thinks what's being said here is that you cannot leave. It's like nobody's fucking saying that.
Well, yeah, but no, there are people saying that, but it's the viewers saying that. But
are there viewers saying you can't leave?
Yeah, or they want you to stay on stream all the time, or they get mad if you take like a 10 or 15 minute break or whatever. Yeah, they'll get like...
I mean, you'll get people saying like, oh, this is fucking boring the second you get up to go and piss. But like,
yeah, no,
fuck them, whatever.
Oh yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that Hassan's problem here is he's conflating the complaints of the viewers there with the content creators that are complaining about their content being bitten, basically.
But like, you can just... I don't know, skip those ones? Like, who the fuck cares what they have to say? Like, oh, I don't want you to be peeing. I want you to put something on that entertains me.
Oh, I'm
like
sorry, sir.
shit.
Are you not familiar with the legend of the one guy?
Wait, yeah, hang on. I always meant to ask you about this, because it feels like Twitch culture stuff as opposed to YouTube, even though you're like... What are you on now? YouTube, Kick, and Rumble?
I don't know. I'm just on whatever. I'm on Kick. I'm a Kick streamer now, okay?
Okay, well, anyway, the whole... Because I hear Chud Logic saying all the time, getting one guide. Do you mean just talking about someone's arguments in chat?
Streamers are very sensitive to their chats, and it's very easy for one guy in chat to say something that triggers the fuck out of you, and then you're stuck on that guy's comments forever.
But, like, that's been a thing forever. Why did that get a name?
I don't know. It is a thing.
Fucking,
but that's why when you're like, oh, well, just ignore the crazy people in chat, that's not possible. As streamers, we exist to get one guide. That's like part of our...
Well, I was actually going to say, though, part of you guys' content is getting mad at one guy, so... Yeah. It's okay. I don't see any issue with you fucking finding someone in chat who said something dumb and you know, responding to it. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's not always dumb. I don't know why you called it one guide. Because it's one guy in chat says some shit.
No, I mean, like, as though it's a bad thing or a thing you need to avoid doing. Like, that's how it's always presented. Like, I don't want to get one guide.
Sometimes it's a bad thing, because it'll be like one guy that's saying something that like nobody else is really saying, but then you get hyper fixated on like one dipshit that says something, and now, yeah.
I mean, and it is funny, like highlighting someone saying, "I don't want you to go pee." That's funny.
Yeah, it is, because the stream will get.
But they don't want to lose those stream dollars, like outside of the camera being on him. How is it any different than him just watching a YouTube video off stream? It just rubs me the wrong way. Like, how do you think of your viewers to just stream your break? Dude, what am I supposed to do? Die? Like, I don't understand.
Hassan reacts to someone's suggestion that he could just put up a BRB screen or something by conflating that with them asking him to pee in a bottle at his desk. Yeah, those things are the same. The attitude that he needs to do this or he just can't have breaks is weird and flat out incorrect, but again, we've already covered it. He also makes the free clout argument, but he adds something to it that we've not seen before.
Most YouTubers don't mind that, actually love that shit when Twitch streamers react to their videos because they get a fucking fat bump.
We still have the free clout argument, but now it's also packaged with the idea that most YouTubers support and like this kind of thing happening.
Most other content creators on YouTube and all around don't give a shit if you watch their videos or they like it. They literally like it. They want you to watch their videos.
Please record your answer and send it to me. Would you be okay with it if a streamer played one of your videos in full on their stream without saying much or really adding anything?
No. Fuck no.
No, I would not.
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, I could kind of do with it. Are they willing to pay?
No, I don't think I would be okay with the streamer playing one of my videos in its entirety without even really adding to it.
If they give me a shout out and try to send people my way, then sure, but otherwise, no.
No. Oddly enough, I think I would be okay with it, but I also feel I'd have my limits.
No, other than very specific exceptions.
No.
Oh, I like that guy. He's right.
Oh.
Yes, because if people didn't do stupid short-sighted things like that, then we'd have nothing to talk about. And this whole repetitive cycle of drama on YouTube would grind to a halt, and I'd have to fill the rest of my days with anything else, like work.
Probably yes, if they were to credit me.
If it was a much larger streamer than me, and the way that they showed Look it who would it is. possibly result in a bunch of their fans coming to
Good
my
friend
channel
Xanderhall.
and becoming fans
Yeah.
of mine, I think I
Stream.
wouldn't have a problem with it. But just on sort of like a principle level, I guess I'd feel very offended that they just show my video and not provide any extra commentary or any extra substance to it.
So yeah, I asked a load of YouTubers if they would be okay with it, and most of them said no. I chose these YouTubers literally at random from people I already had DMs with. We've got a good selection of different styles, different topics, different channel sizes, and yeah, a lot of no's in there. And the majority of yeses had caveats and conditions.
If they give me a shout out and try to send people my way, then sure.
Which again, just goes to show the importance of mutual respect when doing this kind of thing. The thing that interests me though is the discrepancy between what Hassan was saying and what we're seeing here. So what's the difference? I don't believe for a second that Hassan was lying, so what gives?
They want you to watch their videos. And I have many examples of this, of like content creators who I am friends with, like Andrew from Channel 5, who reach out to me to inform me that their new video is out so that we can react to it. He's like, I can't wait to see you and Chess reaction to this new video that we put out.
I'm pretty sure I know exactly why that discrepancy is there. Hassan appears to be conflating the kind of reaction content I'm not okay with the kind of reaction content I absolutely support. Like a lot of the commenters we brought up earlier, Hassan doesn't seem to have drawn a line between reaction content that adds something and reaction content that really doesn't. Hassan has provided reactions that meet all of the standards I've outlined in this video. They're the kind of reaction that I actively encourage people to make and that I'm sure most creators would be absolutely thrilled to receive from a big Twitch streamer. It appears though that as far as Hassan is concerned, both these types of reaction are just reaction content to him, and he's painting it all with the same brush. This conflation is first demonstrated when, in response to me saying, please give credit and contribute something, he says, oh, this person doesn't want me reacting to their content.
If you don't want me watching your stuff, I will gladly never watch it. I'm really sorry. I apologize. I will never watch their stuff ever again, for the record. React Harder is, that might be a...
Bill, you laughing because you know that the subtext of that is him being like, I was
salty as
benefiting
fuck.
you. I was benefiting you, and now I'm going to take it away from you.
Yeah,
You complain.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, yeah. You
bullshit
fucked
criticism,
yourself.
but like they're correct if they're like, I don't want you to react to my videos.
Which is kind of a weird response to a comment in which I actively tell him I'm fine with him reacting to my content.
Hassan, if you see this, I'm happy for you to react to my videos.
But it would fully explain why he made these comments if he's conflating those two types of reaction. And of course, it does make sense for him to think that way. If he has dismissed the criticism as just react harder, why would he draw a line between reaction content that does and doesn't adhere to a criticism that he doesn't view as valid? So when he says,
most YouTubers don't mind that, actually love that shit when Twitch streamers react to their videos.
He's talking about just Twitch reactions in general, which, yeah, most YouTubers do appreciate. I appreciate that. I really like it when that kind of thing happens to me. But what Hassan seems to not understand is that most YouTubers do have a line where they're no longer okay with the reaction content. This line is going to be in a different place for different creators. Most YouTubers like to receive reactions, but far fewer are comfortable with being used as filler as the streamer has some downtime. This is a distinction that it's vital to understand and respect if you're going to be doing regular reaction content on stream. Speaking of the free clout argument, Hassan also expands on it in a way we've not seen before.
That's the reason why sponsors pay money to Twitch streamers to like play their video games, for example.
Oh, no.
There's a reason for that. It's because they want as many eyeballs as possible on it, and then people will go and fucking find it on their own.
Hassan seems to love bringing up
They
video
don't
games
find it on
whenever
their own. You literally have to spam link and shit in chat. They don't just
Yes,
find it on their own. That was a really bad mischaracterization.
He wants to bolster a position like this one. Basically, the whole video game industry not only tolerates but actively supports YouTubers and streamers playing their games. Hassan likes to use this fact to demonstrate that there's actually a mutually beneficial relationship between a copyright holder and a streamer streaming their copyrighted content. Now, this actually is a great way to demonstrate the level of publicity that a streamer can provide, but it does ignore the reasons that video games are one of the only forms of media this applies to. Basically, I've recently played through both classic Star Wars Battlefront games. If I decided to stream both those games in their entirety to my audience, even without commentary, none of my audience would have actually played those games just by watching my stream. Anyone who, when watching the stream, had thought...
You know what's funny though is if he did, it likely would have been taken down by copyright, or at least monetized by the owners for the soundtracks. It's all from the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, like I said, if it's just from the games, it's fine. But if it's from the movies into the games, then you fuck. The Lord of the Rings games on like GameCube have footage from the films. So if you stream them, you're gonna have to put a cover up. Otherwise, you're fucked.
Same thing if you play GTA. You can't listen to the radio because sometimes they have like real. Yeah.
Oh, that game looks really fun, and developed an interest in actually playing it, would then have to go and buy the game to do that. I've also recently watched the entirety of Smiling Friends, which is a show, not a game. If I'd streamed the entirety of that to my audience, then anyone who'd watched the stream thought, hey, this show looks really funny, and then developed an interest in watching it, would have already seen it, because I just showed it to them. Now, that's not to say they won't watch a potential season 2 if and when that comes out, or maybe go in pursuit of some episodes that they didn't manage to catch on my stream. Maybe they'll even go and buy some Smiling Friends merch, because from this interaction, Smiling Friends has gained a fan and all the benefits that come with that. But the companies that own TV shows and films tend to be a lot less positive about this kind of thing than the companies that own video games do. I could just as easily argue that the strangleholds these companies keep on preventing people from uploading their copyrighted content is proof that this kind of interaction actually hurts people, but the fact of the matter is that none of these mediums are directly equivalent to one another. Video games are a medium that get all of the benefits of this kind of interaction with basically none of the drawbacks. There's a reason it's different from medium to medium. Those were definitely the main arguments he relied upon during his stream, but he also said some other stuff that I found interesting, so let's take a brief look at that as well. One short part of the stream that interests me in particular is the part where he talks about why he thinks he doesn't need permission to do this kind of thing.
So it's not okay to play someone's video if they don't want you to. Doesn't that mean you need to ask permission every time you watch someone else's content, which seems pretty lame? No, I don't do that. That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I did say it was short. Another clip I find interesting is one where he's talking about the fact that he left the room for a while.
I throw up the YouTube video on my phone, and I'm watching it. I'm simulcasting it on my phone as it is playing on the stream. And if there's a moment that I want to chime in with something, I will literally run back and put the fucking take there. It's the same as like me sitting there and not saying anything.
I agree. It's exactly like he was sitting there and not saying anything. I'm starting to think he doesn't understand the issue that people take with this kind of thing. I guess though that logically this means he does understand that when he's just sitting there not saying anything, which is something he spends a lot of time doing, he may as well just not be in the room. And finally, I know you're curious about it. Let's have a look at that clip.
Just show their channel name, dumbass.
This happens when someone in chat tells Hassan that he needs to just show the channel name.
Show their fucking channel name, dude. It's not a big deal. No shit, dumbass. What kind of a fucking baboon are you?
Hassan gets mad at this because of how much he agrees with it.
Like, you think I disagree?
He's mad at how much he agrees with it.
I disagree with that? Why do you... Oh, God, I fucking despise these dipshits, dude.
Well, no, he's getting big mad because he thinks this is really obvious.
I swear to fucking God. Like... Just such a fucking dingus, dude. Just show their channel name, dumbass. How is that so fucking hard? Like, what is this attitude that you have? You stupid fuck. Yeah, I know. I agree.
Hey, man.
What kind of like...
He has some of the best clips online, like reacted to comments. It's fucking hilarious.
Son is the master of the one guy.
Yeah. Oh god, we had like a compilation on one of the EFAP episodes. Some of them were just you reacting to them because I couldn't find like the originals. It's something else. He's really bad at it, but it's really funny.
Yeah.
Like you make it seem like I purposely was like fucking hiding it or something. It was literally on my screen for like a fucking hour, you idiot.
So in my opinion, like a fucking hour, you idiot, is a strange way to phrase 18 seconds. Yeah, that's how long my channel name was on screen during Hassan's original stream. The rest of the time, no, I'm not sure how he could possibly think it was there. Like, how can you be that unfamiliar with your own setup? Him thinking this doesn't make any sense at all. Unless, maybe when he says their channel name was on my screen for like an hour, he's referring to the second stream that he did. I mean, there it is, and there it is again. Not for an hour, but for long enough where saying it was up there for an hour is like a reasonable level of hyperbole. If that is what he means though, then he's referring to something that he only did because I called him out. Meaning this would be another instance of, well, if they complain, I'll do what I should have done in the first place, but otherwise I'll just play their videos without showing their channel name. And since callouts seem to be what it takes to get streamers to do what they should have been doing the whole time, this is me doing a call out. Man, I can't wait to see how this video goes down. It's sure gonna be interesting. But that's...
It was a mess, by the way. This is the video that Denims and Irrelevant responded to, and they were fucking morons with it. It was actually pretty great. It was funny, because when I met Chud Logic, I was like, lucky you didn't fucking make an idiot of yourself responded to this either, because holy fuck, the arguments they were pulling out. You wouldn't believe it. You know what? If you want to know what they are, though, the EFAP episodes are all there, gentle viewers.
That's all from me today. If you've enjoyed this video, good.
And that is the video. And that's JXC's channel, by the way, if you thought that was entertaining and you'd like to see more. Pretty straightforward stuff. Mostly movie reviews or TV show reviews and stuff.
Okay,
So,
give me
how you
1
feeling?
second. I want to listen to the Nazi comment. Hold on. Hold on.
Watch their videos ever again, and I move on. This is what I said 1 fucking year ago. Since then, he made a video, or...
What's your take on the Abe-Wendy breakup? Wait, did that happen? Wait, Link, what?
They made a video. Afterwards,
Is it on
they
LSF?
had like a bunch of fucking Nazis in the kill stream get together and do an 8-hour reaction to my entire stream. I think it was an 8 or 10 hour fucking podcast that they did on that. Okay? And I apologized back then. And they held on to the grudge. And then they made another video now. Another video a year later. Sargon.
Apparently all the OTV people unfollowed Wendy. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
God joined multiple 8-hour streams. If you expect me to think that that person is charitable at this point, I don't know what to tell you, because it's not. You're a fucking psycho if you think that that is a charitable person. No, that is a deranged person. It's a 5-minute video, which I apologize for. It's incredibly petty. It's incredibly fucking petty. Watch their videos ever again, and I move on. This is what I said 1 fucking year ago. Since then, he made a video, or they made a video. Afterwards, they had like a bunch of fucking Nazis in the kill stream get together and do an 8-hour reaction to my entire stream.
Oh, a bunch of Nazis get together and do an 8-hour reaction to my live stream. Gotcha.
Yep.
Damn.
But hey, he literally heard about us 5 seconds earlier than that, so...
Alright, well... Hey, it's been fun, buddy. Stay safe.
It has been fun. Good luck with whatever it is you get up to.
Uh-huh.
I'll be around, suppose, if you
Oh
need
yeah, you
more
got...
help,
I think you
know?
should have perms to the channel, so if I'm ever in here, if you ever want to hop in and scream at me for something.
Sure. I'll usually message you beforehand, because, you know, it can be a mess. It can be turmoil. It's just, this is something that I knew about us also.
Yeah. Alright, well, I love you. Be careful, buddy.
See you, dude. Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I get out of this thing?
Dumbass. What the fuck is this? Cringe shit. God, it's so... Dude, this is so fucking cringe. I cannot imagine being so insecure. You know what's better than watching Barbie? Fucking Barbie.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
How little... I'm gonna be honest. How little pussy do you get that, like, anytime you manage to get a woman in your vicinity, you've got to, like, take a video and upload it to an Instagram reel? Or, like, throw it on Twitter. Like, guys, I promise I'm fucking. Like, come on, dude. It's so sad. Holy shit. I think... Oh, fuck, hold on. I almost just speculated hardcore. Abe must have fucked up hard if Lily... Or no, I'm sorry. Wendy must have fucked up hard if Lily unfollowed Wendy. Because they've been friends forever. For like 10 fucking years. What the fuck? Lily still follows her? Oh, is this fake news? Somebody on the LSF thread, they said Lily, Janet, Jody, Pokey, and Toast have unfollowed her on Twitch.
Is that the wedding planner is my old wedding. So I saw her yesterday. Don't tell me that. Hey, good to see you. That's so hot. She's like, oh, sorry to work out.
Oh, on Twitter she does? Maybe it's just Twitch? Maybe that's just fake news. I have no context to this. What are you cringing at? That woman that said I gave them my wedding planner is Foosley and she got divorced from her marriage, so. I'm gonna be autistic. I am gonna be autistic. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be autistic. I am gonna be autistic. Sorry, guys. Warning! Autism moment. Ray wrote in pre-stream chat before canceling the stream. Hey guys, so there's a lot going on right now, and Abe will be going live at our place. Then we are all spending time with him after. If you have seen his post on Twitter, he needs support right now. So I'll be live tomorrow. Sig also isn't streaming, so I should wait to play blank. I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry for debate. Send love to Abe. What? How can you support if you don't even know what is like? What is the support? Am I just like crazy? Like, no offense to you guys, but like if me and Melina broke up, I don't give a fuck about like the support I would get from you guys. Is that supposed to make me feel better? But again, I might just be autistic. Autism alert. It's good vibes retard. Oh, my bad. Can't believe Daddy Destiny doesn't need my support. True. Alright, okay. I love you guys. I have to pick up Nathan from the airport soon, so I'm gonna go do that. I'll probably stream tomorrow, I think. Street Fighter tournament host forgets to turn off his nude mod. Base. Part-time streamer? Are you serious? I literally flew in and out of Chicago in a fucking day, and I streamed today, okay? I did a podcast in Chicago yesterday, and I streamed the day before, okay? Fuck out of here. Jesus.
All setups need a microwave in them, let's be honest. They do, just like you need like a gaming drink fridge to keep your gamer subs in.
Why does this guy look American and sound British Australian? Alright, I'm hosting this guy. Good luck. Why did you even do that podcast? Listen, it's a new audience, okay? Goodbye.